Welcome, everybody, to the Updraft by Predator. You're joining me, Illustrado. I'm your host today. My panel's coming on in just a second, but this is the second day of the Valorant Challengers Philippine Stage number 2. We've said goodbye already to 3 teams. We're about to say goodbye to 3 more today. But today, we're saying hello for the meantime. Hello to all of you, and thank you to all our sponsors who's made this happen. Of course, thanks to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the Philippines, organized by Mineski Philippines and Globe Telecom. And of course, hashtag reinvent exciting victories in Valorant with the new, the steampunk the steampunk mage punk bundle. There you go. I got the word finally. Words are a bit tough today. Get yours now on Coda Shop with Globe. And of course, thank you to Predator, our official PC and gaming laptop partner. Predator, hashtag summon your strength. And of course, Globe Virtual Hangouts, thank you to you guys too, because they will reinvent esports and bring it to a whole new level. Let's get hashtag OL together now, as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program by the pros, led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. Do not forget, ladies and gentlemen, to officially follow the pages of PPGL. That's facebook.com/PPGLGG for the Filipino side. And on YouTube, it's youtube.com/C/PPGLGG for Filipino in English. And of course, check us out on Twitch. It's twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH. And do not forget, we also have a TikTok where we post a bunch of other stuff. A lot of things going on. TikTok is at HelloPPGL. So that's enough of that for the meantime, but let's get right down and jiggy with it. Again, I'm Illustrado, your host today. This is the Updraft, but this isn't a one-man show. I got some amazing panelists. I got some amazing friends to come and talk about the series here with me. Trix, Viminal, and Ling. How are you guys doing today?
Doing absolutely great. I'm excited because it's Hashira versus GXR today. So I'm excited really to see how that game is going to pan out.
If yesterday was an indicator of what's to come for today and tomorrow for the grand finals, well then, we're in for a bumpy ride, but I'm really looking forward to it.
Well, for me, I've set a lot of expectations for the semifinals, or rather the teams that are going to be competing for this round alone. I mean, you've seen on the first day a lot of different variation of the team composition, and of course in terms of playstyle. So I wonder what else should the teams have in store for us.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting one here. GXR, Hashira. This is a matchup that we've been waiting for. Personally, obviously, I've been waiting for quite a while. And this is going to be one of the exciting tales that we have, that we will see today. But we have more than that actually coming on right now. If you want to know what other matches are going to be taking place today, here's the match schedule. We're going to pull it up for you guys, starting it off with GXR Hashira, and then it's going to be followed up by Bren versus Empire. So yeah, these two matches already looking to start the day off hot, and whoever wins, GXR Hashira, will take on somebody called the 6045 Pirates, who are a little bit of, I'd say, a wild card in this tournament here. Now, Ling, I'll go straight to you on this. Man, Pirates, they're looking so good, but they gotta go up against GXR and Hashira next round.
Well, either way, I would definitely see Pirates could have something in store, regardless, because it's just a matter on how well this one-dimensional play that you're trying to do could work in this level of competition. You'd see them, and I would constantly complain just by watching out their games, is that there really isn't much that they could offer, and I really do hope that there's something that you could switch up in terms of their playstyle, because relying on their games with Fireside Gene alone could be a huge enough responsibility or a burden that could basically throw them off in the series.
Yeah, but before I get to that any further, though, let's dig a little bit deep. We're going to touch on that really quickly later on. But for the meantime, let's focus on the first recap of the day. We're going to give you guys a little bit of a recap of what happened on the previous day. The first one was Bren versus SE Atlas, and that definitely did not go the way we expected it. Very much 2 overtimes at the very start right there. Start off what was basically the longest day of VCT in the Philippines that we've ever had. What was essentially hours and hours of broadcast and so many fun Valorant games. Tricks. Bren versus Atlas, what were your thoughts on it?
Honestly, I just didn't know what kind of headspace Bren was in. I felt they weren't taking the right tools, the right aggression. They were caught off guard a little too often. I'm not sure whether it was just maybe they were still, on their own loading screens for their tactical sides of the game, or whether it was really just SE Atlas doing an amazing performance, because I think both came as a factor to that game.
Yeah, I'm gonna add on to that real quick. The matchup between Bren versus SE Atlas, I feel like it wasn't. It was a little bit of a combination of multiple factors, a cocktail, if you will. I think SE Atlas, they definitely overperformed while Bren underperformed here, and it just goes to show that SE Atlas, a team that we should definitely be more and more aware of. Viminal, these guys. You know these guys like from way back. They're starting to find their form. They're doing a lot better lately. The match yesterday, is it a good sign of Bren? Is it a good sign for Atlas?
I would definitely say that it's a good sign for Atlas. They've definitely shown so much growth over the series and the performance that we saw during that series, defying our expectations, to be quite honest. And then, we had an epic game over here at Icebox, 14-16 of Bry, 35 kills against the Bren squadron. I mean, since when does that ever happen before in the local scene? I think this is pretty much unprecedented in terms of scale. And this was the tale for the rest of the series, right until the third game, which we'll see later on, in which Bren kind of just woke up and then gave us the sort of Bren experience we've come to expect.
Well, to add on to that, I would definitely see, looking at how Bren performed against Atlas, I see them having this effort to stray away from the jet-based compositions that they're used to do. And with that being said, I see a lot more struggles happening with their main duelist, which is Dubs, I have to say, which didn't really have that much time to shine compared to him performing as a jet, but did try to make his mobility agent work still with their agent composition, even though they're going to be playing on this hard reset for this week.
Yeah, I agree. And it was all about the duelists yesterday. Yoshi had his moments as well. Bry, they swapped him out in a different role, which I think was a little bit interesting. I think I'd like to see him more in the duelist. Maybe them start to run a double duelist lineup for Atlas. Maybe that might work for them. Coupled with Tim being on the battle stage, it's a very deadly dynamic, very deadly duo that we're starting to see here. However, for Bren, it was really more about Borkum yesterday, who was shining. And that's just part of the magic of Bren, isn't it? The fact that they just kind of pop off individually and sometimes as a team. Yesterday as a team, not so much, but this time at least Borkum did step up, didn't it?
He definitely did. It was a great performance. Honestly, I think the Atlas lineup does work the way it is right now, but yeah, I would switch up Brian maybe for the duelist because he's just so good on it.
I mean, it's simple enough. Mathematics: 1 + 1 equals win. 1 + 1 equals win. If he's good on a duelist, man, just let him shine on it. The Omen did a little bit, but I think he was much more effective when he was dropping 35 kills, 36 kills in the game on the raids. I just, the numbers don't lie, Viminal. Would you say you agree with that?
Absolutely. I mean, we from the sample size, the small sample size that we saw from yesterday, Bry just absolutely popped off on the duelist, and I kind of agree with what you said. Maybe they should experiment with a double duelist composition. Maybe that will work out better for them. Not to discount Kakarot's efforts on the duelist, not to say that he can't carry the role of the duelist all by himself, but I think there's no harm in trying to switch it up, see what happens. And over here, we saw, unfortunately, the end to that series, Atlas just absolutely falling short on that last game. They kind of ran out of gas, I'd say. They put up such a good fight during the first two games, but can't say the same for the third one.
Yeah, unfortunately so there. But SE Atlas, they have a lot going their way. And I know you have a lot on your mind about Atlas themselves. Ling, what do you got for us?
Well, besides that, us putting a highlight on Bribe not being able to play as the main duelist, I would like to actually point out one of the things that Atlas tried to do, which is them playing the Viper on Icebox. Not a huge fan, especially when not a lot of people are quite familiar in dealing with this problem. And this is where we actually see them, rather Bren posing this as a threat, completely questioning their plays. And this is something that they're not fully accustomed to, which actually could be a factor. It actually is a factor rather on why the games went that long, and rather them having to actually solve out this and try to figure out to work their way around a kit that they are obviously not well accustomed to.
Another series that went the distance, that went the extra mile here. Empire versus Valkyrie, the second best of 3 series today. That was also one hell of a fight, one hell of an exciting thing to watch here. Valkyrie almost making it through. Feel like they had all the tools, they had the utility, they had really good teamwork. Where did they fall short here, Viminal?
Yeah, coming in here from Valkyrie, they started off really strong. Empire experimented with the new lineup, didn't really pan out during the first game. Valkyrie, they showed a lot of promise, especially in their agent comps, that sort of was bridging the gap between local and regional play, which was something we took note of. However, it seems like in terms of the micro decision making, it's just that Empire had an upper hand in terms of that. But in terms of on the macro scale of things, both teams really knew what they wanted to do. It's just that Empire won on those little decisions that matter the most.
Yeah, I definitely agree there. And going back to your point about bridging that gap, I love seeing Sky as an agent used more now in the Philippine tournaments.
Yeah.
She has so much potential as an agent, and there's so much that you can get from her kit. I just hope that teams will understand how to utilize her better, not just for intel, because of course, the flashes and the trailblazer, but also for safe aggression. Because I find that the Philippines really shines with the aggressive plays, but it's the discipline that's lacking in so many teams.
100%.
I'm gonna echo your statement right there, Viminal. The saltiness, or in Filipino terms, the asim, is something that we really can't shake. It just happens to be one of the things that define not just the Philippine way of playing, but also the ASEAN way of playing. Why do you think that is? Why are we like this, Viminal?
I don't know, man. I mean, it extends to other titles as well. It's just so much passion in the region, I guess. But it's a very tough question to answer. It's just what we're used to playing.
I mean, there's I think a way that you can hone this or like harness this power, because there's a lot of teams that are like this. I mean, I think if you take this way of playing and then you elevate it to the maximum level, then you get like FaZe. Then you get FaZe Clan with like Smeaging, and that's basically how it is. That might be something the Philippines could explore. What do you think, Ling? Should we just, as a country, just keep playing ultra aggressive and just have that defined as their playstyle, because countries and regions, they have their own playstyles. Maybe this is something that we can embrace.
You're basically right about different regions or countries having their own playstyle that they're known for. But I do hope that here in our country that they would definitely add a few more layers in terms of like both on your attacking and of course on towards the defending. Yes, there's aggression is good, but at the same time, there really has to be some point of moderation to it. And with that being said, I really want to see rather more structure. It's not just you dry picking on sides, but us rather the players themselves, the duels being able to shine by having that extra padding that would not even cost so much after taking on those duels, which are not supposed to be worth it on their end.
I love seeing different styles of play. You look at Korea and sort of like Bren, how maybe they play very disciplined, very structured, very set play and execution heavy. And then you look at NA, who runs around and shoots people with some structure. And then there's EU that just does EU things. And then, there's Brazil. I'm not even going to touch on that. But, everybody has their own playstyle that I think we can sort of find our own identity in the region. But for now, it seems a little bit scattered. Like every team has their own inspiration. Every team is drawing from a different well. And I think that's what we're starting to see today. Which is why some teams are better against others, while they might lose to equally strong teams. And I feel like the identity of Filipino Valorant still has a long way to go before we say, okay, this is how we play the game.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. I just feel that the Philippine Valorant scene, they shouldn't be scared to challenge the norms. And I love that when we came to stage 2, when we're coming into stage 2 with all of these teams, some we're seeing again, some that are debuting with their lineups, but it's great to see that they've challenged their own system, to say that we're good at this and we want to do this, so let's try it out. And they've done it and they're doing it well. And a lot of these games being close games are just telling of how much the Philippine scene is improving.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely on the upswing. Sorry to cut you off there, but yeah, it's a very interesting conversation that you guys opened up here, because in many ways it sort of goes back to Filipino culture in general, in which we are a melting pot of cultures and we're so influenced by the West. We're also influenced by surrounding Asian nations. So that kind of reflects in our playstyle, in which we're sort of in an identity crisis, that it's just that we're borrowing from so many different styles.
Different styles, but one thing that completely stood out is you mentioned a while ago about duelists, and this is where we actually see Asian teams, particularly in the Philippines, like having these choice of agents where it actually matters. Teams are putting a lot more value to agent kits, particularly their duelists, that could put more use in terms of zoning out positions of the map. And this is where we're actually going to be seeing Raze being able to shine. You'd see a lot of offensive abilities on her, which is kind of weighs her a lot more over than Jet. Jet being known for her ability to create space, but the same thing could be applied on Raze, but with a better, with rather better sense in terms of what she could be more.
Yeah. I'm excited to see all the different play styles here. Maybe we could be like, you find the best duelist from I don't know, the Philippines or Southeast Asia, the best utility players from Korea, stuff like that, the best operas in EU, and maybe we'll find out where our meta truly helps us grow. But speaking of growing, a team that has grown a lot, the Pirates, they faced off against Kadiliman, a team that wanted to so desperately break through this mold of them being identified as a stream team, but unfortunately took a loss against the very solid-looking Pirates, 6045 Pirates here. What went on in this match? Linginal. Ling and then I guess Viminal.
Okay.
What do you guys think went on here? What happened? Pirates, they just looked so dominant against KDM, who were strong aim-wise, but didn't really have much on top of that.
Well, the parents being known for having a mechanically gifted player, which is Fireside, which I would not even discount how much of a fact that he completely shined in the entire series, putting out to the 2-0 standing. And yes, he's great on his own, but imagine how easily that could be countered out in terms of them facing an or rather a team that could play out their utilities a lot better compared to how Kadiliman did. They're playing to Pirates' element, which is going on for aim duels, and they have basically baited themselves out to force out those engagement. And this is where we actually see them not exactly in their best suit, in their best form. Because if you're going to be talking about aim duels, I would definitely say Pirates is definitely known for that. It's not worth it. It's not wise to them to take on to their element.
100% agree. Kadiliman played into Pirates game yesterday and they got served big time. Fire Sergeant absolutely popping off, as well as the rest of the Pirates squadron. And honestly, a lot of us were expecting Kadiliman to do much better than that. You know, the momentum was on their side. They came off a really hot game against OG in which they won unexpectedly. So we were kind of thinking, or perhaps believing into the fact that Kadaliman has grown stronger to the point that they can be able to play other styles rather than just relying on pure aim duels. But that clearly was not the case, and Pirates was able to exploit that during yesterday's series.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree 100% here. Trix, you look like you have something to say about this. What was your impression?
I really like how I'm seeing a lot more teams play aggressively on the defender side, and Pirates really did that, especially on Ascent. You saw Fire Cyanogen just pushing out on B main. But I think with Kadaliman, I felt that because they were a streamer team, they wanted to play a little safer than they usually do, and I feel like that didn't help them. Because I see that Kadaliman has so many strengths, but I feel that they restrained themselves and they definitely held themselves back rather than saying, okay, I want to take this duel, so help me take this duel because I think I can win it. You know, and with that kind of attitude and confidence, I felt Kadaliman definitely could have done better. But, Pirates with that Fire Cyanogen just really dominating the map control.
Yeah, definitely showing a lot of strength, but unfortunately that strength led to naught as the Pirates took a victory and they're going into the semifinals tomorrow. What a great performance from the 6045 Pirates, who are now plundering their way into the semis, getting closer and closer to the grand finals. But we'll talk about the stats that we're seeing currently. Pirates, what a close game that we saw yet again. Another one that almost went the extra mile. We almost went to game number 3, but it seems like Pirates had the final touches, the finesse that was required rather, to finish off these matches in style. What do you think that X factor was? I'll ask you, Viminal. What do you think it was that really truly separated them from Kadaliman?
Yeah, I mean, you can clearly see that they did their homework, especially how they control the map here in this Icebox game. You see Nico on that Sky, Kira on that Viper, and then compared to Kadiliman, which is pretty much more of a conventional lineup that we're used to seeing pretty much on the ladder as well. So you can tell that Pirates really did their homework on what strategies are most effective on Icebox. And during the first half of this game, they built up such a huge lead that while Kadaliman was able to come back during the second half, the damage was done. It was just too insurmountable of a lead for them to be able to come back. There was too little room for error in the end.
Yeah, we just took a quick look right there. Pirates, they had a very, very good idea of how to handle Kadiliman. The execution was just flawless as well, but we still have a lot of other matches to talk about. Now, before we wrap this part up, I'm going to ask you, Ling, real quick. I'm going to go to you. What was that finesse? What was that final touch that Pirates, what was the edge that they had over Kadiliman?
Well, one downside rather that I see for Kadaliman and what actually happened that Pirates exploited on is that they definitely saw a lot of individualistic plays that could have been something more. Trix mentioned a while ago that trading could definitely help, but this where actually see Pirates having this set of pace that Kadaliman just wasn't comfortable catching up to, and that's what actually went down.
Yeah, agree with you. And I really think that 6045 Pirates, they can go the extra mile. They can get to the
Yeah.
grand finals if they can keep this play style up, if they can keep that consistency up, and if Fireside Agent keeps hitting his shots. But enough about them for now. Let's talk about the journey, where exactly we are in this current meta, and not the meta, excuse me, this current tournament. Day number 2 is where we are at. Here's the bracket. As we just saw 3 teams getting knocked out, 3 more teams will be gone by the end of this day. But we're starting off with Bren versus Empire. That's the first one. And the way they ended up there was Bren happening in a 2-1 versus Atlas, Empire in a 2-1 versus Walcore. Also had Pirates go 2-0 against Kadiliman, but this is where the real action starts. Now, Bren versus Empire, that could be a straightforward map. Let's not beat around the bush here. It could be a 2-0 that's looking likely, but we were proved very, very wrong about this yesterday. We could see an upset. But what about this next one? Hashira GXR. That's definitely going to be something to look out for. I won't linger on that too long. I'm just going to tease you guys a bit because we do have to get into the actual match very soon. But for the meantime, I want to talk to you guys, the viewers at home. We got something very special for you. We are giving away 1,500 plus worth of Valorant points. And in order for you to do that, in order for you to be the lucky winners, it's very, very easy. Follow these instructions right down below. 1 to 4, like and follow the PPGL Facebook page, like and share the stream with a caption of the team that you are rooting for. Use the hashtags, and we'll be selecting 10 winners at the very end of the day to win 1,500 plus Valorant points. We will be announcing the winners at the end of the stream, so you gotta stay all the way to the end. But if you ask me, hey, Illustrado, where can I watch the streams? Well, we've got you covered on that too. English, Filipino, we got it. So if you want to watch on Facebook, that's going to be the Filipino stream on facebook.com/ppglgg, or that's bit.ly/ppgl-yt. English happens here on twitch.tv/ppgl_VCTPH or bit.ly/ppglyt. All, and I repeat this, all of the panel sessions are strictly in English, and they're going to be happening on both. Ooh, lunch coming up right there. Both panel discussions will be happening in English, so make sure you tune in there. But that's enough of that right now. We're going to be wrapping up that pre-show. That was the updraft here. We're continuing now with day number 2 and the matchup that we've all been waiting for. Hashira, GXR. A team like GXR, let's start with them for the meantime. An incredibly strong team. Archangel is who they used to be. They brought in a few players, reformed with members, the stars of Dreamfire, looking to coagulate and just become a dominant force in the scene with this lineup right now. I'm going to start with you, Tricks, on this one. Ching, Eman, Georgie, you got Carl and Johan. Also have Blast here. What do you think of this lineup? What are they bringing to the table?
I think Georgie and Eman definitely noted from Dreamfire because of their amazing firepower and confidence to just take the duels. The confidence that the two players had in Dreamfire, and I mentioned this before, although great, lacked discipline and polish. So I'm excited to see how they will perform today and if they will actually blend with these 3 Archangel players. And formidable players at that, Ching especially on that jet. I hope to see them bring the best out of their new teammates, but I'm wondering also what kind of new insight Georgie and Eman will bring to these, old school decorated Archangel players.
Yeah, with Viminal, I'm going to straight up ask you right here. They got 5 aimers. They got 5 heavy aimers on their team. Do you think this is a hindrance? Do you think this will stop them performing well? Or do you think this is a benefit?
That was the first thing that came to my mind. I was sort of debating within myself, like, okay, you got 5 hot shots on this team. How are they going to mesh well together? But when you dig deeper into this lineup, you got a mix of players with a lot of experience. You got a mix of players who are new to the scene. And I think they're going to balance each other out and sort of create this really cool chemistry that we're not used to seeing in the local scene. So I'm really looking forward to see how they grow together. It could be in a bit of a toss-up, I'd say.
Definitely. I think it's very 50-50. I'm excited to see what they got. You got really strong players and some veterans as well. Maybe this will be the perfect blend. But speaking of other teams, we have to bring up Hashira now. and obviously a team that is very near and dear to my heart. I'm very excited to see them coming up here perform up against GXR. We got the lineup right now, the six-man lineup: Hatred, Envy, Jeremy, Rabbit, 2766. Of course, we have Amix, who is the sixth man. He's not on the screen right now, but he's definitely there. He will be playing, not necessarily as just the sixth man, but more of a player that that Hashira subs in every now and then. Ling, I'll go to you. I'm going to ask you about Hashira. How are you feeling about this roster? What are your thoughts on them going into GXR?
Well, straight up looking at their lineup right now, I would definitely see that there's a lot of possibilities, rather raw talent and a lot of creativity being drawn out here, especially when they have the proper guidance to actually lead them to this victory. Might have to say they have every chance that they could take. Every chance that they could take to take everyone out of the opposing team. And with that being said, with the statistics that shown on the run in the qualifiers, you'd see them evolve a lot better because I might have to say that attacking side postplans were not exactly in the strongest suit, but looking at how the run went, might have to say they definitely did improve on that a lot.
Yeah, I think that also when it comes to Hashira, I've talked about this before. They have so much potential, and also because I consider them to be the newer players, like younger bloods, and I think because of that, there's so much potential there for them to create whatever they want with the team and to dictate how they want the team to grow. So, as Ling mentioned, with the right kind of guidance and the right kind of environment for those kinds of young players, it could make them the best players.
I agree. There's so much potential on this roster. It's a bit of a mix between veterans and the young kids, the young guns on the block now. But let's take a closer look, zone into the two people that will step up and face off at noon. 11 steps until we duel. The head-to-head is now coming up here. Two players. We're looking at Rabbit and Johan. If I'm not mistaken, the two IGLs of both squads here. Both of them play Omen. And, Rabbit, not as strong in terms of the ACS right now, but that's because we know for a fact that he's hard shot calling every single game, but has been stepping up, has been performing a lot better in the previous weeks. Mind you, these are notes from the previous run on Valorant Challenger, so these might be, take these stats with a grain of salt.
I definitely think it's a little rare, in my opinion, to see two Omen players as the MVPs. But I guess just to be able to say that how much they control the map and how they're really able to frag and possibly clutch for their teammates with the smokes and the paranoias and all of that.
Yeah. Veminal, what are your thoughts on this? It's going to be a tough match, I think, for both of these squads.
Oh, yeah.
A testing ground for GXR and another hurdle to overcome for Hashira to push their limits. What's going on in these players' minds?
I don't know. It's going to be pretty hard to tell because I think this is going to be one of the closest series that we're ever going to come across this entire weekend. And if those stats were telling of anything, you can see how close those stats were to each other. But then again, Rabbit could be focusing on those shot calls. It's going to be a bit of a challenge to keep fragging out as well. Johan being a solid backbone for his team. I think they're just going to stick to what they know, to what they do best, and hopefully they don't experiment on anything new too much.
Yeah, I definitely think it's going to be a close one. Before we go into any more, though, we have to find out where our Coliseum will be. These gladiators will be fighting in this blood feud, duel to the death here. It's going to be first starting in the very first matchup here today in the quarterfinals on Bind, followed by Haven, followed by Split. So the pick right now, Bind picked by GXR, Haven picked by Hashira, and the decider will be on Split. Ling, what are your thoughts on these picks right now? I'm very interested to see what you think about how this draft went.
Well, I'm just a bit surprised how Icebox is no longer like one of like the staple, rather the standard picks coming out from the teams, because compared to day one, it has been very eminent that a lot of teams quite favor and testing out their new strats against the local scene. And with that being seen on towards their map picks, Bind pretty much standard and as expected for GXR, a team that is known for being quite efficient in their aim themselves. I want to see them like apply a lot more elements, especially when they have this huge role swaps in their roster.
I'm excited to see this kind of map pick actually. We've seen Icebox come up a lot in Ascent, but to see Bind, Haven, and Split, I feel going back to like OG picks, it's nice to see that.
Well, it's time to delay no longer. We're just about to get ready and go into the game itself. But before we do that, it's time. I gotta ask you guys, start with you, Trix, predictions on this match.
2-1 for GXR.
All right, I'm gonna go next, guys. Now, mind you, this is a really tough decision. A lot of firepower on one side, a lot of firepower on the other. But when it comes down to it, I think that Hashira has a slight edge in terms of creativity. So I'm gonna go 2-1 in favor of HSR.
Well, for my decision, I guess it's gonna be a 2-0, just to make things spicier and I'd actually say enable Hashira players. I really do hope the series do come out to that, and yeah, reliable
Wait, 2-0
teams, reliable-
Hashira or who?
or 2-0 GXR. I mean, yeah.
Okay, all right. 2-0 for 2-0 GXR for Ling. I'm just gonna say, I think it has to be a 2-0 for Hashira,
No.
just because this is the way the cookie crumbles, man. And honestly, a lot of the plays that have been apparently meretricious for the side of Hashira look to have more value and substance nowadays. But I shan't dilly-dally any longer. I'm going to stay on this panel no more, as I have to leave it all up to the hands of the very capable casters. Whether you're in English or Filipino, we got you covered. So casters, what you got?
Salamat sa ating mga panelists at welcome sa Valorant Challengers Philippines Stage 2 presented by PPGL. Day 2 na nga tayo, guys, at alam kong sobrang excited na kayong lahat. Pero bago magsimula, papakilala muna kami ang inyong mga shoutcasters para sa ating unang laro. My name is Taylor at kasama ko naman ang napakagandang si Ray Ray. What's up, Ray Ray? Kamusta ka naman?
Thank you, Taylor, sa pagsabing maganda ako. Ikaw, alam ko, ikaw maganda ka na, pogi ka pa. So, 2-in-1 para sa'yo.
Parang kape lang.
Kakakape lang namin. Kaya sobrang ligalig kahit hapon na. So, good afternoon sa inyo. Pero, balik lang natin yung mga sinabi nga ng panelists kanina na excited sila para sa laban ngayon sa last match para sa ating quarterfinals. It's gonna be Galaxy Racer versus Hashira. Very complicated, di ba? Alam natin, ito yung matchup na very complicated kasi even though new team si Galaxy Racer, para kang merong all-star draft sa kanilang team.
All-star. Kumbaga sa NBA, ito yung all-star. Yung East and West pinagsabay, pinagsama sila. Basically, ito na yon. At lahat kami, super hirap mag-predict kung sino yung mananalo dito. In the first, let's talk about the teams quickly, no? In the first thought that went into my mind is that Galaxy Racer, bagong team to, kaka-form lang nito. Kung napapansin nyo, yung mga players natin, andyan yung 3 members from Archangel. So magkakasama na yan, matagal na. So alam na nila yung chemistry. Kaso nga lang, yung tanong is, paano nila gagawin na yung dalawa pa nilang kasama, which is si Georgie at si Eman, na magka-team din dati, pagsasamahin natin ng isang team lang silang lahat. Paano to gagana for the side of GXR? All-star team to, but do they have the chemistry? On the side of Hashira naman, anong meron dyan, Ray?
We've seen Hashira for a long time. Ever since January, lahat tayo pinag-uusapan na ito na yung comeback ng Hashira. Best lineup so far sa kanila. And now that they have the new they had that 6-man playing in for them, and of course kanilang lineup na nag-comeback ever since January. I'm sure mas nag-solidify na ang Hashira. Plus, they have the bootcamp advantage din. So, this time, there's no reason para sa kanila na, I think, to have that, a semen in that case, yung term. So, for me, yun talaga yung meron ngayon si Hashira against GXR. The mas solidified, mas okay ang place nila ngayon. And I'm sure yung mga naging past mistakes nila nung stage 1 ay may i-apply na nila. Kasi ang problema nga nila, di ba, yung nagiging post plants nila parati.
May bootcamp na sila, guys, di ba? So, malaking difference yun. Hindi, sa totoo lang, no? Malaking difference yung may bootcamp and sama-sama silang maglalaro in one place, mas mabilis yung communication, at the same time, yung energy level ng isa't isa, mas mararamdaman talaga nila na nasa loob sila ng kompetisyon. But right now, guys, we are going into our first game of the day. This is, again, Stage 2, Week 1, Day number 2, GXR or Galaxy Racer versus Hashira. If you just check it out, Carl will be actually playing around para sa ating Sova, of course, normal, usual lang naman na nakikita natin. Johan on that Yeoman, yung tinatawag natin, no?
Yeoman.
Georgie on the duelist para sa ating Jet, and Eman, the Mr. Showstopper, onto that race. Hindi pa rin nagbabago. And Blast is actually playing.
Okay, may napansin ako, wala si Ching right now. But then, Jeremy na ako nasaktuan si Georgie and si Carl before even setting up that good lineup sana ng ni Carla for that recon bolt. Ngayon na nabawasan sila kagad with that aggressiveness ni Jeremy na who picked Raze right now. Pero
Interesting, no? Wala nga si Ching.
Diba?
So, si Georgie yung Jet natin na para sa araw na ito, are we gonna, wondering kung makikita ba natin siya on the second game. But this time around, ito yung lineup ng GXR on Hashira side. Si Amix, alam ko, 6-man nila ngayon. And probably, we're gonna see him on the second game or something like that. I think he's gonna be playing on this tournament. But let's focus on this game first. Itong mga players muna natin. This is a 5 versus 3 situation on a pistol round. They're all walking carefully papunta sa ating mga sides. Dark cover, nilabas na, and alam nila na may tao sa bats. So Jeremy will just pop off that pain shells. Baka sakaling may matamaan, but Jeremy getting another kill onto the side of Hashira. They get the first round on this. The pistol round, a flawless round para sa kanila. Wala man lang namatay kahit isa.
And that adds up a lot of money sa kamay ng Hashira, especially hindi pa nakapag-plant ng spike ang GXR. But looking naman sa agents na meron ng Hashira, Rabbit of course with the Omen, Envy, expected natin magsa-cypher siya, Hatred with the Sage, Jeremy of course with the Raze, although nakikita natin siya usually with the Jet, and 2766 with Sova. So it's pretty much of the lineup talaga na nakikita natin with Hashira here sa bind. But then isa lang ang duelist nila versus the 2 duelist setup na meron ang GXR. Pero mas maganda yun, Georgie and Eman as the duelist. Very confident naman talaga sila sa kanilang magiging shots. Pero nawala si Ching. This is really quite unusual and a big adjustment sa GXR. And
sabi nga nila, Ray, no, na ibalik nyo na yung kuryente ni Ching. Balik nyo na yung, beral ko baka naman. Parang gano'n na nga yung usapan. But this time around, focus muna tayo sa mga players na talagang naglalaro for our first game. This is a fourth round, of course, para sa side ng Hashira. Bumili na sila ng mga Spectre nila at binili na nila yung mga baril na yan. And right now, sinabayan na nga nila yung pagkabasag ng wall ni Hatred dito, but he gets one already. Johan is out. And that recon bolt is not gonna detect anyone. And Georgie, on the other hand, with that pistol, he gets one. But the trade mula kay Rabbit, andyan din naman. 4 versus 2 situation na lang. Agad-agad. Hindi na nakagalaw si Eman. And they all go down in the hands of Hashira. The clean 2-0.
A great start to from Hashira. But then, I think GXR, kailangan lang nila I think di pa sila nagigising. Parang slow pace yung game nila, kind of very careful. Hindi ko alam kung bakit, pero I'm still looking forward to what they will show us on the next rounds to go. But then Hashira, sabi ko nga, sobrang kailangan nila talaga mag-i-give ng mga points as much as possible. Since ang nagiging problema talaga as yung post-plant nga nila pag nasa attacking side sila here sa bind mismo, di ba? We've seen that. And right now, we'll just be having a short tactical pause. So sa mga nandyan, guys, don't forget to check out the pinned comment.
Para makasali kayo sa giveaway, no? And that's 1,650 Valorant points kung di ako nagkakamali. Para makasali kayo, silipin nyo lang yung pin comment natin. Madali lang yan. Actually, parang i-share mo lang yung stream, ilalike mo lang yung stream, tapos ilalike mo yung PPGL Facebook page. Tapos dun sa pag-share mo ng stream, gagamitin mo lang yung hashtag. Saka kung sino yung team na sinusuportahan mo, ganun lang kadali. But just a quick information for you guys, itong mapa natin, this is the first map ulit. And pinili ito ng GXR, no, ng Galaxy Racer. So, as far as I can say, of course, expectations versus reality. Yung expectations natin, guys, is GXR picking this map. That just means na komportable sila sa mapa na to. And we are onto that. We're gonna see kung saan makakarating ang GXR. Of course, this is the first 2 rounds that we had. First 2 rounds pa lang to. And clearly, kapag nakuha mo yung pistol round, mas may advantage ka dahil makakabili ka ng Spectre. Pero lahat, yung magsiset ng tone sa buong match na ito is probably this round that we have right now dahil magiging buy round na to. So, Johan, I guess, this is a technical pause right now for you guys and inaayos lang ng mga players natin habang maaga pa, di ba? Habang maaga pa. Ayusin na natin. So, binabati natin pala lahat ng mga nanonood sa PPGL page natin at lahat din ng nanonood sa YouTube kasi nasa YouTube din naman yung ating live stream eh. And aside from that, gusto ko lang din ipaalala na kung prefer nyo naman yung English broadcast natin, meron din tayo sa Twitch guys at sa YouTube din. Naka-live din. Andun sina Mr. Dax, sina Mr. Asurai at yung ating si Mr. Black and Blue. So kung gusto nyong manood din doon, okay lang naman din. Pero dito, Tagalog tayo, Ray.
Oh, Tagalog. Hashtag makabayan.
Hashtag panatang makabayan. Iniibig ko ang Pilipinas.
Ay, memorize mo pa yung Taylor. Ako
Hindi,
parang
yun lang. First line lang. Tapos
Pero
nakalimutan
pwede ba
ko
yung
na.
may isa pa eh, bukod sa panatang makabayan, may isa
Hindi
pa
ko na alam yun.
Nakamutan ko na yun.
Half kasi ako eh. Half Filipino lang ako. Kaya hanggang doon lang. Sa unang sentence lang ako.
Exempted ka sa ganun. Ako,
Hindi ako exempted sa ganon. Lumaki po ako sa Pilipinas, kaya nga po, napakalalim. Kung magtagalog, mas Englishero pa nga si Vil sa akin, sa totoo lang eh.
Oo, si Vil talaga, ano eh, no? Feel ko si
Oo.
Vil talaga yung may...
English po ko yun si Vil.
Oo, English po. Feel ko, lumaki talaga siya sa Britain eh. Si Vil.
Siya yung tunay na British,
Oo.
hindi ako, guys. Fake lang ako eh. Pansin nyo naman, di ba? I'm just a fake British person. But anyway, let's move forward into our third round. Buy round na to, Ray.
And, pero, ayan, akala ko hindi bumili yung GXR kanina, nag-aalangan. But then, speaking of, napakabilis. Taylor, in just a few seconds, Georgie actually took out kagad si Hatred. So, bawas na ngayon ang Hashira. And this can be a huge advantage kagad sa kamay ng GXR. Now, sabi ko sa inyo, bigay lang right now ang first 2 rounds. Siguro, sabi ng GXR, pero just some trades happened here. Pero 3-4 pa rin, underman pa rin kahit papano ang Hashira. And looks like GXR will take over B-side. Pero nga lang, saktong-sakto ngayon ang paranoia. Then, Yohan was able to take down na Jeremy. Dalawa na lang sa isa, pero Rabbit nakaisa pa nga. Napitas nila isa-isa actually. But then, good trades coming from Carl at Eman at GXR takes over the third round.
Nagkatapatan sina Yeoman kanina, no? Doon sa ating defender side spawn banda and hindi niya na-expect so napitas siya doon. But looking at it right now, ito yung sinasabi ko na possible momentum shift, especially doon sa third round natin kung saan makakabili na lahat ng players natin. And kung napansin nyo, doon sa side ng Hashira is bumili rin kanina sina Jeremy, yung mga namatay na players, nag-upgrade sila nung kanilang mga barrel, no? They bought the rifles, they bought the vandals. So if you look at their economy right now, of course, obviously, wala silang pera. Ito, sagad-sagad na to, kumbaga, para sa players ng Hashira. But as you look into it, nagiging aggressive dito si Hatred, no? The Battle Sage. Nag-teleport siya habang nag-aantay ng players na posibleng sumilip man sa team na to. And Envy with that camera, they just know kung nasaan nakaset up.
Pero looks like narinig ni Envy yung pag-boost at ni Georgie. Pero nga lang, di pa rin siya lumalabas hanggang ngayon. Kasi ang nakapag-depensa na kaagad ang GXR. But still, in-expect na ni Envy nakaboost si Georgie on that corner. So ngayon, he's just playing around elbow and he actually took out 2 kaagad. Grabe talaga yung elbow control ni Envy. Nakitang-kita na lahat actually ng mga nasa GXR. Now, kahit man nakapag-plant, gumamit na ng Neurotype kagad si Envy to identify kung nasaan ang natitirang members ng GXR. Now, Jeremy plays him out pero Blast still was able to spray out his Spectre pero that won't be possible as open na siya sa mata ni Envy. Now, Hashira with a good retake takes it with a 3-1 against GXR.
yung pinaka key pointers talaga doon sa round na yon is yung control na meron si Envy towards that elbow, no? Kung hindi niya nakuha yung mga kills na yon, naka 4K siya on that round. Kung hindi niya nakuha yung mga kills na yon, freely makakapasok yung mga players ng GXR. And medyo na-delay nga ng kaunti si Blast into just following up on those shots na nakuha ng GXR kanina. And as you saw it in your own eyes, guys, the firepower of Envy controlling that site. Kung ako yan, parang wag na lang muna akong magbe-B site. Nakakatakot yung mga traps tapos si Envy on point pa tumuto. Ooh, Jeremy with that judge being really aggressive. The satchel in play para lang makuha yung kill na yan against Johan. 5 versus 4 na agad.
Parati siya may nakuha sa bots usually. Pero ang ganda sana ng angulo on that heaven. Pero Georgie using his Blade Storm, he took out kagad ang isa. Pero nga lang, may mga trades lang na pangyayari. Pero GXR, pwede na lang makuha ito yung eco round. Pero Envy na, meron pa rin siyang, alam na niya kung saan magpa-plant rather. But then,
Gaya nga ng
sinabayan
ano,
kagad.
Gaya nga ng sabi mo, Ray, no? This is actually an eco round para sa side ng GXR. So, it's essential that Hashira could actually take this round. Pero nakuha o nahuli si Envy. Pero nandito ang mga tropa pips ng Hashira para iligtas sa pagka-detain si Envy. He's now free and now trying to get some kills. Carl right there, he goes down. Hindi pa nga nila napitas si 2766.
At 11 HP and sayang yung lockdown doon actually. Pero siguro nag-lockdown na sila kasi inisip nila kaya pa nila yun eh. With the 2v3 may na-detain pa. Pero with that detain, Taylor, actually naging opportunity pa yun para sa Hashira. Binate nila in short.
Oo.
Si Envy, di na siya nakagalaw at all.
Para sa mga viewers natin na nagtatanong kung sino ba o kaninong map pick to, again, this is a map pick of GXR or Galaxy Racer. Kaya sila yung ngayon ay nasa attacker side, no? And later on, of course, we're gonna have another map which is Haven na pinili naman ng Hashira. But going back to the game, Ray.
Going back tayo sa game. Sa mga nanonood pa lang dyan, hello sa inyo. Pero nga lang, looks like maganda na yung naging information na meron ang GXR right now towards Kabi. So, binabatuhan nila lahat ng utilities si Hatred. And looks like nakuha na siya kagad with the shock dart. Now, bawas na naman ang Hashira ngayon, but still, with Envy's elbow control, kailangan nilang i-pick out siya kagad or else magiging dangerous to sa kamay ng Galaxy Racer. Pero right now, holding on lang ang mga taga-Hashira. Pero looks like Georgie, alam na niya na merong behind Shub. At alam na rin ni 2766 that he's just at the garden waiting. And speaking of, very predictable ang pag-pick ni Georgie doon. Kaya na makakapag-igip pa tayo ngayon ng Hunter's Fury para naman sa kamay kagad ni Carl. And he actually took out 2766. Now, 3v4 na rin tayo ngayon kahit nakaltasan si Georgie. At least makakapag-plant na ngayon si Eman and they will just be waiting out in the open here in Bilong. Ngayon, natuto na sila sa kanilang mistake sa elbows. Oh, look at that smoke, Taylor. Di na makalabas si Envy at all.
Jeremy, satchel lang para walang umadvance papunta sa kanya. He kinda knows na meron lang siyang pinipressure na lumabas dito pero kaliwat kanan yung mga players natin. Johan gets 2 kills onto that and elbow control mula kay Envy pero Johan just tags him along and that's a 3K for him. The key pointer here is isa sa mga bagay na nangyari kanina is sumilip actually si Georgie, no? Nasaktuhan lang na magpaparanoia rin sana si Johan. So kung sakali man na nasabayan niya yung paranoia na yon, it was possible na hindi siya mapapatay kasi nga obviously bulag yung kalaban, no? But anyway, with that, Georgie needs to Johan actually dropped him some guns. But looking at the scoreboard, as you can see, evenly distributed pa so far, but Eman is lagging behind when it comes to the frags that we have right here.
Pero at least, ang ginagawa naman ni Eman on the other side, he was able to plant the spike ng walang hesitation. Pero looks like Jeremy talaga with that aggressiveness being taken down kagad ni Georgie as he goes on to where Georgie is. Pero ngayon, 3 sa 4, eco round or half pipe para sa Hashira. Pero Johan was able to Invi, saan ka tumitingin, tropa pips? Pero nga lang, in-expect na ni 2766 na titingin siya at spawn. Now, 2v3, meron pa rin ngayon mga sheriffs ang mga taga-Hashira. Now, expect niya na magpa-plan sila. Nakakuha na ngayon ng Vandal si 2766. Uses his shock dart, might take out anyone. Nakalahati na nga na kagad ang isang taga-Hashira. And we only have
Oh my
Hatred
God.
using his backing.
Naaalala ko na si Hatred Ray. Naaalala ko na kung ano yung mga pinaggagawa niya sa buhay niya nung time na naglalaro siya from the last games that we had here in VCT. Literally, yung Baki, yun talaga yung ginagamit niya. But look at this, we have the wall actually para lang maiwasan na makapag-push itong mga players ng GXR o kaya makakuha ng post-plant. That slow is gonna help a lot for the side of Hashira securing that kills on that Baki. A thrifty round, an eco round mula sa Hashira, and they managed to get this one. Kanina nung previous round natin, obviously, Hatred, namatay siya agad doon. Wala siyang takas eh. Nandun yung recon bolt doon sa may hookah. And winall off niya yun sana para hindi makapasok. Kaso nga lang, na-detect siya na nasa kaliwa siya. So, sinalo niya lahat, no? This time round, sa round na ito, malaki yung naambag niya para sa team.
Definitely, napakalaki nung nangyari din on that part. And also, kitang-kita Taylor, kung gaano kakalmado si Hatred. Di niya siya naging thirst, nag-revive siya, was very smart of him to do that. Meron pa siyang
Binigay niya pa yung baril niya.
Oo, diba?
Oh, alagang
Tinalay,
Hatred. Hashtag, alagang Hatred.
Spike
Jeremy
na
picking off one.
Go ahead, Taylor. Ayan, last na pick off kagad siya. Nakabili na pala kagad ng operator here si Jeremy because of that retake coming from them earlier. Pero nga lang Georgie ngayon, he will be pushing on towards A side. Kokontrol na din niya ang lamps para may mapitas pa siyang isa. Now he already goes with a good right click. Natamaan pa nga si 2766. Now we're down to a 3v3. At ngayon, Georgie spotted na rin kagad si Envy, or rather Jeremy,
My
sees him
God.
out. Pwede ba ito maging ace? Hindi na papayagan ni Envy. Nakapag-Eurotef patuloy. Ma-identify na naman kung nasaan ang mga natitirang miyembro ng GXR. Now, 2v2 tayo right now. And the location has been revealed also on their hands. Pero nakapunta kagad si Hatred towards U-Hall and isa na lang natitira.
Battle Sage is real, mga kaibigan. Hatred is just on point sa mga shots niya ngayon. And very threatening itong player na to, no? Knowing na kapag hindi siya nawawala sa mga rounds, sobrang laki nung nagiging advantage ng team ng Hashira. But that's a plant mula sa Mr. Showstopper natin na si Eman. Isang satchel na lang ang meron siya. Nakita niya na nandito si Envy, and that's the double peak mula sa side ng Hashira, claiming this round again for the team. This is now a 6-2 score. Kailangan makakuha ng ilang pang kahit 2 rounds ng GXR para kahit papano mahabol nila to. Now, Georgie, looking at this replay na napanood din natin kanina bago mag-replay, no, obviously, that kills para sa kanyang knives sa Blade Storm na yan. Ito hindi tumama, pero one shot onto the head, nabawi niya ulit yung kanyang Blade Storm.
Pero yung trade nga lang na nangyari kay Envy, nakapag-igib siya actually para sa Eurotef, so he was able to spot out ang last 2 remaining member ng Galaxy Racer, and nag-retake na lang sila with a 2v1 at Eman kasi naka-sheriff lang. So it was pretty well sa kamay ng Hashira earlier on, and alam niyo naman, napaka-importante ng information na manggagaling sa hashtag alaga rin ni Envy ang kanyang mga CCTV.
Kailangan nilang ma-pick off si Envy. Ang problema nga lang, si Envy, hindi talaga yung disiplina nandoon. Hindi talaga siya sumisilip. But look at this, Hatred actually nandito sa hookah towards lurking sa likod ng GXR right now. Pawala na yung smoke pero nilapagan ulit. But looking at this, nasa tube yung mga players natin. He's gonna go 1 for a 2 para kay Jeremy. The Showstopper connects pero napatay na ni Jeremy para tapusin ang round na ito. Eman with the 3K, Mr. Showstopper with the 3K, Jeremy with the 3K, labanan ng duelist. Alam naman natin yung lineup ngayon ng GXR na talagang lahat to fragger eh. Lahat sila fragger, pero on the side of Hashira, lahat din to fragger.
And at the same time, kita-kita mo yung mga trades na pangyayari, but then Hashira just really does their best ngayon on their defending side. Kita mo naman the discipline coming from Hashira, di ba? Versus the aggressiveness na meron ng Galaxy Racer with the aim duels na meron sila against Hashira. Pero at the same time, Eman, unti-unti na nagpa-pop off. They just need to wait for him to get that fire burning. Pero at the same time, looking at it, magko-commit na naman sila sa A side pero kailangan mag-pick off kagad ni Georgie so he can take up anyone. Now, Rabbit sees out kagad Eman.
Oh my God.
And he goes for a triple kill! What? Grabe, Rabbit with that angle spray! Pero nga lang, we're down to 2v3 pa rin.
Ako nagka-line up tong dalawang to. Nagharangan ang team ng GXR, Blast and Georgie. Magkadikit na magkadikit. Nahirapan makakita o makakuha ng tamang angle yung GXR on that round. Di nila alam, di sila makapag-decide. Magpa-plant ba tayo? Anong gagawin natin? Sisilipin ba muna natin to? A 2v2 situation na nakuha pa ng Hashira. I don't know what happened during that time. A miscom probably. Pero that wasn't supposed to happen.
And pero hindi nila in-expect that doon lang si Rabbit, tinitignan silang lahat. Tinitignan lang silang lahat ni Rabbit and with that spray took out kagad tatlo. Pumunti ka na nga ace ni Rabbit on that part pero nga lang 18 HP na siya so na-trade lang siya. But then nako po, GXR, they really need to set up so well para makapag-plant sila and it seems like it won't work sa A side. Parating silang nakukuha or napipick off kagad sa A side. Mas nag-work for them controlling B side. Once na nakuha kagad nila si Envy, makakapag-plant sila. But then, hinahayaan lang sila ng Hashira because Hashira is very sure that they are able to take them out once na nakapag-plant na sila.
Ooh, very aggressive on the side of Jeremy. Eman picking him off para sa trade na yan, but Hatred is also ready to take a frag off GXR right now. This is, again, a 4 versus 3 situation easily dahil sa unang kill na showstopper na yan. If you check on the minimap that we have right now, the setups of our Cypher on the side of Hashira, of Envy, is actually now on A side. The rotations naman para sa GXR, they wanna go towards A. Wala pa silang nakukuhang info. Kahit anong info on the side of Hashira, wala silang alam. And hindi nila alam na nakasetup ito sa A site. No? Nandiyan yung Sova, andyan pa yung Cypher, and we know kung gaano kalaking bagay or ganon ina-anchor ni Envy yung mga sites na tinitake niya.
And that just shows to us that really Envy, all I can say is a great key player for a Sentinel Cypher role talaga para sa Hashira. But then Johan already picks out 2766. Envy na lang nasa U-Haul at alam na rin nila. So they will be pushing again towards him. Pero ina-expect na siya that he will be coming out of that cage. Now, isa na lang natitira para sa GXR. Great way for them to start and have this good comeback. Pero namin nakaltas na si Hatred ngayon. He can go for a revive. And speaking of 2766 na kanyang ni-revive, pero nga lang time is ticking para sa kamay ngayon na Hashira.
Mahaba-haba pa to actually. No? May oras pa para sa mga players pero kailangan nilang bilasan. Obviously, the Recon Bolt is their. Hatred. Nakapitas pa nga ng isa pa. 2766 going for it. The trades! Oh my God! The combination of Hatred and 2766. Switch and bait. Bait and switch.
Time. Hatred. So far, kapag nag-ultimate, pag nagre-revive siya, Taylor, they are able to retake talaga against the GXR. And look at that pick-off, diba? Even if kitang-kita mo naman, sinimulan ni Jeremy, nakakaltas siya, pero na-trade lang siya ni Emad for GXR on that plant itself sa retake na yon. Hatred ulit, very disciplined, chose to revive his teammate first, which is 2766 to get that good information, and may na-shock dart pa nga on that corner. Very well executed talaga for Hashira. This is something na I've seen them greatly improve their plays talaga so well.
Definitely true, but look at this. Rabbit, the in-game leader of Team Hashira, picking off Georgie, the duelist on the side naman of GXR. They're just really ready for the trades coming in. And ito yung factor kung bakit nahihirapan yung GXR right now. And they are very on point. But look at that, 2766 gets a kill, but Yeoman is ready for that. Nakapag TP pa nga towards heaven, he gets another one. 3K for him on this round. Hatred goes down. This is a big factor para sa side ng Hashira. And still, Envy manages to get that kill. Blast na lang ang naiiwan versus Envy. Labanan ng Sentinel, mga kaibigan. May traps pa ba? Meron pang turret na natira. And looking into lamps, nandoon lang nag-aantay.
Pero does he know? Merong line-up. Oh no, bawas na bawas ngayon si Envy now at 9 HP. Will he still be able to... Very
Pinuloy.
smart for
Pinilit niya na lang. Dinasalan ng konti ni Envy.
Envy, ni-risk out na lang niya dahil wala siya ka-info kung nasaan si Blast. Pero that was wise of Blast to use. Isang nanoswarm muna para sa kabila. Sa kanan naman, gagamitin ko ulit. So, very wise talaga for him to do that. And Blast, really, nandito na siya sa GXR and I'm seeing him do so great para sa kanyang team. Lalo na ngayon, he's working well together with the teammates. I'm really quite impressed. Pero still, leading pa rin ang Hashira with 9. Pero ngayon na nagpalit na tayo ng sides, let's see if how will Hashira work already, Taylor, sa kanilang post plans.
This time around, GXR na, no? Yung nasa sa defenders natin. Maybe this could change things para sa side nila at makabawi sila. Importante itong first round natin on this pistol dahil imagine if nakuha nila yung pistol round, of course they're gonna have the advantage na makabili ng Spectre onto the second. And kung Hashira ang makakuha niyan, that's gonna be like an easy 11 rounds for them.
And look at the tower of defense na meron ngayon si Blast. Took out 2 kagad na nag-entry coming from Hashira. And they definitely finished them out with that quick pistol round. And di pa nakapag-plant ang Hashira. Now, this is a great start sa GXR on their defending side. And dito na sila tatagal para makuha pa na lang rounds to go against Hashira. But then, remember, first start pa lang to sa second half. Di pa rin nagpo-full buy at all ang Hashira. So, kailangan pa rin maging careful ng GXR dahil meron pa silang 5 rounds na advantage ang Hashira over them.
9-4, a big gap. That's 5 rounds to follow. Kailangan pa nilang habulin yung 5 rounds na yan. Wala nang paraan para magkaroon ng pagkakamali sa mga susunod na rounds para sa side ng Galaxy Racer. Nilabas ni Carl yung kanyang owl drone just to check, and Jeremy, walang pakialam, basta kukunin ko yung orb. Tapos magti-TP out kami, lipat tayo ng A-site, sabay-sabay tayo. And they are planning to do so. This is again the pistol round, so this is gonna be really, really fast for the side of Hashira. And if you saw, 2 orb agad yung nakuha ni Jeremy doon.
I think that was their utmost priority, Taylor. Kumuha muna ng mga kanika nilang mga orbs, and if makuha man nila yung this round, it's fine. Pero seems like it was really hard. Pero nga lang, a 2v1 situation, 2766, at alam na rin na nasa shower lang siya. Now, meron na din alam na meron sa corner lang, so he needs to work slowly para dito. Pero nga lang, playing time lang ang mga taga-GXR. Kasi yun lang naman talaga ang kailangan nila gawin dito Play time. Pero nga lang, will they get that shot? Hindi nag-connect gano dahil masakit ang Spectre na yan. Now, Carl was able to take down 2766. And GXR, Taylor, this is already the slowly but surely pacing nila against Hashira.
Nag-iinit na si Carl eh. Umiinit na. Yung kape, kumbaga, nakapag-init na ng tubig. Magtitimpla na lang si Carl. Parang ganon. That's a 3K onto that round. And as we move forward to the next few rounds, I am actually expecting na GXR on the defending side, they're gonna do really well.
And kahit naka-dualist setup sila, it really incredibly works for them so well, lalo na pag yung mga utilities nila and also that smoke can actually give a upper hand para malito ang Hashira. But then the location has been revealed para kay Georgie, so kailangan niyang mag-back. Pero remember, this time nakabili na ang Hashira ng kanika nilang mga weapons that they have an advantage against GXR, but kailangan talaga nila ngayon mag-set up ng maayos. Kasi 3 aim duels ang kailangan nilang tapatan here at the B-site. And speaking of Georgie na nga, popping off, 2 nang nakaltas kagad sa kamay ng Hashira, but Rabbit was able to trick out Georgie. Kailangan na nila maging slowly but surely para dito. May dalawa pa na nagtatago sa tube and now Eman will be spraying up against him. Pero nga lang, wala pa rin pumapasok from Hashira dahil may dalawang nakatingin sa kanila coming from behind the tube.
Hashira's envy though, nandito sa A short at naglu-lurk lang for the side of Hashira. He gets a kill, Rabbit! Nakita niya yung siko ni Eman doon and just went for it. And he gets that kill, secures the site as well, and may wall pa si Hatred. Binabasag na nga ngayon ni Carl. Getting ready for that retake habang inaantay sina Yeoman at si Blast na makarotate sa CT or sa ating defender side. That recon bolt is not gonna see anyone. Envy goes down. The Rabbit on the other hand, the 4K Hatred to finish the round off. 10 rounds na nga ang meron ng Hashira. Tatlo na lang ang kailangan nila to win our first game. Again, this map is picked by GXR. They have to step up more doon sa mga play style o sa plays na ginagawa nila. Una sa lahat kanina, it was a good start already. Georgie, nakukuha niya na yung mga kills towards the side of Hashira. Nakadalawang kills na siya doon agad. So 2-1 trade-off na yon na nangyari kanina. But Rabbit is just right on point, especially doon sa part na nasilip niya yung siko ni Eman. Hindi man lang siya namatay ng lumalaban. Isipin mo.
Pero nga lang, Taylor, if nag-iinit na ang GXR, I think Hashira also has something to say. And speaking of, nakapangalawat pa nga si Rabbit and Jeremy follows up against Eman. Ngayon, with that hatred wall, makakapag-plant na sila freely. Pero
Titipi to. Manggugulo lang. Kuha mo na ng orb. Okay. Sabay tipi.
Ay, wala pa rin. Okay, pag-tipi na.
It's time. Nandito na si Envy as well, Ray. Andito na si Envy kanina pa. So, nag-aantay na lang siya talaga ng tropa. Bawat orb ng bawat site nakukuha ng Hashira. Ang bilis nilang mag-decide and itong decision-making nila ngayon, yung nagpapapanalo sa team na to.
But then, isa na lang natitira si Blas and lahat ay nakatutok lang sa kanya. At hinahayaan lang siya. Playing time lang ang Hashira, but Jeremy finishes him out with that classic or chef? O malabo lang mata ko? With that sheriff, if I'm not mistaken, and it's already 5-11. 2 rounds to go, and this will go down to the hands of Hashira. But then GXR still think there's still hope para sa team na to. Hanggat hindi pa nananalo ang Hashira, kayang-kaya pa bumawi ng GXR. They just need to just really be careful sa kanilang mga angles. Kasi yung Hashira talaga, they're using their utilities wisely para makapag-entry sila towards a certain side.
Ito literally, itong rounds na susunod, bawal nang magkamali yung GXR kung gusto nilang manalo. Blast tags 1. And this is a very important round dahil kapag hindi nila nakuha tong round na to, wala na namang pera ang GXR. Kailangan na naman nilang mag-force. And this is already the 16th round that we have right here. May revive na naman si Hatred. He's gonna go for Jeremy, the duelist right now, just to bait it out. Hatred gets another kill and the heal as well. This guy is on fire!
Hatred, Battle Sage! Alam mo, minsan isip ko, Hatred, ayaw mo bang sumubok mag-duelist? Pero sige, let's stick with that Battle Sage. Yung talagang natatandaan natin about them. But Jeremy takes out Carl kagad and Hatred finishes Eman out. And Hashira already secures the match point against GXR. Grabe yung dominance ngayon na pinapakitang Hashira.
No money, no honey para sa side ng GXR. Match point and they're not gonna be able to give it all out. Yung utilities, isipin mo si Johan, wala siyang pambili ng paranoia. Oh, this is gonna be tough for the side of GXR, but nothing is impossible. Kung kaya maka-thrifty round, bakit ito hindi?
Pwede mangyari yun, pero nga lang Envy sobrang init, takes out kaga ng pagiging aggressive ni Georgie. And Jeremy also follows that up, Eman. Wala na rin ngayon. Tatlo na lang sa apat. Pero nga lang, Carl, good trade. Pero dalawa na lang natitira ngayon. Blast also gets that kill. Tatlo sa apat. GXR still has the chance. I'm sure of it. Pero nga lang, Jeremy is playing out against Blast. Ang tumitingin si Blast. And speaking of, nakuha pa nga siya.
My
And Jeremy
God.
finishes out Johan. And Hashira takes this first match against GXR with a 13-5. What?
This is a crazy game. This is a very fast round. Nakita nyo naman kung ilang frags yung nakuha ni Jeremy doon. It was indeed crazy, but to think about it, kung iisipin natin mabuti, GXR or Galaxy Racer is fairly a new team.
Yeah.
Recently lang to nabuo, recently lang natin nakita nag-disband yung Archangel. And also, they get the frags. Yung pagkakabuo lang talaga ng Hashira ngayon, they just have the better chemistry so far. You've seen it. And aside from that, on point lahat tumutok yung players ng Hashira dito. Nakita natin si yung ating Envy, si Hatred, yung mga Sentinel natin yun eh. Paano pa kaya yung mga duelists mismo ng Hashira? It was such a crazy game indeed.
And at the same time, I'm sure that GXR, they have those moments talaga, Taylor. They have those moments na kaya nilang i-take over ang Hashira. But tatandaan natin, this is just a new team. And at the same time, wala rin yung iba nilang players na nasa mismong lineup nila. Like Ching, which is also a vital player, to be honest. But at the same time, let's just look on how GXR really tries to solidify it first. And shows to us that even if it's a 13-5, heartbreaking for the fans, syempre, I still think that the fact that they went here sa quarterfinals, na bago pa lang kanilang lineup, still working on a lot of things, and on their picking ng agents, they still have that chance talaga to get that master's ticket. But on the other side, Hashira, I'm really quite impressed. I know you lost a lot of battles here ngayon sa bind, pero na bumabawi kayo and the well-executed utilization ng mga skill set ng inyong mga agents really just tells us that the improvement that you had over that past 1 month really is incredible. And I am seeing the advantage na meron ngayon ng Hashira when it comes to their playstyle.
Ito ba ang power ng bootcamp? Nagka-bootcamp lang yung Hashira, nagalit na yung mga players natin. It's crazy. That's just the first game in this best of 3 series, guys. Isa pang mapa ang makikita natin. And I think it's Haven actually na pinili ng Hashira this time around. Best of 3 series, 1-0 pa lang ang ating score. Pero pupunta muna tayo sa very short break. Huwag kayong aalis because VCT PH will be right back.
welcome back here sa Valorant Challengers sa Philippine Stage 2 presented to us by PPGL and kami ang nagbabalik ang magaganda at gwapong shoutcasters nyo. Ako na si Riri at kasama kasi kay Rar.
Okay, sorry. Eto, naka-mute pala ako kanina. Pero ngayon okay na guys. Sabi nila, paano daw ako nakakapag-comment? Nakatingin daw ako sa camera. Alam nyo guys, talent yun eh.
Magic yun.
Oo, magic yun eh. Hindi ko na ma-explain yun. Basta yun ang isa sa mga talent ko, no? And sabi ko kanina, natatawa ako dahil nasama pa yung pagiging gwapo, pagiging pogi. Wala pa si Vil, guys. Wala pa si Vil. Mamaya si Vil yung makakasama nyo. But let's get back to business, okay? First map natin, Bind. And ito yung first game natin of today para sa ating day 2. Hashira nga versus GXR or Galaxy Racer. Nakita natin yung unang map. It was crazy. And at the same time, kung titignan natin yung Hashira, kung last time nung stage 1, sinabi natin na ito na yung best form ng Hashira. Pero nung time na yun, natalo pa sila during the times na sa mga brackets natin. Natalo pa sila. But this is a different Hashira we're seeing right now. It's crazy good para sa kanilang chemistry. It was very much intense na talagang nagkakasabay-sabay sila. And that is the Hashira that I'm gonna say na the best form yet. On the other hand, GXR is, sabi nga natin kanina rin, no? Fairly a new team.
Mhm.
And bali-balita ko, baka maglaro na daw si Ching. Makikita natin, malay natin, no? Baka.
Tingnan natin, malay, di ba? And at the same time, gusto ko lang mag-add, di ba? Sa Hashira, parang they already connected the dots with each other. And kitang-kita mo naman yun with that place that they have. Di sila sobrang aggressive, di din sila sobrang mabagal. It's just very normal. Sobrang normal, sobrang passive-aggressive sila and shows to us that very well coordinated sila. And at the same time naman, GXR, they had that bits of trouble pa para sa kanilang team. Medyo pag-aalangan sila in the most crucial situations, lalo na pag post-plant every time na mag-retake ang Hashira against them. But now, going into Haven, maybe it's time naman for GXR to win this para magkaroon tayo ng tiebreaker match. But then, the momentum is at the hands ng Hashira. Now, looking at the Asian picks, dito na si Ching ang pinakainabangan.
Dito na si Ching! Dito na si Ching. Okay, ito na yon. This time around, blast out, Ching in, parang ano lang, no? Parang wrestling lang. Tap in, tap out para sa mga players natin. And also, on the side of Hashira, wala namang nagbago sa kanilang lineup. It's still the same people, the same players that we see playing right now. This map, ang pumili na to, Hashira, Ray.
So, alam naman din natin na may mga, alam mo yung mga pinili ni Hashira na maps, if I'm not mistaken, ito yung mga maps na natatalo sila during stage 1, di ba? They had their crucial match sa Bind, also here in Haven, but they won against Esports. So, I'm really excited kung ano naman yung magiging improvements nila, and lalo na dito sa mapang to, they really have some incredible na place. But at the same time, remember, Ching nandito na and Haven pa ang mapa. So we'll be seeing the duelists popping. Most likely, just the right set of momentum and of course, with the help of your teammates, yun ang magiging sagot para magkaroon ng comeback ang GXR.
That's definitely true, but going into our second map of this series, guys, picked by Hashira, we have Haven. And nakita ko meron tayong pick ng ng breach. Mukhang mabubulag na naman tayo buong game. Mag-shades na kayo, guys, dahil it's finally time para sa ating game number 2. Sabi nga ni Vil, let's go.
Let's go. And speaking of, usually we are seeing Envy or Rabbit switching up their agents. Pero nga lang right now, Envy, siya ang magpi-breach ngayon. Hatred with the Jet, okay? Rabbit, Omen, Jeremy, with that Cypher and 2766, of course, ang kanyang Sova. On the hands naman ng GXR Raider, ano naman ang picking ng agents nila ngayon?
Alam mo, on the hands of Hashira, tama ba? Hashira?
GXR?
GXR? Okay, on the hands of GXR, we have Ching on that Jet, Georgie para naman sa ating Reyna, Carl on that Sova, Eman para naman sa ating Killjoy at the Omen. Ready na, kaso Aftershock is there, Sinapol! Oh my God! Tinry niyang iwasan sana, kaso nga lang natamaan pa rin siya. Ganun talaga ang buhay, guys. But looking at it right now, sasabihin ko lang, Ray, no? I am actually expecting a 3-game series today.
Oo nga eh. Parang
I'm
init
actually-
talaga ang GXR. Mukhang may tiebreaker tayo sa split. Okay? So, pero masyado pong maaga siguro para sabihin. Pero still, medyo parang nararamdaman ko tong GXR gustong bumawi against Hashira eh. Pero at the same time, mukhang instead of committing sa mid, they might be rotating towards C at mukhang, naiwan. Bumalik ulit sa Eva, nakala ko iiwan na niya ang C site. Now, we'll be hearing already the footsteps ng mga taga-Hashira coming in. Now, we already have those sets. Hatred, pangungunahan na as Eman will go down to his hands. And HSR prepares for the post-plant.
Nakuha na nga nila yung C site and the dark cover papunta sa ating defender side. But the lurker, Jeremy, is right around the corner para isa-isahin ang mga players ng GXR. Rabbit, 47 HP, still alive and kicking. Envy naman para sa Cubby, nakakuha rin ng kill. Pero Georgie, ang ating Reyna, meron pa siyang isang orb dito na pwede magamit. Kaso tatlo yan! Sinilip mo. Hashira, firing squad, mga kaibigan.
Kita-kita ko yun, Taylor. Yung tatlo.
Yan yung ano eh.
Masakit.
Ray, yung kapag sumilip ka, yung literal mapapasigaw ka talaga pag naglalaro ka ng games na, no,
Wala. Para daw si Rizal dun si Georgie. Pero tatlo ba naman nakatingin sa'yo, di ba? Kitang-kita naman kanina. But then, Kate start para sa Hashira with that pistol round win coming from them. So, ngayon, bumili na sila agad. Usually, yan yung nakikita natin kapag nakuha mo ang pistol round. Now, Carl has been revealed here by Hatred. Tinite ko kay Hatred eh. Napaka-versatile na player. Kanina, Sage. Ngayon. Ano naman ako?
talon.
Talon? Wala ka pa rin natamaan. Isa pa.
Ito yung literal na talon par, una ulo, mga ganon. Ito yun eh. Literally, ganon na ganon yung nangyayari. But look at this, Jeremy. Nag-aantay siya ng merong magpupush. Nakita niya ni Bren. Hey, naku po! Sinaksak! Oh my God! Georgie must be fuming right now! Highlight of the day.
Akala ko di na maglalaro si Jeremy eh. Nilikuran na niya eh. Pero bumawi si Emma. Nakuha pa nga kagad si 2766. Kaya ngayon, kahit sabi mo, mababawasan na ng info ngayon ng Hashira. No? They still have Jeremy in. And speaking of, he takes out Ching. Talagang gusto niyang bawasan sila isa-isa here at A-site. Now, he spots on Carl. Magpapaka-aggressive pa rin siya. Pero nga lang, Johan will be saying no. Pero trades lang ang pangyayari ngayon between Hashira and isa na lang natitira. That's gonna be Eman. Planting na lang si Envy ngayon and waiting for that retake coming from him. Pero Rabbit finishes him out with a frenzy 2-0 para sa kamay ng Hashira.
Grabe yung coordination ng Hashira ngayon. Kulang na lang mag-shades na yung members ng GXR eh. Yung mga blind ni Envy, sapul na sapul. Nakita nyo naman, dalawa na sana sila onto the site na pwedeng mag-defend. Kaso nga lang, paano makaka-defend kung wala kang makita? Look at this, guys. The replay, the disrespect. Trash talk ata yun
Trash talk yun Pero mag-alala guys, mga mga teams natin yun.
Para daw
Friends sila
tahimik,
lahat.
para hindi
Oo.
maramdaman na may kalaban doon.
Para kapag gumalaw siya, malay mo, makuha pa siya ni Georgie, di ba? Mahirap na, may leer pa yun. Okay, but then, nakakatawa naman the first parts pa ng game. Kaya remember guys, always check your corners talaga. Mahirap na. Kapag hindi mo na-check yung corner, masasaksak ka nga naman talaga. But then,
Also, if you actually check how Jeremy plays, despite na siya yung sentinel, and very careful, sobrang careful niya maglaro dito, na yung aggressiveness ng GXR, napipitas niya isa-isa. But look at this right now, Johan getting a kill. Jeremy, look how this guy plays. I tell you, tignan niyong mabuti kung paano maglaro si Jeremy. Every corner is definitely checked para sa kanya. And despite that, GXR still managed to kill him off. But if you think about it, if siya lang yung papanoorin mo sa match-up na to, kung papansinin natin siya ng maigi, Jeremy is such a good player.
And looking at that on the combat scores that we have, yung Sentinels, especially kay Jeremy and Eman, ang leading ngayon. And we've seen Eman talaga duelist siya sa kanyang previous team, and right now also earlier in the previous game. Pero ngayon, choose to be Killjoy, and I think it's really working well sa kamay niya.
2-1 na nga ang ating score. This is the buy round mula sa mga players natin, but we see Envy still with that bulldog that he has right now. 31 HP para kay Ching. Wala tayong Sentinel na kayang mag-heal ngayon. Di natin makikita si Sky, di natin makikita si Sage, pero ice lang yan. Ice lang yan dahil on the side of Hashira, ganun din naman eh. Walang way para makapag-revive, walang way para makapag-heal. Pantay lang ang laban para sa mga players natin na to. And totally pantay dahil nga with that rifles that we have right now. Georgie picks off one player dito sa ating short. Hatred on the other hand, nakapag-dash in na nga with the 2K. Nagpe-prepare na rin si Eman dahil dyan sa mga nano-swarm na yan. But still, Hatred with a triple kill onto this round. Nasaktuhan ng smoke si Johan. Sinilip niya dito. He goes out. He picks him off. But hindi siya natamaan. Bulag na bulag nga lang. Kailangan niyang umatras.
Pero remember, he still can use his utilities. Pero saan ko tumitingin? He's out in the open. He's out by 2766. And Hashira takes over with a 3-1 lead against GXR. Although, ang ganda na sana ng magagawin ni Yohan. Pero nga lang, talagang open na siya on that angle na meron si 2766 looking at him. And it comes down with a 3-1. Pero remember, Taylor, si Chinga, si Georgie nakabaki na. Baka ito na magiging sagot para makuha na ng GXR ang 5th round na to against Hashira.
Si Ching lang actually, no, yung nakabaki. Pero gusto ko lang i-point out, the reason that they got the last round, dahil sa disiplina na meron yung dalawang players na natitira from Hashira. Sabay nilang pinek off, sabay nilang sinilip si Johan doon. And they could have just easily, anytime silang sumilip, and pinilit na lang nilang patayin. Pero hindi, the coordination is there. Look at this, a messy round dahil an eco round for their side. Dire-diretso na lang pumasok. Hashira 2766 is blinded, but he gets the last kill, securing yet another round para sa side ng Hashira.
Very quick and fast-paced gameplay by Hashira. Yet, so well coordinated, Taylor. And ito yung something talaga na I'm really impressed with how Hashira plays. Kita-kita mo naman. Even if aggressive sila, makakapag-set sila ng maayos. Alam nila kung paano nila iti-take down ng GXR, especially sa team na to na nag-a-adjust pa lang. So, they also have that advantage sa kamay ng Hashira. But then, hintayin pa natin, baka just still popping off. We're still waiting for Ching, of course, and Georgie to pop off. And kailangan talaga nila tanggalin yung momentum na Hashira. Yes?
This is the Hashira way, guys. This is the Hashira way. And to think of yung mga duelists natin, kailan pa? Hanggang kailan natin naaantayin mag-pop off tong mga players na to? Ching, although getting killed, pero that blind from the breach just secures the kill for Hashira again. Georgie, on the other hand, nagamit niya na yung Empress niya. And it's finally time for the breach. Dalawa or isa actually yung nakoncuss niya dito, which is si Georgie. But the plant. Where's the plant is there already. Envy gets that kill and goes for the third one on this round. Oh my God!
They risked that one. Nagstay siya kasi iisipin talaga ng GXR na aalis sila on the side mismo na magsistay sila at silong and they can capitalize on that. Pero hindi naging posible yun dahil naghihintay lang si Envy na kahit ma-detain siya, he still can take them out. Now it's a 5-1. Hashira, sobrang scary. Parang mga Pirates last night. Ganun sila ngayon. Nakakatakot on how this team is popping off.
I really think that Galaxy Racer right now is very much overwhelmed kung gaano kalaki yung difference ng Hashira ngayon. Sigurado ako, chinek na nila yung boards netong Hashira. Alam na nila kung paano maglaro to. Pero ngayon, sa tingin ko, nagugulat sila kung paano ginagawa ng Hashira. Yung synergy ng team na to, it's top, it's through the roof, basically.
And yun nga eh, alam naman natin that Archangel last time, sila Ching and they defeated Hashira, di ba? Pero this time, Hashira, with that amount of improvement and the homework that they did, shows to us how they want to be one of those unstoppable teams. Pero ngayon, Hatred makes a move already going into the site. Hindi pa siya nakaltas at all ng GXR. Now, Rabbit, he already started here at Hell. Pero nga lang, may nabawasan na lang si Ching at 6 HP. Ginamit pa na ngayon yung Blade Storm. Pero Emma, nakakuha pa na isa. Isa lang bumabagsak sa kamay ng GXR. And Ching, with that 6 HP, actually, naka 2K pa siya. Now, it all has come down to a 2v3 situation ngayon. Hindi pa napaplat at all ang Spike.
May Blade Storm pa si Ching and there's so much possibility kung paano gagawin ng GXR to. Nakakuha nga with that back shot si Georgie. Nakapagpalit na rin ng barrel. 2766 right now. Bulag na bulag. And dahil dyan, Yeoman finally secures a kill. This is a thrifty round para sa side ng GXR. Unti-unti na silang nakakakuha ng buwelo para sa side ng Hashira. No? Nakukuha na nila pa konti-konti. Nababasa na nila.
And that is a great start coming from GXR, di ba? With that thrifty round, the Baki in, ginamit kagad ni Ching ang kanyang Blade Storm. Even at 6 HP, he already took out 2. And that's a big advantage earlier in that round. Pero remember, it's still a 5-2 and nakabili na din right now ulit ang Hashira. But ngayon na nakahawak si Ching ng kanyang operator, kailangan niya mag-pick out. Kailangan niyang may ma-pick para sa Hashira.
Ching with that operator might be really, really scary, pero the aggression mula kay Johan into pushing si Long, is that supposed to happen? Dapat si Ching nakaabang sana kung may sisilip. Kaso the overextension from Johan is right there. Napitas siya nang wala man lang trade-offs na nangyari. Now you can see how Team Hashira is going towards si Long. Nasilip ni Hatred and also forcing out na lumipat ng pwesto si Ching. Isa lang siya dito. Nandiyan na yung bulag pero that's not gonna be enough para makakuha ng isang kill. Malaking bagay to dahil Envy is out of this round. Wala nang flashes na pwedeng gamitin maliban na lang dito sa ating player na si Rabbit. Kaso nga lang, the classic shot, Ching is doing it.
Ching, great advantage with that operator. Very smart. Malolocate sana ang kanyang
30 seconds left.
kanyang location, pero nga lang that won't be possible. And now he finishes him out. Jeremy bumagsak kay Ching. And sabi ko na nga na kapag naka-operator na si Ching and he had that certain angles and risks for that shot, makuha talaga ng GXR to most likely. And it seems like Hashira, hindi pa tapos para sa inyo to, sabi ng GXR, because we'll be taking it for a 5-3 already. Slowly but surely nga. Para sa mga taga-Galaxy Racer, looking at that, very smart of Ching to do that. He risked that shot actually kasi alam niya pupunta na sila eh. Pupunta na sila ng long. At nakita pa niya, kagad na blinded si 2766. He used that advantage. Alam na din nila na sobrang konti na lang ng HP ni Rabbit. Really smart of Ching to do that talaga.
Kailangan nila makapitalize yung mistakes na yon. Yung isang mistake na nangyari kanina is nakita mo naman, yung isang player ng Hashira, bulag siya from the paranoia. And alam natin na kanina pa namatay si Johan. Ibig sabihin, yung bulag na yan, galing din sa kakampi niya. So nabulag siya ng sarili niyang kakampi, making that an easy kill para kay Ching onto C site. And that is the kind of mistake na kailangan tignan ng GXR mabuti. Jeremy, slowly peaking. Ginagaya na siya ni Georgie ngayon. Hindi na pumupush. Nag-aabang na lang.
Dahil alam naman ng GXR kung yung magiging advantage na. And that's actually a big step up para sa GXR is to just wait for them, di ba? And usually kasi nato-thirst sila. Pero thankfully, pero nga lang, Carl, alam niya, narinig ko kayo, napitas pa nga si ENV. Ayan, the discipline already from GXR is coming in, Taylor.
Definitely true, no? Unti-unti na ngang
30 seconds left.
nakaka-relax o kumbaga hindi na na-overwhelm masyado yung Galaxy Racer at this point. And now, alam ni Ching na nag-dark cover na. The possibility of a push is right there. At naririnig niya ni
Remaining. Spike down.
and also the pistol kills! Ching!
Ching! Eto na siguro kapag hindi mo na siya naglaro ng first game, no? Kapag ganda na ng setup niya and bumalik ng, if I'm not mistaken, kanina daw nawala ng kuryente si Ching. Ngayon, nagbalik na. So, ganun pala ang makakapag-pabuff kay Ching. Kailangan second game na daw siya maglaro pero still nonetheless. It's Ching! We all know how crazy maglaro tong player na to. Now, it's come down to a 5-4. Sabi ko nga, great comeback galing sa GXR. Hanggat hindi nakakaltasan ng operator si Ching, GXR will be unstoppable. Also, Georgie, unti-unti na din siya nagpa-pop off looking at that. Siya ang second top fragger para sa kanyang team.
Technical pause para sa ating mga players. I just want to talk about, yun nga ang sinasabi mo, Ray, no, with the operator on the hands of Ching. Malaking factor to para ma-push off o yung matakot, kumbaga, yung Hashira na wondering saan ba pupwesto si Ching? Saan ba siya maglalagay ng kanyang positioning or angle sa operator na meron siya? Nakita natin kanina towards Silong na doon siya nag-antay and doon niya nakuha yung napakaraming kills. This time around, next round dan nun, pumwesto siya towards B side, which is sakto din naman na Hashira doon din papunta. So, nasasaktuhan nila si Ching kaya sila napipick off. And the thing is with Ching, kahit iwan mo siya mag-isa sa site with an operator, he can get those kills. Nakita naman natin, classic lang yung baril na ginagamit ni Ching para lang makatuloy na magbawas o makapagbawas ng mga players from the side of Hashira. And kailangan ng Hashira na isolve tong problema na to.
And remember, Taylor, just by Ching stepping up, is a big confidence already para sa Galaxy Racer to do better. And looking at that, nakahabol na sila. Nina, medyo nahihirapan talaga sila But when Ching started to pop off, sunod-sunod na yung momentum na binibigay niya with his teammates. Now, 5-4, tatandaan nyo, this map was the biggest, one of the biggest setbacks para sa Hashira on that time nung nakalaban nila sa Ching on the previous stage. Now, looking at that na humahabol ang Galaxy Racer. Will history repeat himself again? Pero tignan pa natin as the rounds goes by. Pero right now, we've seen Hatred nasa second top. So, kailangan pa most likely mag-pop off ni Hatred para sa kanyang team. And kita mo naman kasi din yung trades ng Hashira. Very equally distributed ang kanilang kills.
Also, aside from that, once na nagsimula na nga yung next round natin, no? Hashira, if they wanna still get more rounds onto the side of GXR, kailangan nilang makuha tong round na to. Dahil, first of all, wala na sila. Yung economy nila, basag na from those rounds na nakuha ng GXR na tuloy-tuloy. And they're gonna go on an eco round afterwards. And we all know, this is the 10th round already. 5-4 na nga. Unting-unting rounds na lang. So as much as possible, get the rounds that you can. As much as possible, kunin nyo kung ano yung points na kaya nyong makuha. On the side of GXR, kanina, yung pag-push ni Johan, yung pag-push ni Georgie, yun yung mga nagiging dahilan kaya sila isa-isa na pick off. But this time around, the discipline, nakikita na natin mula sa side ng GXR. Hindi na sila agad-agad nagpipick. And the Hatred, he needs to go back quite a few na dapat nagpupush na siya kanina with that Blade Storm dahil merong Aldrone na nakakita sa kanya si Carl.
Pero at the same time, this is it, yung set coming from Hashira going towards A site. Now,
Oh my
with
God.
that help of Rolling Thunder coming in, napik kagad na lang tatlo, si Ching na lang kagad ang natitira. Now, pag mag-rotate na si Ching right now here, pero nga lang, hinahayaan lang siya ng Hashira dahil merong si Hatred na nakatapat sa kanya. But speaking
Jet
of,
versus
napik
Jet.
na kagad. Okay, Jeremy, nabawasan na kagad. Hinintay lang niya, baka may mag-flak grass in case sa likod niya. Pero meron nga, he might be meeting 2766 pero wala na sa kanyang Hindi na siya hinahabol right now. Hashira still just waiting sa site mismo. Pero he can actually save kasi napakalaki ng pwedeng maging save para kay Ching if that happens. Pero nga lang, I think most likely he will just be going for the exit frags.
This is probably gonna be a save for the side of Ching with that operator. Ito yung sinasabi ko kanina, Ray, na when the time comes na hindi nila maabutan si Ching sa mga sites na pupuntahan nila, they can actually pull it off. Hashira can pull it off so quickly na kukuha nila yung sites and also the post plant. Dahil nga, wala yung ability ni Ching na makapitas.
And saktong-sakto actually yung Rolling Thunder. Great setup coming from Envy. They actually took out kagad ang three members ng GXR on that early push towards A side. Now we are seeing already big setups coming from Hashira after that 3-round na puro GXR ang nananalo. But still, kailangan nila mag-i-give ng points para sa first half. But then remember, Ching still has his operator.
Georgie on to Subers, trying lang kung meron baka sakali may matamaan ng headshot, no? Papunta doon sa spawn natin sa attackers. But looking at Ching right now, nakaantay siya o nakaabang siya towards A-long. Walang players na nasa A-long right now dahil nakaset na yung traps ng ating Cypher dyan. But it looks like they are deciding to peek. Nagpipeak sila dito sa may A-long. Aside from Ching, no, if you check the mini-map, actually you can see, if Ching just pops off, bumaril siya ng sobrang sakto na may tumawid, maaari siyang makapitas.
Exactly. Pero nga lang, may nasaktuhan siya na with that crowd burst. May nakapasok na nga going into sewers, pero si Georgie nakaabang na din kagad. Pero instead of committing into A site, they will most probably go from maybe B
30 seconds left.
or C dahil si Rabbit nakapunta na din siya kagad towards si window. Pero now that he's going into the dark covers, they can exactly go to A. Pero nga lang, Georgie, na alam mo nga ni hatred with that. You're out sangkat ng meeting yan, my friend. Pero nga lang, 13 seconds left and they still need to plant the spike. Now, 2766 will be planting. Pero Carl, tandaan nyo, Carl with the Hunter's Fury wasn't able to take out anyone dahil sa ibang angulo pala plinant ngayon ng Hashira. Now, waiting for the retake coming from GXR. Di na din nangyari yun dahil nabawasan na rin ni Rabbit and 2766 ang dalawang member ng GXR. Now, we only have Carl left. And he actually picks up one, pero good trade coming from Jeremy, and Hashira takes this again against them.
The thing is, positioning ni Cheng kanina is towards A-long. Alam nila nakapasok yung ating jet doon sa short. At nakaabang naman actually nakaabang naman si Georgie, kaso nga lang napitas siya. So that makes sense na si Cheng, kailangan niya na ring bantayan yung likod niya. Babantayan niya yung harap niya, babantayan niya yung likod niya. And at the same time, they were stuck in A side, just trying to see kung meron pa bang ibang dadaan. Well, if you check on the perfect execution of Rabbit also with the TP, yung kanyang ultimate, na i-check kung may tao sa windows, meron bang tao sa defenders, at makita niya yung information na yan, they move on into, alam mo yung factor dito, iniiwasan na lang nila si Ching eh.
No, kasi alam nila na kapag nabawasan sila ni Ching, it will take a huge toll sa kanila. But Jeremy, you need to check also your corners. And speaking of, he also checks out Georgie. Nakabawas na din siya, which is gonna be Carl. Now, open na ang A side para tumakbo sila papunta. But Eman tries to go with the flank. Baka pwede niya malikuran. But then, they will just be setting up going into A side. Now, 3v5 tayo right now. And Rabbit will be planting for A-long. Now, waiting na lang Hashira once again. They can just hold off the angles dahil alam nila na si Ching right now has an ultimate to use against them. And speaking of, nabawasan niya 2766 Johan, bumawi na rin. He takes out Rabbit also. Now, it all trims down to 3v3 Eman. Hindi niya binibitawan at all. Now, they will be thirsting him out. Good trade again coming from Johan. Pero, killed pa rin ang Spike Diffuser and 1v1 Jeremy versus Johan ang mangyayari. But he sees out Johan planning to defuse the spike. Ngayon, Hashira gets that round once again with an 8-4 score.
Clean execution mula sa Hashira. All the way from mid to A-link. Doon sila dumaan, hindi sa A-long. And this is actually overwhelming GXR, no? Dahil hindi nila mabasa eh. Saan ba ito dadaan? Isipin mo pumunta ng mid, nasa B na sila, pero pupunta pa rin sila ng A site. Diba? So, you can't really say kung saan manggagaling o saan pupunta. If you also check Hatred at this point, nahihirapan si Cheng kanina, even with the Blade Storm, wala siyang makita or mahanap. And with that kind of factor, yung factor na yan, with the smokes and everything, hindi nila na-hold off, kumbaga. And also, aside from that, just the Hashira way of doing things at this point. Nagiging aggressive na naman yung side ng GXR kanina. This is a switch and this is very important already. Pistol round na tayo for our second half. And GXR, isa-isa nilang pinapatay, isa-isa nilang pinipitas. Yung mga miyembro ng Hashira, they actually need these points that we are seeing right now. Isa na lang ang naiiwan para sa side ng Hashira, and that's gonna be 2766 with very low HP. He just have to push dahil wala na siyang ibang choice, and Johan secures that final blow.
That aggressive plays coming from GXR kagad. They risk it out going into C-side. Although may mga cage traps na sana si Jeremy, but that won't be possible as pinuhunahan na siya kagad with the shots coming from Ching and Georgie. Now, late start para sa GXR. Kung pinusuan lang nila to na sobra, we will be having most likely tiebreaker match between these two teams. Pero still, kailangan pa rin nila humabol right now because Hashira may outsmart them ngayon na nag-switch tayo ng position. Now, kailangan nilang ma-reveal kung saan ang mga location ng GXR so they know where they will be heading at. Now, speaking of multiple flashes coming
Medyo
from...
bulag. Medyo lang.
Medyo maasim yung flash na yun dahil sinabayan din kagad ni Georgie. Pero nga lang na-pick off siya. Still a 3v4 situation. They can still rotate going towards C-side. Kita mo naman, Taylor, open ang C. Pero magko-commit sila. They will choose to stay here at A. Now, Carl, nahuli na kanyang Aldron at nabawasan na nga si Indy ngayon. He will just be using his flash chess para ma-blind niya kahit paano. Pero Johan, hindi niya nakahayaan si Indy. Pero Hatred goes with another bulky shot. But Johan and Carl finishes Hatred and Jeremy out with the
si
Spectre
Johan,
shots.
Isang kembot na lang eh. Mawawala na yung Spectre sa kanya dun eh. 1 HP remaining.
Johan, nag-iinit na Taylor.
That's for sure. And aside from that is that the fact na GXR got that pistol round doon sa second half natin. Parang easy. Lagi ko naman sinasabi, parang easy 2 rounds agad yun once na ikaw yung makakuha ng pistol round natin. Dahil makakapag-force ka nga or makakabili ka ng Spectre onto the second round, no? This is a tactical pause. Let's just talk about nung time na yung GXR yung nasa defending side natin. Yung aggressiveness nila na pinapakita, doon sa mga rounds na yun, doon hindi gumagana. Doon na tatalo o doon nakukuha ng Hashira yung pick-offs. Nauunahan. Nakita mo naman kanina, nakapasok na si Georgie doon sa long A, no? And even with that, Jeremy, just make sure na lagi niyang sinusure na chine-check niya yung corners niya despite na hindi man niya alam kung meron talagang dumaan o hindi. I-check at i-check niya pa din. Ito yung mga factors dito sa Hashira na sa mga players ng Hashira kaya hindi gumagana yung pagiging aggressive ng GXR kapag kumukuha sila ng angles na aggressive.
And yun din yung advantage nila versus GXR, but then ngayon na nag-switch ng sides, it looks like it's much better para sa GXR kasi nakakapag-take na sila ng maayos ngayon. Pero nga lang, Jeremy with that angle here takes out kagad ang tatlo at Emma na lang natitira. Now, they will be firing over him. Hinahanap na siya. Nasaan kayo? Maghahanapan tayo ngayon.
Muntik na akong makakita. Muntik na nating mapanood lahat, guys, no? Puro smoke. Diyos ko,
Pero
Lord.
nga lang, hindi sila nag-check na naman kung nasaan si Jeremy. Jeremy, every time talaga nasa off angle. Siguro kung kalaban ko si Jeremy, parating na akong mapipitas. Hindi ko na naman alam kung saan ko siya hahanapin.
This is a very good player, guys. Commend for Jeremy on how he checks his corners and kung gaano kasi kung ikaw mag-check ng corner, syempre may lamang yung nag-aabang sa'yo eh. Yun yung nag-aantay eh. Pero yung, yung crosshair placement, yung pagsilit niya, headshot agad eh. Goodbye agad. Pero Carl right now, napitas na nga si Hatred para sa side ng Hashira. Ready yung bulag, oh. Kaso nabulag din yung kakampi.
Kaso si Invi yun na, ulag sa sarili niyang bulag. Okay, 3 na. So makakapag-igib na yun ng Blade Storm si Ching.
Kamali lang. Yan yung mga mistakes na dapat i-capitalize talaga ng GXR. And they actually did. Napatay nila si Envy. Napitas nila towards Silong. And they wanna push this right now. Yung camera na yan, basag na. And nakaabang na rin. Si Ching mukhang nambibait pa.
May makita pa.
Jeremy. Ito si Jeremy.
Jeremy, saan mo kaya makita ang next mong kalaban? Pero instead of going into B or C ulit, they will be committing ngayon sa A site. Now, look at that. Throws out some leers para maging blind ang mga nasa likod nila. Pero nga lang nag-hold on lang ngayon si Rabbit sa head. Pero nga lang Emma takes him down. 2 na lang natitira against GXR. Now, Taylor, go on.
Eh, kung iisipin natin, guys, sige, let's talk about that later. But Georgie right now killing off one person mula dyan sa kanyang Odin. Nilabas na nga, Jeremy holding off that angle. Siya yung magre-retake, pero yung GXR yung lumalabas. The positioning of these guys. Jeremy na lang ang natitira. 4 versus 1 situation. Kailangan o papasukin niya ba itong tinrigger niya na yung turret. Papasukin niya ba tong A-side? Sumilip siya, pero Georgie, especially with that Odin, yung knockback nung Odin na yan, napakasakit. And also, it slows you down. Really, really slows you down. Kaya naman, na-pick off na rin siya doon. 9-7 na nga yung ating score. Unti-unti nang nakakabawi yung GXR doon sa mga rounds na kailangan nilang bawiin.
And ang Odin talaga ang kailangan nilang katakutan. But then, 9-7 na ngayon ang score and GXR slowly but surely na nga ang ginagawa nila against Hashira. And if this continues, talagang ito na nga yung kailangan nilang magandang bawi for them, a good comeback. Pero hito na nag-aabang lang sa smoke, pero nga lang.
Dami kong nakikita. Guys, ang dami kong nakikita. Muntik na ako mabulag. Muntik pa ako masmoke. Lahat na lang. Ching, nakakuha pa ng isa towards that smoke. Ewan ko na lang sa mga players at kung paano pa sila naglalaro, no? Wala na silang nakikita. Basta baril na lang tayo ng baril, guys.
Talagang para ito na ito yung nakita natin na parang phase clan na strat Pero 2 na lang. Naka-half lang naman na buy ngayon ng Hashira.
Grabe
pero
naman
Ching!
yun. Ching,
Grabe
di ba
naman.
delikado yan? Parang nakakatakot na yan through the smoke Kaya ganun kainit si Ching ngayon eh. Larong-laro na si Ching. Nabalik yung kuryente, larong-laro na. Balong-balo. Pero anyway guys, going back, the real deal dito is 2766, very low on HP. He has to die at ayaw niyang ibigay yung kill na yan towards the players of GXR. Alam naman natin that would still give them money kapag nakuha pa rin siya. So, suicide squad muna para sa kanya onto that round. 9-8 ang score natin. Now, I just wanna go back to what I was trying to say earlier. Yung times na Dreamfire pa, yung pangalan ng team. And also with Georgie, lagi nating sinasabi dati, stage 1, na if Georgie isn't actually online for the team, Georgie is alive with the team, but if Georgie dies, the team dies as well. This time around, for Galaxy Racer Dreamfire, kasi combo yan dalawang yan So Galaxy Dreamfire, they are just popping off, especially with these new players that they have from Archangel. It's really, really crazy. The blind is there, pero Ching is prepared to smoke it off. Hindi niya alam na nakapasok si Rabbit. Ang alam niya lang, nag-flash. Pero, for sure, he will be aware of what's happening around him. Rabbit, he gets off Ching.
nakakaltas na nga kaagad si Ching. Now we only have a 3v4. Saan ka tatakbo? Georgie and Eman kasi naspatan na kagad sila ni Rabbit. Isa na lang natitira, that's gonna be Carl. Pero he still has the spike. Pwede pa rin naman niyang
Captain?
puntahan. Captain Carl.
Captain, baka ibigay nyo na po kay Sir Rabbit yung ace. Mukhang naghahanap na po eh. Oo, nagiging onti-onti nang umaabante-abante. Rabbit with 4K on this round, no? So this final kill is actually gonna be his ace. Will he be able to get it as
30
Carl
seconds left.
slowly pushes into the side? Hindi nag-connect yung shots. Masyadong na-trigger happy si kuya mo. And sinasaksak! Oh my God! Hashira,
No, hindi.
what are you trying to do?
Ay, naku, nalaksak pa. Buti na lang. Makakaltasan pa si Invi. Buti na lang sabi ni Jeremy, sige, saksakin mo. Pero pag nabawasan ka ng sobra, ako na lang tatapos. Now it's a 10 eh. Grabe naman kayo, Hashira. Ba't pinananaksak? Ba, maklutch ba kaya ni Kyle?
Alam mo, nagano lang eh, no? Nag-deathmatch lang yung Hashira. Grabe eh. Pag nakakita ng opportunity na saksakin, igagrab talaga eh.
Then Hashira takes that two double-digit score already. Pero dalawa lang naman ang lamang nila against GXR. Now Georgie throws out his leers all over para makapasok sila. Now na-pick off na kagad si Envy. Pero Rabbit, nakita niya na kagad. Pero isa-isa na silang bumabagsak with that entry coming from Georgie and Johan. Now, dalawa na ang natitira. Hatred nakabili ng kanyang operator. Pero now Johan will just be planting the spike.
Attacker Killjoy, walang madedetain dito. Georgie, nakaabang na lang sa ating site, no? And this is a 4 versus 2 situation. Mahirapan mag-retake yung Hashira dito. Hatred with that operator, I think he should probably save and have some pick-offs sa mga exit frags na pwede niya mabigay. Pero the TP sa harap mismo ni Jeremy and also the refrag mula kay Eman securing that kill. Hatred is the only person alive for the side of Hashira. He's gonna save this operator but he wants to go and get the exit frags. May isa nang nagle-lurk and that is actually 3 people lurking around towards short. Naririnig ni Hatred to. Mag-aabang lang kung may lalabas. Isa, the dash out, baka sakali pa. Hindi na nila ito.
Ay, napakasakto nun lang.
Guys, pwede bang huminga?
Hindi na kami pinag-iingan ni Taylor para di na nga din na kami nakakainom ng tubig. Pero still, napakainit talaga ng laban. Kasing init ng panahon ngayon dito sa Pilipinas. 10-9 na ang score and GXR 1 point away into taking that into an all score against Hashira. But remember, may bite pa rin kayo ng Hashira pero kailangan nila i-risk talaga tong round na to para makuha pa nila against GXR. They need to be careful. It's quite messy already sa Hashira ang mga executions nila ngayon sa attacking side.
That's definitely true, no? And aside from that, Shing also has the Blade Storm already. Alam natin kung anong kayang gawin ni Shing with that Blade Storm. Securing the spike plant dahil that aftershock is not gonna connect and it's too late for them to use. Nakuha na nga nila yung plant. This is the pulse plant mula sa side ng GXR. They're all outside the site and that would not connect at all. Yung ultimate ng breach, hindi magko-connect sa kahit na sino dahil lahat nga sila nasa labas na ng site. Location has been revealed for most of the players. Kung cost pa nga si Ching, dinedefuse na yung spike natin. Ano ang gagawin ng GXR dito? Kalahati na yung na-defuse. And right now, isa-isa na rin nauubos ang side ng Hashira and he goes down. 10-10 ang ating score. Isa lang ang namatay sa side ng GXR. Pantay na ang laban. I tell you, Ray, I feel it. Game 3, I feel it.
Alam mo pero feel ko, alam mo mas nafe-feel ko, Taylor, ngayon? Bago mag-game 3, feel ko may overtime.
Please.
Yun ang mas nafe-feel ko, Taylor.
Please. Hindi na nga tayo pinapahinga eh. Pwedeng huminga, guys. Pwedeng huminga.
Mapahingayin nyo naman kami ni Taylor. Napakainit naman. Pero at the same time, after the series ng slow na pag-angat ng GXR. Finally, ito na nga ine-expect natin na magtatay na kagad ang score nila, and finally GXR adjust so well sa Hashira. If kanina, ang hindi problema ng Hashira ang kanilang post-plant. Ang problema nila ngayon ay ang retakes nila against sa GXR. So yun naman yung kailangan na maging big adjustment ngayon before it will be too late bago pa magkaroon ng third match.
Quick replay lang ng mga nangyari kanina, no? Yung napitas nga ni Rabbit si Ching in the perfect blind, and Rabbit just executing those kills. And ito yung saksak. Sasaksakin sana ni Envy.
Sasaksakin pa.
Oh my God. Yeah, saksak pa more. 10-10 na tuloy yung score natin.
Ayan, saksak.
Ginamit yung GXR.
Ay, naku po. Pero we're just having this pause. Pero, ayan, para daw makahinga muna tayo, sabi nila. Ay,
Yan. Narinig yung ano
Marami
natin,
yan.
panawagan, no? Oo, yung ating pahiwatig na, pause muna yun. Pwedeng huminga muna yung mga casters. Medyo ang init nyo kasi, no?
Napakainit.
Inom tubig. O, Ray, kasalita ka muna, inom ako tubig. Harap-harapan ko na sasabihin. Wala nang tago-tago, guys.
Taylor ka muna ng kape dyan para magising-gising tayo parehas.
Sa tingin mo sa match na to, hindi ako dilat na dilat? Kulang na lang, guys. Himatayin na kami dito sa pinaggagawa ng mga players natin from GXR tsaka ng Hashira eh.
Kung kanina sa bind, talagang GXR is having trouble. Ngayon, malaking comeback coming from them. Pero Hashira right now, actually, ang nasa pressure ngayon ay hindi GXR. Ang Hashira talaga, kasi they really need to clean this out before GXR gets that momentum. Tapos, next map pa natin is a split. So, talaga kailangan ng Hashira dito is to take this one already against GXR before it's gonna be too late. Pero on the other hand, guys, alam nyo ba, fun fact lang, habang naka-technical pause pa rin tayo na
fun fact?
Hindi talaga hindi ako nagkakape. Si Taylor lang talaga ang mahilig sa kape.
Talaga?
Oo, diba? Ano ko caffeine intolerant ako, guys. So,
Ay, may ganun?
May ganun!
May intolerance sa caffeine?
Oh,
Ang malas mo naman.
Oo, malas ko, diba?
So kung antok ka talaga, ganun.
Ganon talaga. Kung matutulog talaga ako, tulog talaga ako. Kailangan talagang, ewan ko, 2 cellphone pang mag-a-alarm para magising ako. Kasi guys, inom lang ako ng Coke. Hindi na ako makakatulog sobra. Ganon.
Coke?
Ano siya? Oo.
Baka ibang Coke yan, Ray. Kaya hindi ka makatulog. Talagang dilat ka dun. Technical pause, guys. So, enjoyin natin tong moment na to habang nakakahinga pa tayong lahat.
Kasi mamaya wala naman. Guys, okay lang kayo, Baka kayo kinakabahan kayo.
Ito lang yung opportunity natin. Ito lang yung opportunity. Colleen, uminom ka na ng tubig. Siya yung pinaka hindi nakakahinga eh. Last time, siya yung chinek ko eh, kung buhay pa. Oh my God, these teams that we have right here. Speaking in general hindi lang for Hashira and GXR, yung mga teams natin for VCT ngayon, napakainit, pantay-pantay lahat ng laban, grabe. But going back to the game right now, kungkas nga dito si Georgie, merong pumupush towards sewers, pero kailangan bumalik na rin agad, dash in mula kay Ching para i-secure yung kill na yan. Wala na naman tayong hingahan, mga kaibigan. Atras muna para sa GXR.
And right now, nabawasan na ngayon si Rabbit. And dapat na lang ang natitira para sa Hashira. And they need to be careful. Pero Georgie, makakuha niya kagad si Hatred. Pero hindi nga lang nag-connect. And he will still connect the dots against Georgie. 4-4 kayo lang pangyayari. Pero Ching trades out his teammate. Ay, nice one para ni Ching. 3 pa sa 4. Pero most likely, Hashira, they need to just maybe kaltasan lang na onte ang GXR para medyo makikurot sa economy ng GXR, ng Galaxy Racer. But then, dito tayo kay Carl, ang kanyang Aldrone na nang-bebit. Ang Aldrone niya na kapag nagpumunta sa site, marami magro-rotate. But at the same time, hold lang ngayon ang mga taga Hashira. Pero kita mo na bait sila, umalis sila ng A-site mismo. Grabe talaga yung mga pangyarihan. Ang Aldrone.
Na-dash in mula kay
Bitan.
Ching. Nandito na sa A side. Nakapasok na siya on towards Hell right now. And that smokes. Para lang hindi makapasok yung team ng Hashira. The shock dart is there pero hindi na-cancel yung pag-plant ng ating spike. Saktong-sakto lang with the amount of time na naiwan on the clock. But look at this right now. This is a 2 versus 4 situation na Bucky and na classic lang ang hawak dito ng Hashira. 4K easy. 4K para Ching.
And now,
These teams that we have right here, right now, guys, if you check it out, if kanina doon sa last previous round natin, no, nauna ngang napitas agad si Hatred. So malaking kawalan agad for the side of Hashira to lose that duelist. Just a quick replay on how the things or how the thing ended or the round ended onto that. And look at this cute stuffed toy.
oo nga, kaya kasiksik pala dyan.
May operator na si Hatred. May op na. Okay. Oh, binalik.
Oy, pinalik.
Refund muna.
Masyadong magastos daw kapag masyadong magastos. Totoo naman, masyadong magastos kung nag-operator siya. Pero then, 10-11 ang score, leading ang GXR. 2 rounds left and we're gonna be having a tiebreaker match between these two teams. Gaya nga nasabi ng mga shoutcaster, panelists natin kanina, napakadikit lang ng laban na to. And we've seen those sa matches kahapon and it reflects din para ngayon. Before semifinals will go on, dahil tandaan nyo, kapag nanalo ang isa sa mga teams dito, ay seeded na sila kagad for the next week. Pero bago ang lahat, Hashira, leading ngayon ang GXR. So what will be your plans? Lalo na't ngayon, ang hirap na hirap sila makapag-retake. With Ching popping off together with Georgie, parang naghawak kamay si Ching tsaka si Georgie ngayon, nag-holding hands.
Hawak kamay.
Hawak kamay for us duelists. And Johan din, tandaan nyo, Johan secures those trades properly. Kaya yun ang kailangan gawin ng Hashira. Good reset lang kasi it's really quite a messed up ngayon para sa kanila. That I'll drone bait, mag-move sila kagad towards the site. So kailangan nila maging careful sa information na sasabihin nila kung saan tutungo ang kanilang mga kalaban.
Also, aside from that, no, if you just check out how the players perform at this point, makikita naman natin Ching getting that 21 frags onto the side of GXR. And ito na yung pinaka-crucial rounds na meron tayo. Dahil kapag tinignan nyo mabuti yung economy ng Hashira, and this is very, very specific, they have to get this round if ever gusto man nilang lumaban ng patas para sa side nila. Kasi kapag nakuha na to ng side ng GXR, that's gonna be a match point. Aside from that, wala na silang pera. So, a match point, tapos yung economy mo ganon, wala kang mabiling rifle. O kaya naman, makakabili ka ng rifle, pero yung armor mo, yung full armor capabilities, saka yung utilities na kaya mong bilhin sana, wala doon. It's gonna be a big problem for Hashira. Not a big problem for GXR because they're rich.
Kahit makuha man to ng Hashira, and lalo na if dalawa na lang natira sa kanila, GXR still has a money to spend in. Pero will this pause be the key para sa Hashira to take a good reset and a comeback? Or talagang unstoppable na ang mga Galaxy Racer natin right now? Pero looking at that, walang walang gastos si Ching sa pera na ngayon, no? 7-7 pa rin, pwede pang bumili ng operator, but still, starting na ngayon ang round natin.
Isa na agad ang napitas ng Hashira. This is the operator shots mula kay Hatred at nagkamali siya ng pag-smoke off dun sa Recon dahil hindi niya na-expect na doon lalabas na gamit niya yung dalawang smoke na yan at hindi na siya nakatakas. GXR right now, 2 versus 3 situation. This is a very important round for them dahil isa na lang ang natitira. Hashira gets the win on that and they still live to see another day.
Pero Taylor, 11 ang score natin. This is so hard for the both of teams. GXR thirsty for the third match, for the tiebreaker match. And Hashira, very desperate desperate already to take against all odds into having that clean of 2-0. Pero tandaan nyo guys, parehas na silang may pera still ngayon. Pero it's still so crucial para sa Hashira dahil bawasan sila kanina. So look at the economy that they have. Leading pa rin ang GXR. Now Georgie rushes in towards A-Long already. Pero slow push na ang ginagawa ngayon ng Galaxy Racer.
Whew! Napakainit! Sabi nga ni Vil, mas mainit pa sa hot. Siya lang nga nagsasabi nun, di ba? Kakaiba yun si Vil eh. Anyway, going back to the game right now, nakakatakot na si Hatred with that operator once na especially meron siyang mapitas or kung saan man pupunta yung GXR. So they have to be really careful onto this one. They have the chance to choose wisely kung saan sila papasok. At ang pipiliin nilang puntahan, A-site kung saan may triple stack ng player. Sinilip ni 2766 pero wala siyang nakita even with that flashpoint mula kay Envy. It's finally time for the Killjoy na ilapag yung lockdown na yan. Paranoia! Even though walang nabulag, Ching on the other hand, napitas na nga ang isang player. Pasok pa sila dito sa A-site natin and right now wala silang magawa kundi umatras at antayin na matapos yung lockdown na yan na plant mula sa Sova natin ay nandiyan na rin at naka-ready na yung setup ng Killjoy natin. Na 5 versus 4 situation, the possibility of a retake is definitely there.
But then, ang kaltas ngayon ng Hashira, kick off kagad kasi ni 2766. But then, we have that utility, di nga lang nabawasan at all. Narangan na on-effect attack. Paranoia really helps a lot. At the flawless round has been executed ngayon sa Galaxy Racer. 12-11 match point na kagad sila. And that is really going hard sa kamay ng Hashira ngayon. Dahil wala silang choice ngayon, kundi gastusin lahat. Look at that! Perfect paranoia!
Oh my God!
Napaka-tasty! Para kay Johan!
Sige, isang kills lang ng lahat! Mula sa players ng GXR, they get the match point. Now, guys, kalmahan lang natin dahil ito na yung moment na malalaman natin kung magkaka-overtime tayo or matatapos ng GXR to at ipo-force nila papuntang game number 3. Trade-off para kay Hatred at para kay Carl. Georgie, naka-empress na nakuha niya nga si 2766 dito. Nasilip pa nga niya si Envy and also Eman popping up, getting that kill. GXR! Let's go! 4 versus 2 situation. Rabbit at Jeremy na lang. How can they pull this off? Nakuha na nga yung isa. He's gonna go for another kill. Meron pang nakapupunta. Or meron pang nasa A short. The fake TP is there. Hindi nila alam ngayon kung nasan yung Omen. Carl. Naghahanap ng kalaban. Jeremy na lang ang naiwan. Binarin nga niya yung turret na yan. And with that, he gets killed by Eman. Securing another round for GXR and finally getting that game.
And looking at them!
God.
After that...
Sobrang intense. Pati sila, hindi na sila makaget over.
May kuryente na ulit kila Ching. Kita nyo naman ang bright na ng mukha ni Ching ngayon. But then, after that heartbreaking na pagkatalo nila sa Bind Taylor, finally, they managed to secure here in Haven. And makita pa nga tayo ng match 3 ngayon dito sa split later on. And Taylor, ano masasabi mo sa laban between Galaxy Racer tsaka Hashira?
Masasabi ko lang, pwede po bang huminga? Pwede po bang huminga? With Ching, okay, eto seryosong usapan muna tayo. Nung pumasok si Ching doon sa team, no? Nung sa second game natin, pinalitan niya si Blast. The team managed to pull themselves together. Although very crucially, dahil with the Hashira way, yung mga knife kills na nakita natin, they're quite comfortable in doing it as we can see. And yung confidence ng team ng Hashira, especially on the first few rounds during the attacker side, is they were really popping off during that time. Kaso nga lang, nung nag-switch up, doon lumakas yung ating GXR, no? Doon sila nakabawi pa konti-konti. Medyo nag-loosen up yung Hashira that time. And also, on the other hand naman, GXR, nabasa na rin nila. And Ching on that team is just everything.
And at the same time, it's really just GXR defying the limits. Pero alam ko napaka-intense ng laban. Pero mamaya-maya lang ay pag-uusapan ulit natin kung ano nangyari.
Game 3 na naman!
Oh, game 3 na naman!
Ako na naman yung caster!
Pero we'll just be taking a short break, mga friendships. I am your caster lady, Ivan Taylor, and we'll be right back after a few minutes.
tayong nagbabalik dito sa Valorant Challengers Philippines Stage 2, Day number 2, presented by PPGL. Kami ang inyong mga shoutcasters. My name is Taylor at kasama ko si Ray Ray ngayon. Game 3 na, guys! Gusto ko sumigaw pero yun na lang. Nakahinga tayo ng 5 minutes. 5 minutes lang. Parang saktong-sakto lang yung oras na yun para uminom talaga ng tubig. Tapos kung ano man yung gawin ko. Tapos balik na ulit tayo, no? Ako na naman yung nagkakas ng 3 games natin.
Talagang pag si Taylor nagkakas, alam nyo na kung anong mangyayari, guys. 3 games parating may tiebreaker match. Since kahapon pa to, guys, and every time, ever since sa stage 1, parating pag si Taylor, napaka-rare lang ang 2-0. Parating 2-1 ang mangyayari.
PPGL, baka naman pwedeng makahingi ng race. Lahat na ng 3 games sa akin napunta talaga. Pero joke lang yon, guys. Ito na nga, the final game, the deciding match that we're gonna have. Again, sa mga kaka-tune in lang, no, this is actually the first game pa lang para sa araw na ito. And this is between yung team ng Hashira and Galaxy Racer. And the thing is, itong dalawang teams na naglalaban para sa araw na ito, itong Galaxy Racer at yung Hashira, dito natin malalaman kung sino ba ang makakalaban ng 60-45 Pirates maya-maya lang. So, this is actually going to the semis pa lang, no? Parang kasunod lang nung day number 1 natin na nalaman na natin kung sino yung nanalo sa Bren, nalaman na natin sino nanalo sa Kadiliman tsaka 60-45. This time around, malalaman natin kung sino yung makakapasok. Hashira nga ba? O GXR, i-comment nyo na sa ating Facebook Live dyan at sa YouTube kung sino yung team na susuportahan nyo o sinusuportahan nyo na mananalo para sa ating deciding map.
And Taylor, add ko lang, ang tiebreaker match natin will be at split map. So, very small yet complicated ang map na to between these two teams. But remember, madami nang naipanalo ang Archangel sa mapang to. Although they struggled going in against their kalaban nila last Masters, definitely I'm sure na meron talagang something sa split na meron ang hawak sila Ching and of course his new team right now as GXR. But the question is, makakapalag pa rin kaya ngayon ang Hashira against them? Or maybe GXR winning the throne talaga in this quarter finals na meron tayo. But then, marami pang questions ang may sasagot between these two teams on to the next rounds na ikakast natin ngayon sa last game. Pero ikaw, Taylor, sa tingin mo, sino ang mananalo between sa dalawang teams na to?
Nakita mo naman, mahirap sagutin, no? Nakita mo yung matches natin na napanood kanina. Hashira is in their best form right now. And GXR, nakakabuo lang recently, no? From 3 members from Archangel and the original 2 from the Dreamfire team lineup that we have. Yung dalawang duelist natin na si Georgie and also Mr. Showstopper, Eman, nandyan. Tapos isama mo si Ching na duelist din. And also isama mo yung mga fraggers natin from Archangel before na nandyan din magkakasama. Ang kailangan na lang nilang hanapin dito is ano ba yung chemistry na yan, if talagang solidify nila yung chemistry na meron sila. Although this is a fairly a new team, magkakasama na yung 3 members saka yung 2 members from before. And I think that would be pretty much not that hard for them to adjust. And knowing na they have the mechanical skills of the players and they're all really crazy into fragging, alam kong kakayanin ng GXR. At the same time, kakayanin din ng Hashira. Nakita nyo kung gaano kainit maglaro tong players na to. And also a highlight kay Envy on the flashes that they have and that a map also with Haven na puro smoke na wala na tayong halos makita and still basically Ching killing off people even with the smoke. Diba? It's really, really crazy. These 2 teams, pantay sila so far. It's a toss coin, kung sasabihin natin. Toss coin.
Definitely, Taylor, a toss coin, di ba? Each team has their own capabilities. Pareha sila may kanya-kanyang mga assets na pinakita nila on that previous round. Sa Bind, although kita naman natin yung big differences, pero definitely sa Haven, pinakita ng GXR na it's not over yet. At nakita mo naman si Georgie, although he's having a hard time popping noong, and Ching actually, noong first half natin, bumawi sila ng sobra sa second half. Kita mo naman yung dalawang pag-entry nila parate, well executed, and at the same time, those two duelists are proud of their trade-offs. And Emma, nakita ko, first time ko siya nakita nag-sentinel ngayon, and it really works, especially sa mga lineups niya, di ba, pag post-plant na. So I'm really happy that GXR finally got yung momentum na kailangan nila, or else too late na para makabawi, di ba? Pero at the same time, Hashira, will you have that reset ngayon sa split? Or bibigyan nyo lang ang throne talaga sa GXR? Yun yung magiging tanong sa mga games natin. And at the same time, kailangan talaga ng Hashira ngayon to step up. Hatred ba ulit for the Jet? Or mas maganda sa Hatred as Sage?
Also, Battle Sage hatred is crazy. Okay? Okay, just wanna point that out. Aside from that, yung mapa na pinili ng mga players natin kanina, yung GXR, pinili nila yung bind, natalo sila sa bind. Hashira, pinili nila yung Haven, natalo sila sa Haven. This time around, Split is a random map from our map Veto that we had a while ago. So, this time, maybe things are gonna be different. And this Split map is a definite map to look forward
your
to.
agent.
And also, this is the deciding map. Obviously, talagang ilulook forward to ng mga players natin. GXR, Ching as the Jet, still Johan as the Omen. Eman with a Killjoy, still a Sentinel, and Georgie naman for that Reyna. And also, they took on the Breach pick para sa side ng GXR.
Very interesting ulit ang mga picks nila, pero nakita nyo, Hatred still with that Jet, of course. Ching din again with that Jet. So i-expect talaga natin na may mga angles dito na they will just be holding on, especially at garage and of course at ramps. So yun yung mga i-expect nating plays. At kanina si Hatred, nagpa-pop off naman siya, especially noong getting in that 11th round point para sa Hashira. But still, yung determination talaga ng GXR, kitang-kita naman natin. Puso lang talaga para makabawi. Now, ulitin natin ang attacking side. It's gonna be GXR going up on the defenders, which is gonna be ang Hashira.
If you wait and see, kung titignan natin from the previous match, no, it looks like Georgie is still finding his way to get that frags. Hindi to yung normal Georgie na nakikita natin dati, na crazy talaga pagdating sa frags. Literal na binubuhat o isang anchor siya sa team ng Dream 5 before. This time around, siya yung isa sa mga nahuhuli doon sa fragging potential natin. And if this changes on this deciding map, we are probably gonna see how strong really is GXR. Oh,
Then, trades lang ang nangyari. Hatred takes out Georgie. Ching takes out Hatred.
also, noting that Amex is now playing.
Oh!
Okay?
Di ko napansin! Si Mix! Oh, no! It's Bridge! Very interesting. So, pinalitan niya si Invi Hatred, Jeremy Rabbit.
Sige, kaya mo yan. Hulaan mo kung sino yung isang pinalitan niya.
Sino ba? Wait lang ulyanin na ako. Taylor, tumatanda na talaga
Yung
ako.
chat natin, alam nila yan kung sino yung pinalitan. But anyway, let's move forward dito muna sa ating matchup. This is the pistol round that we have right now. And very low on HP si Jeremy as of this moment. Team Hashira.
Okay.
Pinalitan.
Alam ko na. Nakita ko na. Si 2766. Sorry, nakalimutan kita. Na-figure out ko na. Rabbit takes out Shing kagad. Just trades off coming from Carl. Pero nga lang nakalahati almost ang buhay niya. But he will be planting instead. As sa Hashira prepares na lang para sa kanilang meeting. But then, Jeremy, masakit-sakit yan. 11 HP. Meron pa sentry ka nakatingin. Pero ngayon, he will be pushing in si Johan with that paranoia. Pero hindi na nang tinurst ka, no? Dahil nasa kanila naman ang kamay ngayon dahil nakapag-plant naman na sila. But then, Amix sees out the Johan. And will he go for another one? Naku po, sayang nag-reload. Isa na lang natitira at nagilira ni Jeremy si Carl and a retake was successful para sa Hashira.
Although they got the plan, so magkakaroon pa din ng kaching-kaching ang GXR dito. Meron pa rin silang pera from that spike plant that they did. And that first round will set the tone kung ano ba ang mangyayari para sa ating deciding map na to. Amex on that breach. Mixing will mix things up, basically, for the side of GXR. Bagong lineup na naman, so ibig sabihin, kung ano yung Hashira kanina, this is a different one as well.
Now, ito yung first time natin makikita si Mix playing. Or ako, this will be my first time casting na si Mix ang nasa lineup ng Hashira ngayon. And so far, na ito naman natin yung success on that retake with the blinds that he set upon. And nakuha nga na si Johan na pick off na kagad na 1-0 na score. Great start for Hashira despite that intense game kanina. Pero kalang ano kaya ang magiging sagot naman ng GXR KSM. Almost the same actually ang line-up. Nagkaroon na ng difference sa duelist. Jeremy talaga with the raise. Mas, for me, in my opinion talaga, we can definitely see kapag si Jeremy nag-raise. Very popping ang kanyang raise here in Split. Pero we just had little bit of a pause. So, shout out nga pala sa mga nanonood dyan, sa mga nag-tune in pa lang. Ito na yung tiebreaker match between Hashira and Galaxy Racer.
Alam mo ba, Ray, may viewer pa tayo all the way from Germany.
Uy, grabe.
Oh, di ba? So far. Anyway, nanonood ng Tagalog stream. Oh, imagine.
Tama. At saka, alam niyo, yung mga nanonood talaga sa atin, salamat. Kahit hindi ako nakasalamin, kahit nasa amin ako, kamukha ko pa rin daw si Sadness. Sige.
Lagi na lang. Alam mo, tinanggap na natin yan, guys, eh, no? Tinanggap na namin lahat. Si Vil, sino kamukha ni Vil?
Si Omen daw. Diba?
Si Omen face reveal.
Omen face reveal.
Omen face reveal. Si Vil yung kamukha.
Si Taylor marami kamukha eh. Sino yung kamukha mo daw? Si
Scarlett Johansson daw.
Julia
Sino pa ba? Taylor
Julia
Swift
Mates.
daw. Lahat na lang.
Sage
Kamukha
na
lang.
librarian.
Ang Sage na professor. Mga ganun. Kung ano-ano na lang yung trip ng mga viewers natin, tatanggapin na lang natin yan. Diba? Kung saan kayo masaya, masaya na rin kami. O, ayos ba yun?
Kahit inaasar nyo kami, okay lang.
Ayos
Masaya
lang.
kayo.
Oo. Kita nyo, si Vil, talented yan. Nagkakas, nagchat-chat pa.
Oo, di ba? Sabi sa'yo, yun talaga ang talent ni Vil. Oy, Vil, see you next game sa mga nakakamiss kay Vil dyan. Tawag sa VP daw is Vil Points. O, di ba? Napaka-witty
Vil
talaga ni
Points.
Vil.
Ang daming alam ni Vil. Oh, Vil points pa nga gusto. Anyway guys, may giveaway tayo. Check nyo yung pinned comment kung paano kayo pwedeng manalo. But looking at our game right now, balik muna tayo kung ano ang ginagawa natin kanina. Rabbit, tumanggap lang ng counting damage doon sa turret na yan. Actually, isa lang eh. Isang kembot lang. 1 HP. That aftershock, para lang ma-push out kung may nag-aabang dito. Pero walang follow-up mula kay Hatred dahil sa dark cover na yan. Nawala yung dark cover, nakita niya yung Siko naman ng ating Jet Den from the other side, which is Ching. And that pistol and that flash is gonna connect. Kaso nga lang, hindi nakapatay. Op!
Dami. O sige, labanan ng blind. Bahala kayo dyan. Pero Carl, sprays on to Hatred. Nakaltasan naman. Kung hindi smoke flash.
Na-outplay. Na-outplay si Hatred doon. Especially ayaw sumilip ng mga players ng GXR. And lalo na with Carl using two blinds para lang mapitas si Hatred. Do you think it was worth it?
I think worth it naman kasi nabawasan na din sila ng isang duelist but still, hindi pa sila nakakapag-commit into getting a sight. So 30
On a pistol
seconds
round.
na lang.
This is also a pistol round, so that flash might be even worth it. But looking at the breach on the side of Hashira, Amix, matagal hindi nating nakita si Amix, no? Matagal natin silang hindi nakita. And right now, he's playing it out. The Georgie gets a kill with that Bucky na napulot niya mula kay Hatred. Mukhang higanti ng up ito. Kayo bumili, ako din ang papatay gamit yung mga bagay na binili nyo. But Jeremy to take that Frago using that Sheriff para lang masecure yung kill na yan.
Remember, dalawa pa to. And successful ang nangyari kanina sa retake against GXR. Pero may close towards smoke. Nabawasan pa nga ni Jeremy. Isa na lang kagad na natitira. Now it's gonna be Carl versus Jeremy all over again. Pero that pain shot, hindi sumakto. And na-spray and pray pa nga. He tries to top with his Sheriff and finishes out kagad si Carl. At may oras pa nga, most likely, sa kamay ngayon ng Hashira. And he will be defusing the spike.
2-0 for the side of Hashira. Well expected, but isa lang yung natira na nabuhay sa kanila. And we all know that it was fairly an eco round on the side of GXR. A quick replay lang sa mga kaganapan. Jeremy just decides to use the Sheriff. Kanina, yung kill niya din towards doon sa defender's side spawn. Meron siyang, meron siyang Spectre pero pinili niya pa rin makakuha ng kill gamit yung Sheriff niya onto Georgie.
At sa last kill din niya with Carl, diba? Nag-sheriff talaga din siya. Mas tumatama ata kaysa sa Spectre, which is a great way naman talaga for Jeremy to do that. Pero still, going back sa game natin ngayon, 2-0. Georgie, nagpaka-aggressive na. Goodbye coming from GXR. Nabawasan na kagad si Hated all over against sa main.
No
Sumunod
way.
naman ngayon si Chink, takes out Jeremy kagad. At bago masaktuhan pa ng Angels, where are you going, my friend? Sabi ni Rabbit. Ayun, empty na ulit. Pero Georgie, kita na naman si Rabbit. Trades na ang pangyayari ngayon between the two teams.
Kanya-kanyang pulot ng mga barel, kanya-kanyang mga shopping yung mga players natin. Hashira, with two players remaining, the spike plant is there. Georgie gets a 3K, Georgie gets a 4K. Ito yung sinasabi ko, Ray. Pag si Georgie nag-online na, medyo masakit sa ulo yan. Dahil alam natin from the previous games kung gaano kadikit yung laban nila kanina, and that's without Georgie really being crazy on the team.
And sabi nga nila nung first game daw nag-warm up lang si Georgie at
Nagpainit lang.
Palong-palo na siya ngayon. 4K, kumuntikan pa nga mais ni Georgie with that aggressiveness coming from mid. Pero I think kailangan mag-reposition na ng Hashira para natin nakakaltasan si Hatred here at mid. So ngayon nag-save sila para may pang-igib pa onto the next rounds. Ngayon si Ching, he will be lurking himself inside here at mid. Ini-expect na baka malikuran siya ng kalaban niya. And alam na niya na merong manggagaling sa mid. And with that, lucky space na naman coming from Ching. Nakakaltasan na naman niya si Jeremy.
Georgie just randomly shooting through the smoke. Baka sakaling merong matamaan. Jeremy is out of this round already. Hashira, this is on the defending side, so there's still big potential para sa team ng Hashira to hold off the sides, no? You can easily pick off yung mga players o makakuha ng 2 kills agad-agad. This is gonna be a problem kung kayo ay attacker side na mababawasan kayo ng isa. But look at that, Hatred goes down. Envy for the refrag, and Eman para naman kumuha pa ng frags. And this is GXR just moving along, getting those frags right there. Rabbit with the kill, and just the gun. Is this gonna be a save for the side of Hashira right now? At this point, it's probably the best thing to do. And without the armor, he's just gonna need 1K anyway. Ayaw niya na ibigay yung kill.
Tumatakbo na pala yung makikipagtaguan na lang sa kanila si Rabbit right now. And just waiting here. Going into sewers. Pero he might meet Ching. So yan na nga. Titignan na siya ni Ching. Pero mukhang masasaktuhan pa niya ang ulo ni Ching. Now we'll just be throwing off some shadows. Pero baka malikuran siya ni Emma. Dali nahabol siya. Pero that won't be possible dahil ayaw na makaltasan ngayon ng GXR. And tayo ngayon ang scores natin.
2-2. Players from GXR tsaka Hashira, they're moving quite slowly on this map, no? On the split map that we have right now. They're trying to find their ways kung saan ba nagtatago yung mga players ng especially onto Hashira's side. Kung saan ba nakapwesto yung mga players natin. Si Envy, saan ba siya nagsiset-up ng killjoy niya? And also, saan ba nakapwesto yung breach? Which is always si Amex nandoon towards heaven. So, nahihirapan silang pasukin yun. Maybe this time around, they're gonna go for a very, very fast push towards A site. And it looks like it. Ching is right behind Georgie. At this point, napitas nga ni Envy si Georgie onto that traps na nakaset din. Ching, on the other hand, pasok na siya ng site. But the smoke from the Omen towards that screen, nag-aantay lang siya kung merong dadaan. That's gonna help GXR get the plant, but Envy pushing out. Ching out of that corner using the Nano Swarm, a very, very good move. And the plant is there. Also, yung lockdown ng Killjoy, nilapag na rin. Defenders at attackers, kanya-kanyang lockdown na daw. Hashira securing those kills and securing that plant and the defuse of the spike at this point. A good retake.
Good retake, and after a series of both lockdowns coming from both of the Killjoys, and even if nakapasok ang GXR onto the A side, Hashira is just disciplining themselves actually with those good setups kanina. Ito nyo naman na nagbigay pugay yun para makaltasan si Ching, and nag-initiate kagad ng lockdown si Envy at pinush na nila bago pa sila ma-detain ngayon ni Emma. Now, great start ulit para sa Hashira. 3-2 na naman, but I think this will just be a full of rallying ng scores between GXR and Hashira. Pero nag-force pa rin ngayon ng GXR. Kita nyo naman.
Dark cover mula kay Rabbit and also the Nano Swarm from the Killjoy para hindi makapag-push towards Garage. And that is the dash in mula kay Ching. Wala siyang makikita towards mid-vents right here. And he's gonna go, or probably gonna go down through the ating ropes, no? Maririnig siya. Kasi nag-drop lang siya doon ng basta-basta. But Hatred with the Blade Storm, did he possibly hear yung Ching ng GXR na bumaba dito?
Maybe, pero mag-hold lang siguro sila ngayon ng angles para di sila mapitas. Kasi pag nagpapaka-aggressive sila against GXR, sila yung nakukuha eh. Kasi may mga saktong-sakto yung pagtapon ni Georgie and ni Carl ng kanilang mga flashes. Pero ngayon, slow na naman ang gagawin ng GXR. Most likely on the 30th-second countdown ang gagawin nila to push towards A side. Pero pinagsabay ni Jeremy ang kanyang paint shells together with that flash. Pero wala silang mapipitas kahit papano. And now, Georgie gumamit na ngayon ng kanyang Empress that he will be using to get inside the B side. Pero Rabbit, nabawas kagad si Johan. May susubukan silang may flash.
Kailangan niya nagamitin yung showstopper.
Ah.
Wala nang nagamit sa Empress na yan. Envy, on the other hand, nakaabang na rin dito sa garden. He gets one kill. Jeremy on to the other kill. Naman, the bait and switch is real on the side of Team Hashira. 3-2 na nga, or 4-2 rather, yung ating score. Pabor ng dalawang rounds dito sa Hashira side. And if you think about it, they're really good. Kanina pa to eh. Yung connection ng mga players ng Hashira, kung paano sila mag-bait and switch, kung paano nila silipin o yung trade-offs na ginagawa nila, it's very, very clean.
And exactly, yun yung kinagawa na ulit ng Hashira, which yung mga naging mistakes sila earlier sa Haven map. And at the same time, kitang-kita mo naman yung trigger discipline doon ni Jeremy, and narinig niya kagad si Georgie, nag-Empress, so alam na niya kung saan siya manggagaling. But then, they will be going again for that very pushy punta sa B-side, pero Georgie was able to take down Hated. Pero the fact kung nakabawas sila ngayon at isa-isa na bumabagsak ang mga miyembro ng GXR, it might sound bad for GXR side. Now, speaking of, nabawasan na nga sila isa-isa, and leading ulit ang Hashira against the GXR.
Also, the perfect blind mula kay Amix. Dalawa agad yung nabulag niya doon, and just Hatred securing that kill. 2-1 trade. That's a big factor mula sa side ng Hashira. Nagulo yung setup ng GXR o yung pagpasok nila doon. And the thing is, ang iniisip ko is, alam na nila eh. Alam nila na dito pumupwesto yung breach. So what can they do to cancel that out? Una, of course, hanapin nila kung nasan yung breach at patayin. Kaso nga lang, with how Amex plays, the flash is there, and then he's gonna go back and then flash out again hanggang mawala lang sila ng gana, hanggang maubos sila isa-isa dahil nga sa mga flashes na yan, and just an easy kill mula sa side ng Hashira for GXR.
And GXR, medyo nagiging reckless na sila ngayon, but they need to be just sure sa kanilang mga ginagawa, or else mabuhulog sila sa patibong na pinapakita ng Hashira. But then Georgie will now be picking that same angle once again dahil makuha na naman siya ni Hatred, and they are expecting them coming again sa mid towards B side. Pero tignan natin kung magro-rotate sila coming in from the vents, pero gusto lang talaga nilang paisa-isa.
48 seconds 48 seconds the spike is still at the spawn. And I think if this is how they rotate right now, Hashira or rather GXR is gonna go to A site. Ready na towards yung papuntang ramps. Yung players natin na si Carl, andyan na
30
si Carl,
seconds
andyan na rin yung Jet nila, which is si Ching, and they're gonna go into A site. The traps is released mula sa side ng Hashira. Envy gets 1, Envy gets 2, and Jeremy also, and the triple kill para kay Envy, securing that round for the side of Hashira. A very clean execution on their side.
Grabe, ENV popping off. Alam niya kung saan manggagaling. Very expected. Para kay ENV, kanina Taylor nakita natin, even if he helped a lot syempre sa flashes sa Heaven, di pa rin gano'n nag-pop off yung breach niya. But with the killjoy ngayon, sa split, it helped a lot sa kanyang teammates. And look at those off angles na meron ang Hashira. They outplay GXR so much ngayon sa mapang to.
It's because Envy can definitely frag. Kapag hawak niya yung breach na yan, alam naman natin na sobrang daming skills ng breach na pwedeng gamitin and sobrang dapat hawak mo lang lagi yung skills mo. So hindi ka makapafrag ng sobra-sobra talaga. But look at this, how Hashira do it right now. 4 versus 3 situation. The blinds are there. Andyan pa yung lockdown ng Killjoy na kailangan nilang sirain. One
Player standing.
player remaining, which is Envy at this point. Inantay niya na lang and it's finally done and over with. Yung pagpasok ng GXR doon, sobrang hirap na hirap sila. The first time around, Amex of course with the blinds na ready at prepared para saluhin kung sino man yung dadaan o sino man yung papasok.
That amount of defense. Talagang si Envy, sa totoo lang, si Envy ang key player ngayon ng Hashira. Looking at that, siya din ang nagta-top frag para sa kanyang team ngayon. But let's see more of this kung ano man yung magiging strat naman ng GXR going up against Hashira. Kasi ngayon, they want to control mid always, pero dun din sila nahuhulog sa sarili nilang patibong. And now, instead of contesting ngayon, mag-split sila para lang makapagpitas-pitas siguro kung saan manggagaling ang Hashira.
Literal, no? Parang pangalan lang nung mapa natin, split, guys. May ultimate nga dito si Killjoy, or which is si Envy. Meron siyang ultimate lockdown agad-agad. Imagine, kakagamit lang nila ng lockdown a few rounds ago, and now he's up and online. And aside from that, hatred with the Blade Storm as well, na pwede niya magamit kung sakali man na pabor sa sitwasyon. But a slow push, play for picks yung ginagawa ng GXR at this moment. Iniwan muna nila yung spike sa base, silip muna papuntang mid kung makokontrol man, and this is gonna be a peak mula sa players ng GXR, especially after that aftershock that they did. Johan! Nahuli nga yung ulo. Look at this, how they play. Amex just right behind, ready to flash para hindi lang mahabol si Hatred o makakuha ng trade yung
30 seconds
GXR.
Pero Taylor, they only have 27 seconds left para sa GXR pumunta sa isang certain side. Ngayon pa lang kukunin ni Eman ang spike. Kailangan niya dalhin towards P. At okay lang para sa Hashira if this happens. Meron namang lockdown galing kay Killjoy na gagamitin nila for that
10 seconds
retake.
left.
Now, binabantayan lang nila ng maayos si Ching if where will he be going. Ngayon na spike has been planted, tatangking to ni Ching towards meeting them. Pero blinded siya ngayon. Saktong-sakto
God.
ang pag-flash ngayon ni IMIX. Now, we only have 3 left para sa GXR and they can issue a lockdown here. But the lineup galing kay Georgie ang naging weapon ng GXR to use this. Now, spray and pray, pero Rabbit nakapag-trade ng 1v2 tayo ngayon. Amix versus Eman and Georgie. Pero out in the open na ngayon si Amix at nakuha pa ng GXR despite na 3 na lang ang natitira sa kanila.
Nag-line up. Isa sa mga bagay na nangyari doon is nag-line up literally nung may kalaban si Georgie na nasabayan, no? And nagsabay pa nga yung dalawang players ng GX or ng Hashira rather. Nagsabay sumilip and that made the kill easier para kay Georgie. And aside from that, with the use of Empress, he's very fast in reloading and also executing the gunfights that nasa harapan niya. Yung nasa harapan niyang gunfights, agad-agad. And those kills mula kay Georgie, ito yung sinasabi ko pa ulit-ulit, Ray, na GXR, if Georgie becomes online, kung ano yung nakikita natin sa dating mga stage 1 natin, basically, grabe. I think they would be able to bring back yung mga rounds na nawala. And the thing is, this is a defender-sided map anyway. So they just wanna get the points that they wanna get.
And yun talaga din yung kailangan gawin ng Hashira before it's too late makahabol ulit sa kanila. But Jeremy, tignan natin kung may mag-audition pa ba sa kanya going into that click. Pero nga lang, speak of, na-trade lang ni Carl ang kanyang teammate, but they will be lessening the time para makapunta kagad ng GXR towards the side. Pero si Ching ngayon, he will be controlling already at 8 tower. 4v4 pa rin ngayon. Di pa issued ang lockdown ni Envy that he will be using. Pero speaking of, ginamit na niya kagad, but Ching takes out Amix before he can execute his utilities. Pero that lurk, ang lurk galing kay Ching, ang naging sagot na naman ng GXR. Kahit tatlong player nga lang ang detained, and Rabbit will be using that para makuha niya. Pero in just a few seconds, nawala na ulit ang detained. And GXR proceeds off with that score against Hashira with a 4-7.
4-7, this is the last round before the switch. And this is the very essential one. Kung magiging 8-4 ba o magiging 7-5. That's not too far off. If it is a 7-5, GXR is actually can bring the game back, especially when they get the pistol round. Nang mabilisan lang, in just a snap, they could get those rounds back and the possibility of winning.
Pero
My God, Jeremy! Using that showstopper. Wala nang flasher ang ating GXR, and Georgie right now is the only one remaining that has the flash, and Johan as well. Pero wala na ring Lear na pwedeng gamitin si Georgie. Ito na to, mano-mano na. Kumbaga, sisilipin yung Ali. Georgie getting that kill. The spike is now planted. And ginamit yung dismiss. Baka sakaling makasilip. And the triple mula kay Jeremy is gonna go for another one. The onting whip lang. But Johan secures that kill. And Amix going down to get another one. One versus one situation. Hatred at Emma. Naghahanapan na nga. The lockdown is there. And harap-harapan. Emma secures the final blow to the head. And it's headshot. A triple kill on this round. GXR securing 5 rounds onto the attackers. It's gonna be huge.
Sobrang huge ng advantage ng GXR this time. 5-7 ang score ngayon, and tandaan nyo, nasa attacking side sila earlier. Ngayon, ang Hashira, anong magiging adjustments nyo? Lalo na't ngayon, nasa attacking side kayo. Will that be favorable to your team? Pero with that bit pinagmadali ni Eman actually ang huling remaining member ng Hashira because of that lockdown. Walang choice si Hatred kundi i-pick out siya. And yun ang magpe-pave ng way para sa GXR to get that 5th round for them. Now, 5-7 ang score at nag-switch na tayo ng sides.
May it be na defender-sided itong map na to, no? It still depends kung paano maglalaro yung players. What if itong GXR, sa attacking pala sila malakas, di ba? What if itong Hashira, sa defending pala sila malakas? Sa attacking pala sila malakas? So we are never gonna know. But this is the only fact that in general that we have, that this is a defender-sided map. And right now, it's a switch for the teams that we have right here. 5-7 ang score natin. 2 rounds lang ang kailangan habulin. Isipin mo, 2 pistol rounds. I mean, the pistol round and then a Spectre on the second one. 7-7 na agad yung score natin. This is a very close match between these two teams that we have right here. And they're both very good.
Not only just good, but very smart and unpredictable din. And going here sa magiging gagawin naman ng Hashira into pushing out towards B Tower, Johan, kailangan niya makasecure kahit papano ng kill. But Jeremy, nabawasan na kagad si Carl with that shot. Hahabulin na ang magagaling. Okay, that 4-man. Pero ingat, baka malikuran kayo bago kayo pumunta ng A-side. Pero Georgie, nakaabang pa rin siya towards the B-main. Pero makakarinig din siya ng footsteps. Malamang, galing sa kanya likod. Pero Hatred, naunahan na siya kagad. Ching na likuran si Envy. 2v4 na tayo ngayon. And Rabbit will just be planting the spike.
2 versus 4. 21 HP para kay Rabbit, no? And Ching with the smoke onto that. Baka sakali lang na meron ma-block off. This is the retake mula sa dalawang players ng GXR. Gagawin dito ng Hashira. Magtatago lang sila. But Ching gets 1 kill. Amix on the other hand. A trade to trade lang. But this is a 1 versus 3 situation now. And this pistol round, hindi na lang ako sisilip. Dalawa yung players. And this is a crossfire. Andiyan na nga yung ating fault line. At paint shells mo pa, wala nang choice si Ching kundi saluhin kaliwat kanan yung mga atake ng ating team Hashira. 8-5 ang ating score, and this is a possibility of a 9-5 with this second round, letting them buy the Spectre. But lalabanan to. Anti-eco tong GXR natin ngayon with the Bucky that they have.
Kahit na nerf yung ba na yan, still, masakit pa rin ang Bucky na yan and still can be used by this player. Basta close range, syempre, ang kanilang gagawin. But then, right now, ano kaya magiging plano naman ng Hashira on what Galaxy Racer will be doing? Pero right now, hahayaan nilang mag-audition kayo kay Georgie. That's gonna be so bad. Dahil nakabawasan na naman si Hatred ngayon sa kamay ng GXR.
Good ang angle, no? Rather, sorry. That's a good angle na hinold off ni Georgie doon. And it's easy to get the kill and get the dismiss para lang makatakas onto that. If it was Ching, maybe probably yung dash out hindi niya magagawa agad-agad, no? So that's easier with the Reyna's dismiss. And this is a flash. Nabulag nga si Jeremy. Na-miscom ng kaunti, but they wanna go into B site. They're actually in. Ubus na yung mga flashes na yan. And Georgie, on the other hand, with still the Bucky getting a shot. Jeremy getting a 2K. And now switching to the pistol. 3 versus 3 situation. 5 HP on Yohan. Paint shells nilabas na rin para makapag-push. Si Ching, wala siyang choice dito. And susubukan mag-plant. Kaso sa pool sa mukha ng Bucky na yan. This is only a Bucky para sa kanila. 5 HP na lang si Yohan dito. Hindi pa nakakapag-plant, or actually nakapag-plant. Hindi pa nga nakakapag-plant ng spike sana, no? But NV securing the kill. And this is a 9-5. Pero sinira din kahit papano ng GXR yung mga buy o mga pera ng team ng Hashira, no?
Kita mo naman, dalawa na kaagad sa kanila ang nag-force yun ng Phantom. Pero Taylor, kita mo doon yung ginawa ni Jeremy. Hindi nila in-expect that he will be coming behind them at pillars. At yun na naging way para makaltasan kahit pa paano mga Bucky members ng GXR. Now 9-5 na ang score. GXR with that full buy with their Vandals in, siguro ito na ang pwede na lang maging point. Pero Ching, pinangunahan na nga si Rabbit. Eman din, sumunod na rin, takes out Jeremy. Tatlo na lang natitira, but with Hatred's flank, will that be worth it? Lalo na takabawas ngayon si Envy with that Spectre.
This is a very crucial round, Carl. A clear shot mula sa ulo ni Hatred, and also Eman killing off the last player, which is Envy. 6-9. Nice in favor of Hashira.
9-6 na nga. And ito yung nakakatagot about si GXR. Nakita natin to sa Haven Taylor. Slowly but surely ang gagawin nila. But then, walang choice ngayon ang Hashira kundi mag-eco lang. Kita mo naman, just buy out your sheriffs. Talagang half-buy lang. They need to be slow sa gagawin nila ngayon. Jeremy, nag-force lang ng Spectre and Rabbit also. So, yun ang gagamitin nila towards the site. Jeremy ngayon may showstopper that he can use. Pero makikita niya kagad si Yohan and gets out! Nabawasan niya na kagad. Ngayon, ginamit niya lahat ng utilities niya para makakaltas. Pero Carl takes out Hatred kagad.
Jeremy, even blinded by the Lear, sumisili pa rin siya just firing off some shots. Ito na yung showstopper, nilabas na nga niya. And it's time to hunt for the players. The dash out mula kay Ching. And Ching secures the kill. Updraft naman para makakit sana sa Heaven, pero hindi natuloy. And the dash in ulit. GXR is doing it.
GXR!
Slowly getting there.
Slowly talaga. Ito yung scary thing about GXR. Crawling their way up talaga. para makuha nila or ma-defeat nila ang Hashira. And that the showstopper, medyo naging maalat as Ching actually expects it to come. Meron pa siyang dash out para makaalis kagad. And at the same time, even if sobrang aggressive ng ginawa ng Hashira, GXR was just ready para saluhin man kung anong gagawin ng Hashira. Now, 9-7, we've seen this, guys. We've seen this so much. Ang kailangan talaga gawin dito ni Hashira is to really secure the rounds para makapasok sila. But then, tandaan nyo, ang determination ng Galaxy Racer, sobrang laki para makuha nila ang mga rounds against Hashira. Now, we'll just be having a tactical pause. Tingnan natin mga replay. Yan, si Jeremy di nila in-expect na manggagaling na sa kanilang likod.
Main shells para kay Ching, no? So napilitan pumush forward si Ching at this point. And with Ching pushing forward and also the dash out after getting the bucky shot, that's a huge thing for GXR. But still, the Hashira way, they still managed to fight it off. This is a tactical pause for the teams. Very crucial dahil una sa lahat, this round that we're gonna have, Hashira will have no money if ever they lose this round. Also, Rabbit, if you take a look, yung mga armor ng team ng Hashira dito, 2 of them have half armor, and I think Rabbit will decide to buy off a full amount of armor. I see that. But the money, wala eh. Kulang eh. So, they have to really win this few rounds that they gonna have. But also, at the same time, it's not that crazy far off, especially sa rounds na hahabulin. If example lang naman na makakapag-eco pa sila, it's possible pa. Pero on the side of GXR, if yung economic advantage na meron sila mawala sa kanila yan, yun ang delikado. Hindi na sila pwede muna magkamali sa mga rounds na meron sila dahil this time, onti na lang eh.
And Taylor, add ko lang, Jeremy popping off para sa kanyang team. But the equally distributed kills ng GXR shows to us that yung trades ng Galaxy Racers, very important and a key para makuha nila ang Hashira. Although Hatred, kailangan pa niya talaga mag-pop off dahil Jet ang nilalaro niya ngayon. Amex, it's fine. We have that support build for him. Mga flashes niya, very important and on point naman. But Hatred talaga, kailangan niya mag-pop off. Kita mo naman, Georgie, Ching, Emin, and Carl. Wala ganon differences kasi yun yung pinapakita ng Galaxy Racer is those trades popping off is very important para sa kanilang team. And kita mo ngayon nangyari because of those trade-offs. Walang choice ang Hashira ngayon. Apektado ang kanilang economy. Nag-all out kagad si Hatred. And this will be a huge difference kapag nanalo pa ang GXR ngayon. But technical pause lang tayo. So sa mga nandyan, chill lang kayo. Alam ko napaka-intense ulit ng laban natin. Hindi na naman kami humihinga ni Taylor.
Ayun, huminga na ako.
Kaya na kami.
KDA lang naman ni Jeremy, guys. No? Balitaan lang natin kayo. 20 kills, 8 deaths, and 2 assists. He is really one of the key players on this team. Aside from that, si Envy, yung pagsalo niya doon sa mga sites kanina, especially on the defender side, siya yung nag-a-anchor in eh. Even with the traps, kung hindi man magko-connect yung traps, yung shots niya yung magko-connect. Alam mo yun? So, talagang malaking bagay itong mga players na ito for the team Hashira. And with the adding Amex, mixing him up with this lineup na yung mga flash niya, minsan okay, minsan hindi. Maraming times na nakita kong na-flash niya si Jeremy, nadama yung mga team members niya. So, a little bit of more coordination on to the sides of the teams. But I get it, If excited sumilip yung duelist natin, even as the flash is still going off, then hindi talaga magkakaroon ng connection like that. But on the other hand, GXR, ano yung mga napapansin mo ba sa team na to, Ray?
I think, the thing about the GXR is kailangan na lang yung patience. And nangyari yon kanina sa Haven. And it feels like with what Hashira has been doing ngayon, medyo nagiging konti lang naman na trigger happy. Yun yung nagiging way sa kanila to get those rounds para sa kanila. And kitang-kita ko nga, gusto ko lang i-highlight, even if Jeremy stopped fragging with those insane 20 kills, ang meron naman ng GXR is the discipline to be able to trade their teammates. Even if Johan only has 2 kills, but he's been doing perfectly with those good sets ng mga smokes para sa retake nila, and of course ang kanyang set ng paranoia. But still, hinihintay ko mag-pop off si Johan siguro, and that can be a key para sa GXR to win this against Hashira. And kanina, kung nag-pop off si Johan sa Haven on the late parts of the game, sa tingin ko ganun din ang pwedeng mangyari sa kanya ngayon sa split.
Johan can definitely kill. Kaya niyang mag-frag ng sobra. Ang inaantay ko lang din dito for the side of Hashira is actually Hatred. Dahil siya yung duelist din dito eh. So dapat he kinda needs to step up his game at this point, knowing na attacker sila, so they have to really push in to the sides and not get killed off agad-agad. You see how Ching plays a while ago with the jet that he has. Yung mga kills na yan, instant dash out agad after securing one, or instant dash in kung saan man. Very confident tignan si Ching with the jet, and also up na rin yung kanyang Blade Storm, no? So we're gonna probably see that in just a few moments. On the other hand, for Hashira, Hatred, he kind of know, of course he knows how to play jet. Lagi niya naman tong ginagamit eh. He just needs to find that momentum kung saan makakakuha siya ng mga kills, or yung pagpasok niya sa mga site is just perfectly suited for the team.
Siguro onting kiliti lang kay Hatred and he'll get that playstyle ng jet that he wants. Kasi usually naman nakita natin how he shines, di ba? Pero right now, I think it's time talaga for Jeremy siguro. It's Jeremy's time para mag-pop off this time naman. And kahit naman na si Hatred usually napakakaltas, his teammates are able also to get those rounds din para sa team nila. Pero ngayon sa mga nanonood dyan, comment na lang yung teams na gusto nyong manalo. Alam ko napaka-intense, pero siguro technical pause lang para uminom ulit kayo ng tubig. Huminga, kasi kami ni Taylor nakakahinga. Sana kayo rin nakakahinga pa kayo. At syempre kay Vil na nakikipagkulitan sa comments natin ngayon. Shout out sa'yo.
Also, just to clarify guys ha, yung mga kaka-tune in lang o baka kakanood nyo lang, this is actually the first game of today pa lang. So 5:30, the first game pa lang natin to, and this is GXR versus Hashira. This is the deciding map actually, yung third map natin. And 1-1 yung ating score. Obviously, a best of 3 series. So this is very essential na lahat ng players natin, of course with the technical pause that we have, kailangan nakakonect lahat ng players natin. And we're just waiting on na maging okay. And I think may mga updates naman nakikita tayo sa chat of course, courtesy of the people who knows the players, kung ano yung nangyayari with their setups right now. And this is onto their sides. And we want to make sure na fairly matapos, no? But if you think about it, it's possible to break a momentum on the side of Hashira and even on the side of GXR na mawala yung momentum nung teams natin with such pauses that we are seeing right now. Malaking factor.
At the same time naman na din Taylor, it's looking at the performance na meron ang GXR, it's kind of scary talaga. Very scary na ganito yung points na meron sila. So what we can see earlier on nung sa Haven, ganto din, same scenario as what happened. Pero thankfully din naman sa mga nanonood ngayon who knows what happened. Thank you so much for informing everyone in. Hopefully, maging maayos na din ang lahat para sa mga players. Para back to the game na tayo here. And sa mga tatanong, ano po bang match to, saan po ba to? Ito ay guys, ay quarterfinals pa lang. So, waiting actually ang 60-45 Pirates kung sino ang makakalaban nila. And it's either Galaxy Racer or Hashira ang mga kalaban nila going into semifinals mamayang gabi pa. So, kung
Mga madaling araw pa guys, no?
Mga 11 p.m.
Mga 11 p.m. pa. Pero ito seryosong usapan muna tayo, no? With looking at the players right now and with the Hashira, sabi mo nga malaki yung potential ng team na to. And but since stage 1, they seem to sometimes drop the ball, no? They, especially when they have lots of games on one day, doon sila medyo parang siguro napapagod when it comes to the players having lots of games and knowing na pangatlong game nito for today and it's very, very long. Medyo kung sila mananalo dito, I am kind of worried for the second match that they're gonna face off, which is yung sa 60-45 Pirates that we are gonna see. And also at the same time, they're on a boot camp, so just a quick reminder or just a quick recap yung mga sinabi or mga pinag-usapan natin kanina. And with the brackets nung time na nag-playoffs tayo, Ray, nung playoffs pa lang, medyo mahirap ang pinagdaanan ng Team Hashira, no? So medyo madugo yung bakbakan na hinarap nila doon sa open qualifiers natin. And they're now here onto our quarterfinals. And again, guys, paano ang format ng challengers at paano nakakarating sa Masters, Ray?
Okay, guys. So, ngayong week na to, wala pa talaga yung pupunta sa Masters kagad. Instead, they will be seeded off for our next week. Tsaka lang natin malaman on the second week ng ating stage 2 kung sino yung first team na makakapasok. So, parang nangyari lang to nung stage 1. Ganun pa rin ang format. Then after that, sa week 3 natin, para naman sa stage 2, yun naman yung next na team. So, this week, it will be a big opportunity talaga sa mga teams para makapasok sa top 4 to be seeded just in case na matatalo sila sa magiging kalaban nila.
We are finally back! Oras na para simulan ang bakbakan na to. 9-7 ang ating score. Agad-agad na pumasok ang Hashira. Galit na galit. And it's finally time. Ubusan lahi para kay Hatred. Pinatay na nga si Eman. They take on a site. And with a Blade Storm on Hatred, he can do lots of things with this one. But Ching also has that. Envy on the other hand, naglalurk lang, bumaril na kaunti. Nalaman na nandito siya and the turret will help him out. Kaso nga lang, napatay na rin siya ni Carl onto that. Hatred, pasok na sila dito ha. Hashira is onto A site and this is the post plant. How will GXR take this round back? 30 HP on Carl. He still has the utilities. May dalawa pa siyang flash na pwede gamitin. Pero I think it's gonna be a save.
Most likely, saved na rin to para sa kanila. Wala silang choice ngayon dahil malayo pa si Johan and nakastuck na lang siya at B-side. Carl may just go on for the exit frags pero wala na din siyang maaabutan dahil magkakalayo silang lahat and it goes sa Hashira with that quick onto A side at 7-10 na ang score natin in favor of HSR.
Can I get a drop?
Interesting matchup. 10-7 ang ating score. And it seems like
Thanks.
Johan is still having some problems on his side, but you know, the show must go on. You can't wait forever for a player, guys. And this is a tournament. Of course, there would be rules. So, the show must go on. Anyway, 10-7. Jeremy with a boom bot early right now. And they're just waiting off. Andyan na yung ating flash ng breach. And also the Empress online na for Georgie pero he doesn't get a kill. Hatred instead gets one. They're on to B side already and they wanna secure the plant onto this.
And the rabbit already planted. Clear na nila kagad in just a quick clear ng B-side natin. Pero ngayon, executed na naman ang lockdown Killjoy that can secure some of the players. Now, because of that turret, alam nila na may manggagaling sa B-tower. Pero mag-rotate na lang for that retake ang mga taga-GXR. But then, alam na naman nila saan magagaling. They spotted already yung sentry gun pero Rabbit nakabang na sa health kung saan man nila mapipikan kung saan ang nasa GXR. But Chink already makes himself in with that operator pero time is ticking. The pressure! So mukhang hindi na nila madedefuse ngayon ng Spike. And speaking of, it will go down sa hands ng Hashira ngayon. Pero
muntik na maabutan si Amix.
Oh no, muntik pa matamaan. And makuha pa siya. Okay, di na nagsaktuhan. And may pera ngayon ang Hashira. Although si hindi wala siya ganang pera, pero makakapag-buy naman siya ngayon together with his other teammates. Pagtigib ngayon ang mga taga GXR. Pero kanina ka-operator, malaki ang magiging kaltas na lang ngayon. And now, he will be just maybe eco or pwedeng bilan siya ng kanyang teammates. Let's see if ano pa ang gagawin ngayon ng GXR. Dahil ang pressure is on! Dalawa na lang ang rounds para sa Hashira to take that against them with a 2-1 score.
May ultimate si Ching na pwedeng gamitin, no? But the biggest problem right now na kinakaharap ng team ng GXR is waiting on Johan. That's the reality, guys. I won't sugarcoat it right now for you. And the thing is, of course, an online tournament that we have right now, and this is not a LAN event na pwede nating maproblema sa side ng organizers and all that, no? And of course, as we say, we have the rules and all that, so we cannot wait forever for the teams to be okay para lang sa para lang sa match na ito. And that problem is really big, especially on the defender side. Jeremy? Onting whiff lang.
Carl, Georgie stepping up for their kahit kulang pa lang sila ngayon. They are already trimming it down to a 3-all. And Man spots out Amix together with Envy. At isa na natira, that's gonna be Hatred. Let's see if he'll be able to clutch that one. Pero ginamitan na ngayon. And Carl finishes Hatred out. GXR, makakabawi pa rin.
With the setup.
Johan na nasa spawn lang, na naghihintay.
Just to be clear with you, ubus na yung tactical pauses na pwedeng gamitin. So as far as we can say right now, they're still trying, they're still managing, and still getting some rounds. The only thing na positive at think positive lang tayo dito aside from COVID, of course, is the only thing positive is, of course, is that we are actually on the defender side para sa side ng GXR. I mean, kahit pa paano, may paano muna. Anong tawag dun? May pag-asa pa, pero look at that. The triple kill mula kay Ching. Medyo galit na. Carl, on the other hand, getting another frag. Georgie to secure the round. GXR is still alive and kicking.
And Ching pops off despite kulang sila
Mukhang mas
ngayon.
gumagana. Mukhang mas gumagana.
There's still hope para sa team na to. 11-9. Sabi ko nga, ang determination ng GXR as what we have seen sa Haven, ganun na ganun pa rin yung power na meron sila. And of course, naman nakita naman natin yung advantage din na dahil nag-save ang Hashira. But still, look at the money that they have ngayon. They can still, even if they will be losing this round, meron pa rin silang pambili sa next round. But then Hashira, what will you do? You can actually take this advantage already. Pero nga lang, GXR, kailangan nyo talagang mag-step up para ma-secure nyo ang 2-1 score and proceeding in. Siyempre, sa semifinals natin, mamaya lang.
Definitely true. Eman, meron na siyang lockdown dito. So, whenever na may papasukin na site o kailangan nilang mag-retake, he can definitely use that. 11-9 ang ating score. Not too far off. Just 2 rounds behind ang GXR. But looking at Hashira right now, how will they take on sites? Georgie is being aggressive towards mid. Nakikita natin siya dito na nag-aantay. And that fault line, narinig siya na bumaba, pero he's gonna go for the dismiss onto the left side. He gets another kill onto that 2-1 trade. And this is a 3 versus 3 situation. I'll just state the facts. Of course, Johan's not moving. So, 3v3 ang labanan natin. Pantay pa din naman. And as we take a look into it, Hatred na detect na rin ng alarm bot.
30 seconds
They
left.
have to be careful. They kinda know na mag-A site and the lockdown, a very early one, because 20 seconds remaining na lang. Anong gagawin ng mga players? Papasukin ba nila? Pinasok ng Omen. Okay, para makarating siya sa backside. Pasok na siya sa backside. And nag-dash in na rin si Hatred. 10 seconds remaining. They have to plant the spike right now. Wala nang ibang choice because we only have 5 seconds. The spike is now planted. 3 seconds remaining. Rabbit on the other hand getting the kills. Onting whiff. Carl secures the round. And of course, 1 versus 2. It's all up to Carl. And the attacker Killjoy Oh my God, he had to risk it out. Kailangan niyang i-risk out yung play na yon dahil, of course, wala eh. Nandun na siya eh. Nasa loob na siya eh. So we're just waiting for the spike to go off. Of course, we're just gonna wait for the spike to go off. Again, sa mga nanonood, ba't kayo nagtataka na hindi gumagalaw si Johan? We had so much technical pauses or tactical pauses na on the side of the players, and of course with the rules of the tournaments that we have, there are certain limits lang onto how far this process can go, and the tournament should continue to go or move forward once these pauses are all out.
And hopefully, Taylor, no, I know guys, it's sobrang heartbreaking na to, pero I believe GXR still can take this against Hashira. And at the same time, kami sana kung LAN event to, no, Taylor? Feel ko yung buong crowd, sana they will be screaming sa top of their lungs para lang supportahan ng kanilang teammates. But going back, match point already para sa Hashira.
GXR still breathing. Kaya pa nila actually, no? Yung mga rounds natin, they can definitely still do it, especially if Georgie and Ching just gets all the kills. And Envy killing off Georgie is not gonna help them at all. A 4 versus 3 situation. And namatay na rin yung isang duelist ng GXR, which is si Ching. Andiyan na yung Rolling Thunder natin for the side of Hashira. They're inside B site already. And planting the spike.
Pero nasaktuhan pa ni Carl ngayon si Envy, planting ulit just in case, and Jeremy finishes out Carl sa kanyang showstopper. Dalawa na lang, isa na lang actually sa tatlo. Will Eman still get this? Ubus na rin ang kanyang utilities that he can use against Hashira. Now, titignan na lang niya, abangan na lang niya kung meron siyang makikita. And now, they will be seeing him at Ali. Masastun pa nga siya. Nabawasan lang ng onte, pero remember, time is ticking. He will be pulling out his turret already. Na-flashan pa nga siya. He actually picks out Hatred. Dalawa sa isa, and he's just waiting for them to come out. Pero magde-defuse siya. Di niya bibitawan. Pero may kita na kagad siya ni Amix. He takes out one. Pero na-trade galang siya ni Jeremy. And this goes to the hands of Hashira.
Hashira winning the game. Number 3, the deciding map for them, and they move to the semifinals. They're all stressed out. I can definitely see it from their faces at this point. It was a very long match. It was a very long game for them, but they managed to do it. Unfortunately nga lang for the side of GXR. Quite unfortunate incident for them, but again, rules are rules para sa ating mga tactical pause. And still, even with Johan out of a few rounds outside doon sa late game natin, they can still get those rounds eh. Hindi lang, wag lang mamatay si Ching sa si Georgie, yung duelist natin. No? Sila talaga yung kumbaga kumakapit pa. But that's definitely it for them. And just a quick note on how amazing these teams are and how amazing they play. GXR and Hashira both. And kudos to GXR for still fighting it out until the very end of these games.
Sa totoo lang, the way na nakita natin yung Hashira, they look so stressed out. Even if may advantage sila with the one-man difference. Ano pa rin eh, iba pa rin pagkalaban mo si Georgie, iba pa rin pagkalaban mo si Ching and Eman and Carl and Johan. The way that this team commits so much sa kanilang mga tutok and aim-wise, yun talaga yung meron ang upper hand ng GXR. But still, alam naman din natin talaga, it was really heartbreaking for the fans. But alam ko, sure ako, na may kita pa natin on the next weeks to come ang GXR. Promise, you have my word, may kita pa natin sila. But still, congratulations sa Hashira for being seeded na syempre kagad. And at the same time, they will be proceeding mamaya sa last match natin sa semifinals against 60-45 Pirates. Exhausting ang araw na to, pero kailangan pa rin lumaban ng Hashira.
Mahaba-haba pa yung araw, no? Marami pang games na mapapanood. And aside from that, yung next match nga natin mamaya, which is yung Bren Esports. And kakalabanin nila SV Empire, no? So may predictions, mamaya kasama mo na si Vil onto that eh. So predictions ko doon, actually, iniba ko. Lahat kayo, Bren, ako nag-SV Empire. para lang maiba, no?
Tanda mo siling nangyari yan kahapon.
Oh, di ba? 60-45 siya.
60-45.
Siya lang yung nakatama nung ano natin, nung hula o nung prediction natin. But guys, anyway, that was it for the match that we had for Hashira and also for the team Galaxy Racer Dreamfire. That's basically it, no? I just want to say na how amazing this team plays. Also, just commend how they also played out, especially for Hashira. They're really strong right now, but you can see yung stress na nararamdaman ng players. You definitely saw that after the third game, nung lumabas yung camera nila. Now, ang tanong, with the matches that they're gonna have today, can they still make it? Yung mentality nila as a player and as they play, mame-maintain ba nila yon yung energy na meron sila kanina?
Let's see kung ano kaya yung mangyayari. Pero di ba usually sanay na nga sila sa ganitong setup, parati silang nasa day kung saan sunod-sunod ng kanilang matches, but really they need to make it worth it para makalaban nila kung sino man makapasok sa SV Empire versus Bren Esports sa finals. Pero remember, they need to face off syempre si Fars Hygiene and Dagang ng mga 60-45 Pirates. Nakita natin how overwhelming they are kahapon. Kaya talagang masusubukan ang determination din ng Hashira into committing against this crazy team din. Crazy firepower ng team na to. But still, marami pang mangyayari ngayon as we are heading towards already sa semifinals, sa first semifinals match natin pagkatapos nitong match na to. Ayun na nga yung mangyayari between SV Empire and Bren Esports. Nangyari na to nung last stage natin. Naglaban na tong dalawang teams na to.
Almost,
So,
diba?
first day.
With Bren Esports, medyo na-overwhelmed din sila dito sa team ng SV Empire. And malay natin, gulatin ulit tayo. Maraming nakakagulat para sa stage 2 natin, no? And the teams that we are expecting na landslide matches na puro 2-0, kung ano yung nakita natin on stage 1, that's not the case on to stage 2 dahil halos lahat ng matches natin, especially yung mga kinakas ko, lahat sila 3 games. Lahat sila 3 games. Anyway,
dikit lang eh.
Anyway, guys, ito na nga, no? And as we go and move forward to the semifinals, VCT PH, nakita nyo na, semifinals na yung susunod natin. We're just gonna go in a very short break. Maraming salamat sa pagsama sa amin. Of course, makakasama ni Ray mamaya si Vil. Ako ay magpapahinga muna. So again, my name is Tara. Kasama ko si Ray. But right now, VCT PH will just go in a very short break. Muli kaming magbabalik. Huwag kayong alis.
Oh.
The Hashira way emerges as the one true way for that quarterfinal, taking a victory in a 2-1 score line up against none other than GXR themselves. It was a little bit sloppy, I'll admit, and we did have a lot of technical issues in between those rounds. But what did matter in the very, very end was that they got that victory time and time again. We saw great performances from everybody. Ching, not there for the first map, but stepping it up in map number 2 and number 3. Ching being absolutely amazing, but that's not to say that we didn't have star performances as well from the other players. We had holds from Jeremy, who was amazing every single time. The performance as well coming in from Rabbit with 4 kills every single time. Never getting that ace, maybe cursed. Just being able to do that right now. But I think we're ready for the interview. Just a second, are we? We'll get that confirmation in a minute. But yeah, here we are. We got Amix on the line. First of all, big congratulations, man. If you guys don't know who Amix is, one of the veterans in the FPS community, someone that a lot of people look up to so much. Glad to have you on the Hashira roster. I see Rabbit over there as well. Congratulations on your win. How are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling great. My teammates scared me. But at least, support ko sila maayos.
Yeah, definitely a lot of great flash plays from that breach.
Yeah.
Real quick question for you, Amix. How does it feel to finally get back into the competitive spotlight here? We know you took a long break. The last time we saw you compete in a tournament was like last year. How does it feel to finally be in a boot camp, to compete again, get back in it?
Medyo pressuring. Dahil kasi mataas expectation ko sa sarili ko. So, alam mo yun, lahat iniisip ko kung paano mag-improve, ganyan. Right now, yun, I feel pressured. Pero at the same time, nag-enjoy naman ako.
Definitely pressure, something you have to fight off as a professional player. But I think you'll settle into it. The more you get into, the more you compete, the more you're in it. You'll get back into the groove. As we all know, Amix to be a very formidable competitor for ever since here. I really want to ask you this real question though. How does it feel fitting into a team like Hashira? How does it feel, being able to get and play with these players who are not just young but also a little bit familiar, like 2766 and some of the other boys who are new to the scene?
Sana naman, yun lang, same, pressuring din. Kasi before joining Hashira, structured na sila eh. So, nahirapan pa ako mag-adjust in a way. So, yun yung feeling ko right now. Pero overall, okay naman. Dami ko natututunan. Nakaka-absorb naman ako sa mga scrim namin, kaya sa mga kung ano yung ginawa nilang structure.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, honestly, a really great win from you guys. Before I let you go, we have to get on with the rest of the matches. Any shout-outs, anyone you want to thank, and, anyone you want to give a hello to who is watching you maybe today?
Shout-out, Philips Monitor, Blacktop PH, Inline Asia, Stream Raider. Tapos yung mga Hashira fans, last mga kasama ko. So, tamang support lang. And shoutout sa Vinny Velasquez, my girlfriend.
All
My
right,
inspiration.
lover boy that he is. Of course, Amix, not just a vicious competitor, but also a lover boy as well. Remember this, guys. So, thanks very much, Amix, and congrats and good luck
Thank you.
later on today. All
Let's
right,
go.
so you just heard from Amix, who was the sixth man, or is the sixth man from Hashira, taking a victory. Congratulations to them. An amazing performance from the boys in Hashira, especially in that first map. Let's see if they can recreate that success. Though victory may be bittersweet, maybe they can prove that it just wasn't luck that they got this one after they go in a match against 6045 Pirates later. It's definitely one that we're going to be looking looking out for. I especially am looking forward to that as well. But let's break down that game with the rest of the panel. I'm gonna bring back the rest of them. It's Trix, it's Viminal, it's Ling2X. Welcome back, guys. I'm gonna start with you, Trix. That victory from Hashira, a little bit bittersweet, I think, for them. A little bit disappointed with the technical difficulties that we had, but it's just the way that the tournaments go. I think. How you feeling after that one?
I think Hashira did a great job. We've seen them grow since the last time they performed in VCT. Their creativity definitely worked on and actually have great fundamentals, which really highlighted, especially in the first and second map.
Yeah.
I see a lot of growth as well. But Viminal, you look like you have to chime in with something.
Oh yes, absolutely. Hashira, I'd just like to commend them on their crossfires and how quick they do their refrags, and of course overall fundamentals, a very good grasp of it. They've also experimented with different lineups, different agent compositions as well, and they're not stopping anytime soon in terms of innovation for their team. Very structured, very disciplined as well.
Here's what I saw. Okay, so let's talk about Split, that very last map. What I loved from Hashira, their defensive setups were very, very good. They're very, very creative. A lot of weakness was exploited though. So if I'm being honest here, the setups were so creative from Hashira, holding down that A site, giving up heaven completely sometimes, and then just playing far back. They really showed a lot of good fundamentals on it. However, Ching and Georgie breaking through mid almost every single time. Seems like they sensed a lot of weakness towards mid, exploited that, and I feel like GXR was able to build that momentum. Do you think that game would have went? I'm gonna pass this to Ching. Do you think that would have been GXR game if they didn't have that DC at the very end?
Well, most likely yes, because I was expecting a lot more plays coming out from Hashira, and the fact that they were still having a pretty much a hard type, even though it was just mostly Ching and Georgie doing most of the action, I still see them struggle at some point. That even though there was a huge disadvantage, they weren't able to actually go out and have those cleanups, those clean setups, just how we imagine. We see them utilize, or rather play around the flash a lot more, but rather not going to be able to fully capitalize on the matter that they have disabled their opponents. So.
Yeah, and one thing I want to talk about as well, let's go back and talk about none other than Hatred. He was amazing on the first game, so was Jeremy, but on the third game, he was very much struggling here. This probably is a sign of inexperience, maybe a little bit of pressure. Trix, how does that play into the role of a pro player when you're getting into the game number 3, the pressure mounting? How do you deal with that? What do you even do?
You just have to realize it's not over until somebody wins, and that's all you can do.
Yeah. Ling, you wanted to say something, I think, on top of that.
Well, other than that, based on like the agent composition alone for the side of Team Hashira, playing around these splashes, playing around Hatred with those amazing clean retakes that they tried to pull off, I would definitely say that sure that they are going to be a lot more experienced with this composition, but that doesn't mean that's going to be the only way they play around it. There's like an infinite possibilities, and I love the creativity being exercised by Hashira. But there's still a lot more that they have to improve, especially in terms of the players that have able to contribute so much on towards this win.
Yeah, definitely agree with you. But the stats don't lie here. Game number 1, absolute crushing defeat for GXR, and you could sense really they needed Ching there. The effect of Ching was I feel like it was just catching, it's like a flame igniting the inspiration of the rest of the members of GXR here, and clearly the presence was felt in game 2 and game 3. Trix, what do you have to say about that?
Definitely, Ching makes an impact on GXR, and it's very clear based on how the games went. But I want to also say that Hashira doing a nice job with also picking up that breach and playing to their strengths. They've noticed and they have identified what they do well as a team and as individual players, and are trying to focus on that and polish their plays.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like the strengths of Hashira. I remember watching them in week 1 and week 2, and all of us in the back were saying like these guys have so much potential. Man, if they could just tap into that. They fixed their fundamentals. The growth of Hashira has just been such an interesting story throughout this tournament, right? The VCT, even stage 1. First, they sought to fix their fundamentals. Now that looks a lot stronger. Now they're trying to work on their aim. It's just like an upward trajectory for Hashira here, and it just keeps getting better and better. Was it enough to truly take down GXR? That's still in question, and I don't know if we'll ever find out the answer to that. But maybe 6045 Pirates, they're going to give us a little bit more information on that later here. But let's talk a little bit about the other maps. Viminal, I'm going to go and talk to you about this right here. What went wrong for Hashira and Haven, and they also started struggling a lot here on Split. Was it really just because of the hardcore aim, of GXR side? Because it seems like Georgie and Ching, they were having a heyday back there.
They were absolutely on fire on both of these maps. Hashira, they're always off to a really strong start, but on the latter half of both maps, it seems that Ching and Georgie would just wake up and step up to the plate and lead the charge. Obviously, you can't say the same for the first game, but during the last couple of maps, it seems like GXR had a read on Hashira, and Hashira really struggled during the latter parts of the game.
Yeah.
Let's be honest here, Trix. Just before I let you go into it, GXR, they have an amazing ability to read the defense. Why do you think that is?
I think it's because they just have the experience under their belt. They know how to think on their feet and really adjust to whatever is happening to them on the maps. I think if there's anything Hashira needs to take from this map, or this matchup rather, the series, is that they have to be that malleable as well. They have to not only have good fundamentals, but they have to have good split decision making.
Yeah.
Well, on the other hand, I definitely see this for sure that rather Hashira conditioned Hashira conditioned their opponents in a certain playstyle or a certain pace that where they are actually very accustomed to. This is where we actually have them, or rather have the opponents have a good read on what they're trying to do, which makes their plays a lot more predictable than it actually is. And this is where we actually see GXR exploiting that fact. They know a certain tells on what Carl is trying to do, or rather what their opponents are trying to do, especially when they're going to be playing around those flashes. And this is where we see holes in terms of like structures, and yeah, playing around that was made GXR's life a lot easier in terms of play defense.
I agree, but one person who made the life easier for Hashira's side is the MVP. We'll take a look at who exactly that was. We'll pull it up right now, and it's none other than Jeremy himself. 233.6 ACS and an average of 16.7 kills. Very, very much deadly on that raise, and this is a little bit of a throwback because we know he's always been good on that raise, ever since way back when. This kid, he's like 17 years old, a phenom at this level already.
Well,
Yeah, I think there's Oh, sorry, Ling. Go
Sorry,
ahead.
it's fine. So even though we've actually seen Hashira play as more of like the tactical team, I've seen them try to do the best in the best ability that they can to set up Jeremy on achieving this MVP highlight towards him, because we are overlooking the fact that the support players have done in every way they can to have properly set up on towards the site, and this is where we actually see them properly enabling their duelists and like rather capitalizing the fact that they could frag and also at the same time fully take on the site with having any problem at all. They could easily glide through because everyone in the team has their contribution to that.
Yeah, that is so true. Obviously, one like Jeremy can't frag out just like that unless the necessary setup is in place. And actually, come to think of it, that Jeremy is, of course, our MVP here. Wouldn't be surprised if Hatred is coming in at a very close second to that, because aside from Jeremy, we also can't discount the hero plays that Hatred did, especially on that Haven map.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it was really
agree.
fantastic the way that they played.
Yeah, hello. Oh, it seems that I have crashed. Hello.
Yep. Sorry, go ahead, Trix.
You
Yeah,
were saying?
so I just think that Hashira are really doing an amazing performance. I love the fact that they've grown.
Mhm.
GXR, I do hope to see them again and do hope to see them play optimally. I feel that we were kind of robbed of that experience today.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Am I back? Just a little bit of a technical issue where we are right now. Going back into it, let's take a look at the tournament bracket. Exactly, we are right now, and I'm gonna let you guys decide while I start this. So we'll pull up the tournament and see exactly where we are at the moment.
All
So
right.
yeah, we see here you've got that Bren Empire game and Pirates and Hashira coming up, and I think they're both really exciting games to watch.
Absolutely agree. Bren versus Empire, a tale as old as time. Two very old foes, but once again, Empire going to be on that brand new roster. But, I gotta say, judging from yesterday's performances, Empire seems to be finding their stride once again. They're looking better than ever. And Bren, they're hungry, absolutely hungry to grab this victory. They've been, fresh out of Masters, and I can tell that, of course, these guys are just getting started when it comes to this competition. And what do you think about Pirates versus Hashira, Ling?
Well, for Pirates alone, we all know for sure that they are going to be relying solely on that one-dimensional play around Fireside Jin. But, adding more padding to what they could actually do more as a team could definitely make things a lot more interesting. Even though they have times to shine on other plays such as Tuga, and this is could be a lot more could be like sort of like a preview on what
Mm,
the other players could definitely offer. You'd see them with the anchor, you'd see how much time, or rather how much lesser time I might have to say, on the take they take when it comes to like proving out their executes. And
right.
this is where we actually could possibly see another quick game perhaps.
I mean, it could go that way, but then again, we were sort of debating over there in the backstage, the virtual backstage. How the semifinals will play. Would it be Hashira taking the victory over against Pirates, or would Pirates face perhaps Bren in the grand finals? And yesterday we were proven wrong by Pirates, and it was actually a very pleasant surprise, and it was such a pleasure to see them play very, very well yesterday, and we'll see if they can replicate that performance today.
Definitely. Pirates just really showing how they have grown from when we last saw them and how they're here to prove that, they're here to really take the championship and they want it. So I think surprised by Fire Cyanogen's exceptional performance, but I love the fact that it seems Pirates really understand what it takes to have a great defense. And it's not just about the crossfires or holding the sights, it's also about that aggression and taking the fights to the attacker's side and saying that they're going to take more map control.
And it appears as I am currently back, although a little bit pixelated. Do have to give a very, very big thank you for all of our sponsors here. Thanks to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the Philippines, organized by Mineski and Globe Telecom. Hashtag reinvent exciting victories in Valorant with the new not Infantra bundle, but it's now actually the Mage Punk bundle here. Get yours now on the Coda Shop with Globe. Thank you also to our official PC and gaming partner, Predator. Hashtag summon your strength. Also, Globe Virtual Hangouts will reinvent esports and bring it to a whole new level. Let's get hashtag OL together now, as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. And do not forget to follow the PPGL's official channels. It's on Facebook, PPGL GG, or just search PPGL. It's YouTube, youtube.com/c/ppglgg, and Twitch is twitch.tv/ppgl_VCT, and TikTok as well at Hello PPGL. So yeah, that's enough for the meantime, because we do have to move on with our program here. We are also going to be giving away some stuff to you guys, the lucky viewers in the audience here. We do have the mechanics for how you're going to be able to do that. Easy as 1, 2, 3, 4. Like and follow the PPGL Facebook page. Choose which team and share which team you're supporting, and use the hashtags listed down here. We'll be picking 10 at the very end of the day to win 1,500 plus Valorant points. And If you want to know where you can catch these broadcasts, either in Filipino or English, you got to tune in over here. It's on Twitch and on YouTube and on Facebook. So Facebook and YouTube for Filipino, and also English and YouTube. English is on YouTube and Twitch. Both panel discussions will be on English. So if you guys are wondering why we're speaking in English and this is the Filipino channel, because it is both panel sessions are going to be done as well in English. So that's that for the meantime. Now let's talk about the next matchup that we're going to be doing here. Bren versus Empire, tale as old as time. This is the semifinal we've seen time and time again, but this time Bren's looking a lot more vulnerable than they were. Could this be the day that Empire or someone else takes out Bren? I'm going to pass it off to you, Trix.
I'm just not quite sure if Bren was just having an off day and trying to find their footing yesterday, or if it's really that Bren is bleeding more than we thought they would be. I am still skeptical about them losing, the series. So I would still say that Bren still looking very strong. They showed us what they can do, especially on the third map yesterday.
Yeah, look at this roster right here. Speaking of the boys from Bren, Borkum, Dispenser, Dubstep, Jesse, Vash, Umi, just these guys, the veterans here, they've been together for quite a while, and they've shown us locally and internationally what they are capable of. Internationally, not as much, since they have faltered in the Masters previously, but they are looking to make a comeback on it. Now let's go ahead and talk about the next lineup here. We got Empire. So these guys went through a couple of roster changes. What's going on? Viminal, it seems like they haven't really found their footing completely yet. I mean, they did well yesterday, sure, but I'm not 100% convinced.
I mean, Wildcre was a very formidable opponent, but I think this is going to be the true test for this new SV Empire roster. For Batco, Straxi, EJ, Nexi, Symbol, and perhaps their six-man, or should I say six-woman, it was pretty toxic yesterday, I believe, who stepped in. This is going to be a true test for them if they can bring or replicate that success that they had yesterday. They are looking much, much better than compared to their first debut of this new roster, however.
Well, indeed, there is. Although, even though you're going to be trying to switch up the lineups here, I still see this, the team in itself lacking in terms of like the variety of plays, and the fact that they lack in creativity, which only means that they needed to spice up the games. And Nexi could be something that they can use to maximize this element that they're supposed to be having, because given that how versatile this player could be, he could offer a lot more other than just playing the duelist where the team settled for in his role, and rather having those type of changes could help, and especially when you're going to be going up against a team like Bren, they really needed that.
Yeah, well, let's take a quick look right now at these two players who are going off and heading to head? Question mark. This is the head-to-head between both of these players, Dispenser and Nexi. No surprises here. Both the Sentinels on both of these squads, phenomenal Sentinels, two of the best in the country, 100%, no doubt about it. Dispenser being, able to flex, Nexi as well, but in terms of just the way that these guys are able to lock down sites, if you want to look for the best in the country, well, look no further here. I know, Viminal, you know very much about both of these guys, quite a lot about these guys. Anything you want to say about them in particular?
Yeah, I mean, just as you said, if you're looking for the best Sentinels in the country, arguably, it's going to be Dispenser and Nexi. Bren, recently, they have been experimenting with Dispenser flexing to the duelist role, which he is very much capable of doing, but I do believe he's still better off on the Sentinel role, mainly because he's just so reliable on locking down those sites and, of course, staying alive. Survivability on both Dispenser and Nexi, pretty stellar, I might say. And that's what's really important about being a Sentinel.
Just the thing about being able to survive, it's a really, really good thing, because you want Dispenser and Nexi to be the last players alive. It just so happens they're also fantastic clutchers as well. But let's take a look at where the veto is. We're going to be discussing where the maps are today here, which maps we're going to be playing on. We got the veto right now, and we're going to be starting with a very, very traditional map. It's Haven, of course. And okay. First of all, Haven picked Empire picked Haven against Bren. I'm not so sure about this. And then we're going into bind and split. This is a little bit of a kick in the head here for me. What do you think about this, Trix?
I mean, these are the maps I always say I enjoy watching. Haven really highlights team's ability to read the opponents and also retake, so we get to see how they're going to control their aggression, their retakes, and the ability to read Bren Esports. But Bren, again, everyone knows it's their map.
You know, recently it has been one of their strongest maps, but then more recently, I think it was Ascent that they showcased more control, more comfort in. But again, it's all about Bren being good at pretty much any map, and then of course their opponents being more well versed in certain maps. So maybe this could work well for Empire, depending on what they have planned up their sleeves.
Well, in terms of like how Empire have basically done their research on Bren, I definitely would like to point out that they could possibly see a lot of cracks on towards their defense. But in terms of considering that Bren could have had a hard reset for this tournament alone, we could definitely see the usual form of Bren being Bren with their previous defaults. And I have to say, this could be just the refresher course that the team could take just to get back in shape, and this would actually be able to boost up their ego even after what happened during the Masters. Playing on Haven doesn't seem like a bad thing, and this could be something that they needed.
Yeah, maybe the lesser of 5 evils is the choice here for SV Empire to go on Haven. Now, I'm going to go and take your predictions real quick, Ling and Viminal and Trix. Who was your prediction and why? I mean, if we have to bother, but, let's go ahead.
Well, it's still going to be a 2-0 for me. Empire wouldn't stand a chance against the best team in the Philippines playing on their best map alone. It is where the steam just starts rolling for Bren right now, and yeah, 2-0.
For me, it's a bit of a different story. Empire, they've shown that they can bounce back after even losing the first map. So they're not very heavily momentum based, I'd say. But I still think it's going to be 2-1 in favor of Bren Esports. But I do believe Empire is going to give them a good run for their money, especially seeing as how Bren has been showing mortal wounds as of late.
That is true, but I'm going to go for the 2-0 to Bren because Haven and then Bind right after, and they've shown us how good they are on both maps.
You know what? I'm going to just throw a curveball at you guys. Today is the day that Bren loses. 2-1 Empire, just because I'm a madman and I
like how we all just laugh right after that, right? Like it's never going to happen.
Okay, but I'm seriously though, my prediction would
happen.
be upsets. Exactly, upsets happen. I would normally say 2-1 Empire because they've been looking good and Bren's looking shaky. But I'll do it. I'll say 2-1 Empire just because. But let's find out if I'm going to be yet again proven wrong here today. I've already been proven wrong before. And I like to boast that I have the lowest prediction rate of all the casters. So who knows right now. All right. So here we go, guys. Ready for the first semifinals, rather, of the day. I'm going to let the casters take care of you guys as we go into it. So again, for the meantime, for the panel, I'm Illustrado on behalf of Ling, Trix, and Viminal casters. It's all you.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen, and we are back here in the Valorant Challengers Philippines Stage 2, presented by PPGL. We are casters. My name is Vil, alongside with me is Ray right here, and today is a very, very, very special day to all of our viewers out there because this is the first semifinals of the Stage 2, Week 1 ng Valorant Challengers Philippines. It's gonna be Bren Esports versus SV Empire. Ray, kamusta naman yung laban kanina?
Vil, wala akong masabi sa match kanina. Napaka-intense para sa pinakaunang, sa pinakahuli rather na finals, quarterfinals natin. And kanina nga, GXR versus Hashira, napaka-intense. Although sa Bind, medyo kita natin yung big differences, pero bumawi ang GXR towards Haven. And sa last parts nga lang ng split map, medyo may nangyari kay Johan. But still, I think kung sakasakaling walang nangyaring ganon, I think sobrang ganda pa ng magiging rounds for them to take. But still, proceeding na tayo ngayon sa semifinals na inaabangan ng lahat. SV Empire versus Bren Esports. Throwback Thursday tayo, katulad na nangyari sa stage 1. Naglaban sila, ngayon maglalaban na ulit sila.
Tulad ng sinabi mo, ilang beses na naglaban ng Bren Esports SV Empire dito dati nung stage 1. Correct me if I'm mistaken, it's week 1 or week 2. And mga kaibigan, maglalaban ulit sila ngayon. Well, it's gonna be a different match na rin for today because iba na rin yung lineup ng SV Empire ngayon. The question is, are they gonna be stronger than Bren Esports or pareho lang din yung mangyayari like yung nangyari dati? Well, apparently, itong mapa natin mga kaibigan, this is actually really good for Bren Esports. Actually, hindi kami nagpapakabias or anything. Walang kabias-bias to. Kasi based on stats, ladies and gentlemen, this is the map talaga na laging binaban ng mga kalaban ng Bren Esports. Why? Because they have that 100% win rate dito sa PH. If ever Haven ang panalo, if ever Haven ang mapa, merong isang nakatalo sa kanila. Meron isang nakatalo sa kanila, pero nung Masters, which is sa Thailand ata yun, I guess.
Boom Esports.
Yeah, it's Boom Esports. Well, dito naman, Haven, masasabi natin na malakas ang Bren Esports dito, and let's see kung ano bang gagawin ng SV Empire dito sa Haven, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm really, really happy kasi dito natin malalaman kung ano bang gagawin na nilang setup dito. Napanood natin yung match ng kahapon ng Bren, medyo malaki talaga yung naging problema nila. To be honest, medyo shaky talaga yung strategies na nangyayari sa kanila. And it's actually unknown kung bakit. Parang walang structure yung mga galaw nila kahapon, pero nabawi naman no second and third game. Pero dito ngayon sa semifinals, mga kaibigan, dito talaga magkakaalaman kung sino ang pupunta sa grand finals. Pero actually, ang SV Empire and Bren Esports is automatically seeded na rin para sa playoffs sa week number 2.
And yun na din talagang kailangan nila pangawakan. But at the same time, Vil, the fact na SV Empire ang pumili ng mapang to, knowing that it's the best map ng Bren, lalo na sa PH scene, I definitely want to see kung ano man yung ginawa nilang homework going up against Bren's tower of defense. Pero kitang-kita mo naman yung lineup na meron ng SV Empire. Well prepared sila against sa papakitaan nila ang Bren Esports. So very exciting. Pero at the same time, Bren, paano kaya nila, how will they finish it off sa kanilang best map?
And of course, a big shout out to all of our viewers out there. A big shout out kay Marites. Alam kong nanonood ka para panoorin mo ko dahil para sa'yo to. Pero look at that, EJ going in already with that updraft, then a tailwind though. Hinagahanap siya na pwede mo patay pero Dubseb with a 2K already. EJ is now down 4. Pero si Dubseb being tagged as well. Nexi with a 3K. That KJ is really doing much damage onto the side of Bren Esports right now. But Jessica sees the head of that goes that Paranoia will connect. Pero makaka-ace pa si Nexi and Draxi will get the last kill, pero si Nexi with that sexy 4K, what a very big round dito sa side ng SV Empire. Nakita nila yung sagot para matalo ang Bren Esports dito. Ang tanong, magkakaroon ba sila ng enough na momentum para sa dulo?
Let's see. Pero Vil, tandaan mo yung laban ng SC Atlas versus Bren, napakadikit ng mga pangyayari. So if SC Atlas did that, I'm sure SV Empire has that stand against Bren Esports. And it's a great start para sa kanila, taking them over with a 1-0. Pero remember, Nexi, napaka-flexible ng player na to. He can really go with those sentinel, pero at the same time, nagiging duelist din siya para sa kanyang team.
Yes, indeed. Pero actually, sobrang ganda na pinakita ng Nexi dito. EJ being that aggressive though, pero si Dubsec medyo naging aggressive din dito. Pumunta agad dito sa window and he doesn't have an idea at all that there's someone out there. It is EJ. Pero actually, ito yung maganda na pinapakita ng SV Empire dito. You need to shut down Bren Esports agad-agad. Na huwag nyo silang bigyan ng momentum at all. Hanggat maaga pa, kunin nyo yung momentum. Rack up every points that you can para lang meron kayong madadala sa dulo.
And bago pa, kailangan nila i-capitalize na yung mistakes ng Bren bago pa mag-init ang mga duelists nila, especially with Borkum at Dubstep popping in. Now, speaking of, tignan mo naman, bumili na sila kagad. They need to force it out of Bren para lang makuha nila kagad ang rounds to take.
Pero Jessivas will get that shock dart, no? Baka meron kasi makitang manananggal doon sa may nakitang manananggal. Pero look at that, Nexi again and again taking Borkum down with that ghost only though. Pero Humi from that right side sees one. Nexi with another kill and simple, just making a name for himself, taking down Humi dito. 1v4 situation, it's all about Sobash. Pero na malaking problema lang, bumigay na si Sobash. Ayaw na niyang bumakin. Parang nag-give up na siya. Pero talagang binaril siya ng turret, umupo na lang siya, sige patayin mo na ako, bahala na, tataas ko na lang kamay ko, kunin na yung points, sige it's fine.
And kita mo naman, parang tinaas na lang ni Jessie Bash yung kamay niya. Okay, arestado na ako, di na ako gagalaw, bahala na kayo.
Parang ang ginawa niya parang sumuko na siya no? Sumuko na si Jessie Bash. Umupo na lang siya. But actually, this is the time na gun round na mga kaibigan. Bren Esports would get all the guns that they need. Pero Empire Esports still getting that Spectre though. Pero it's fine. Nakakuha naman sila ng 2 rounds. And syempre, in terms of economy, dun tayo sa side ng Empire Esports pa rin. Borkum will be spotting that paranoia together with Killjoy. Pero tamang back lang, simple. Waiting patiently dito sa may garage. Pero Draxi just planting the spike already. This is gonna be a 5v5 retake now. Borkum with the curveball, not gonna spot anyone here. Dispenser playing close inside this smoke, mga kaibigan. Nasa loob siya ng Ecoms, pero yun nga lang, that is the lockdown galing sa ating Nexi. So this is gonna be a hard retake for Bren Esports. And look at that! Dispenser with a 2K already! What a really nice retake here. Pero Borkum with another one. Nexi onto a killer, but Draxi coming from the side, taking down 2 players. So it's all up to Nexi. 1v2 situation here. The clock is ticking. Drops it from behind. Nandun na siya sa may silong, pero Nexi will gonna receive all the damage onto Dubstep and will secure that round as well. Pero meron pa siyang oras, and yes, he will defuse that spike, and Bren Esports finally getting that first round dito sa match number 2.
Although, Vil, napakabilis na mga pangyayari. We've seen the aggressiveness ng SV Empire into taking on kagad sa mga sides against Bren. Pero Bren, hinayaan lang nila makapag-set. They just go for that retake. And lalo na si Dispenser na who risk it out inside that smoke. Taking out 2 kagad. And that became an eye-opener para sa Bren to take that round. Also, a gun round din para sa Bren. So they had to make it worth it para sa side nila.
Pero syempre, a big shoutout nga pala kay PPGL. Isa yan sa pinakamabait na tao sa buong buhay ko. Alam mo, actually, gusto, pag ako lumaki, pag ako nagkaanak, ang pangalan ng anak ko, PPGL. PPGL Villasaran, yun ang pangalan ng anak ko. Tandaan niyo yan.
Sige, i-clip na to, guys, ha? Tatandaan nyo to.
PPGL Villasaran magiging anak ko, pero look at that, Dispenser with the spray. Pero yung alam, bad goes is actually right there doing that, a refrag onto that guy. Pero Humi waiting patiently dito sa mga kaibigan. 4v2 situation. EJ and Simple is the only man remaining for Empire. SV Empire right now, pero Dubstep, knowing Dubstep, kalma lang to, hindi talaga siya pumapasok at all, just waiting for the right opportunity for them to go in. Pero Simple, tamang putok lang ng baril, pero not gonna spot anyone here. EJ with a follow-up, pero yun nga lang, Borkum, Diyos ko, medyo nagkamali ata dun sa curveball niya. Simple with a refrag, pero Jessie Bash waiting patiently, won that with the trade, taking Simple down. 2-2 na po yung score natin. This is the time na nakakabawi na rin yung Bren Esports. Well, for SV Empire, that is a really good first 2 rounds sa kanila. You need to get that early stage of momentum, and we all know na binansagan ng Bren Esports na Kings of Retakes dito sa Haven. Pero it's up to SV Empire on how will they break that stigma.
And pero nga lang, naka-eco rounds sila ngayon versus sa mga binili ng Bren Esports. But still, walang imposible para sa SV Empire, especially with the aggressive pace that they've been doing all throughout sa mga rounds na kinakast natin ngayon.
And syempre, Andito si Humi just waiting patient but that out makikita ba? Nakita ni Batghost kung nasan si Humi dito pero Borkom with a 2K already. Oh my god, EJ very very low in HP. Nexi 69 HP, nice. Pero Jesse Vash with a 2K. So it's all up to Nexi with that Sheriff. Meron siyang nades dito pero the question is he gonna use it? Jesse Vash says no. 3K onto him and the Bren Esports is on a roll right now.
And I was looking at that. After the 2-0, Bren leading already a 3-2 against SV Empire. Pero ngayon, nakabili na ulit ang SV Empire at mukhang palong-palo sila, Phil. Hindi na naman nila tayo hinahayaang huminga. Talaga sunod-sunod yung pag-iinit nila. Parehas itong team sa to, very aggressive ang ginagawa, especially with what SV Empire has been doing ngayon. Tignan mo naman that aggressiveness, even if eco-routed sila slowly but surely, but they need to take on over Bren with the aggressiveness na kailangan nilang i-execute.
It's all about the execution of strategy. Pero look at that! That is a dirty wall bang dito. Taking dispenser down. Pero si Dubstep pushing in. Medyo nagbasim ang kuya mo dispenser. Pero yung kuya mo Dubstep rather. Pero may dalawang tao na nagbabantay ito. EJ with the kill again and again. And they are rushing in. And to A side, EJ needs to kill a lot of people here para lang at least makakuha siya ng early ng momentum dito mga kaibigan. Borkom waiting patient in the side of the map. Together with Humi though, that paranoia will connect onto that Omen. Pero EJ with that 3K getting that round again and again. Ito ang pinakamagandang laban talaga. Sobrang aksyon.
And now, 3-all na ang score natin and looks like talagang palong-palo si EJ. He took out kagad tatlo with the help of its teammates at A-Long. Naging opener kagad for them to go in. Although si Borkom at si Humi, kinontest pa rin nila. Kita mo naman na they still went out of that cloud burst. Baka sakasakaling may makita after that paranoia. But still, nakaabang na kagad na ilagan ni EJ and ni Symbol ang paranoia and they are able to take them out. 3-all na kagad ang score and we're into the round 7.
And eto na mga kaibigan, EJ nakakakuha siya ng early kills dito and most likely siya nasa top of the food chain getting that top frag dito sa side ng SV Empire. Pero ito na pinakita ni Jesse Bass ang kanyang Batghost ang kanyang Hunter's Fury dito pero Dubstep with a Blade Storm taking one here. Dubstep waiting patiently dito sa garage. Is he gonna patch someone? I think not kasi wala naman pupunta dyan. 4 players of SV Empire is in. C-side Dubstep with the second kill onto that Blade Storm though. Pero ito ang maganda sa Bren Esports. Actually, nakasave sila. Getting to be... Oh, look at that! That is a crazy kill! Fuel the smoke! And yun nga lang, medyo hindi ata tumama yung mga tinidor ni Dubstep dito. And SV Empire, what a really good post plant here. I mean, in terms of economy, Bren Esports nakapatay ng talaga dito, which is really nice. At least medyo hindi ganoon kalaki na makukuha yung na pera ni SV Empire dito, but at least by getting that round, mga kaibigan, that is the best thing na pwede mo talagang gawin dito. And just, kung ako sa SV Empire, talagang gawin lang talaga nila lahat na ginagawa nila in order for them to win this. Ilang beses sila nagtatapat, and this is the time that they need to claim the throne.
Siyempre, kaya talagang kailangan nila gawin yun. Pero remember, kahit matalong SV Empire here, meron pa rin silang economy na kaya nilang gamitin. But remember, we have Batghost creating an opener. Pero gagamitin na kagad ni Borkom ang kanyang round back para makapata siya kahit papano. Now, speaking of EJ nga lang, takes out kagad si Jesse Bash. Aggressiveness talaga ang key dito din ng Empire Esports to finish them out. Pero isa-isa silang nagkaka-tradean at symbol na lang at hindi pa niya napaplant down ng spike. Now, they know kung saan siya magagaling. He will be coming from courtyard. Hihintayin na lang siya ng dalawang Bren Esports para makapagkuha ng crossfire since drop naman ngayon ang spike.
1v2 mga kaibigan, it's all up to Symbol. Actually, to be honest, winnable to. Puno pa ang armor ni Symbol. Oh, pero yun nga lang, dalawa ang nakatutok. Humi and Dispenser, what a really nice angle. Sobrang sayang nga. Pero do you think, Ray, what is the best thing na sana ginawa ni Symbol dito? Mag-save na lang siya or not?
feel ko mas maganda lang din sa kanyang mag-save. Pero siguro i-risk it out knowing na meron naman silang pwedeng i-spend towards the next round. Pero I don't know, siguro the pressure na din, Phil. Iba naman talaga kasi pag 2v1, ko na lang mag-isa. Alam mo yun? Yung mga moments talaga na sabay-sabay na lahat. Pero you still need to get it going. Now, it's already 4 all. Salit-salit lang ang score. But this is quite, I impressed sa SB Empire. Nangyari na din naman to. They are giving hard time sa Bren, especially ngayon at Haven Map.
Actually, ang ginagawa ng Bren at saka ng SV Empire dito is talagang nagpapakiramdaman lang sila. Talagang sinasabayan nila yung game, yung play style ng isa't isa na ganito ma-action. So, ang gagawin ng isang team is magagawin talaga nilang mas ma-action pa. Talagang kumbaga parang hindi nagpapahuli yung isa, hindi sila nagpapaiwan. If ever talagang kung kaya nilang sasabayan talaga nila yun. Hindi, medyo malabo yung sinabi ko pero sana nagets nyo.
Nagets ko, Medj. Nagets ko, Vin.
Oo.
Gets
Salamat.
kita. Salamat.
Salamat. Kailangan ko yan. Pero going back into the game right now, medyo mabagal ata ang ginagawa ng SV Empire dito. That is a really slow push here. Pero Jesse Vash with that double shock dart, not gonna spot anyone here. Nexy pumipik na dito. Pero they know it already because of that shock dart. Lumabas doon sa may heaven though. Borcom pushing in. Meron siyang wall dito. Meron din siyang curve and he's gonna use it now. Na-flash yung dalawa. Pero while being flashed, Nexy taking one down. 3v3. Paranoia will connect onto Batghost though. Pero Jesse Vash from up top went down. Pero yun nga lang na siya ng Nexy. Pero dispenser with the 2K. Pero Batghost will be going down as well. Ang importante dito, Ray, is na-plant nila yung spike, nagawa nila yung objectives nila, nakakuha sila ng enough money for the next round, and nakuha lang yun ng Bren Esports, pero at least meron silang pera na pwede nilang magamit dito sa game na to.
And that's still an advantage pa rin sa kamay na Empire Esports dahil may exhaust yung mga resources ngayon ng Bren. But still, dikit pa rin naman ang laban. SB Empire won't falter just because of this advantage na meron ang Bren. The fact na nakapag-plant sila, nabawasan pa nila yung mga taga-Bren Esports, it's still a big way to shake Bren Esports ngayon din. Now, 5-4 na. Leading na lang Bren Esports ngayon. Pero I'm sure if na-control to ng SB Empire, this might go to their hands.
At alam nila Jesse Vash na meron tao dito sa may A. Pero let's see if they're gonna push it here though. Medyo mabagal ang galaw ng SV Empire. If we're gonna compare it sa mga first few rounds, mga kaibigan, they need to play safe. Kasi if ever lang na matalo pa ang Empire dito, is medyo kukulangin na rin sila ng pera sa mga next round. Pero SV Empire, actually, sobrang dikit ng laban nila. I mean, ibang-iba na ang SV Empire ngayon. Sobrang laki na rin talaga ng improvement nila. If you're gonna compare it sa week 1 and week 2 ng stage 1 natin, grabe talaga. Lahat ng mga teams dito is sobrang mas gumagaling talaga, nag-i-improve talaga. The performance is really surreal. Pero look at that symbol, will take down Dubstep na wala na rin yung isang main fragger ng Bren Esports dito, and susunod lang pa yun ng Jesse Vash, mga kaibigan. So this is gonna be a hard retake for Bren Esports right now. 3v5 situation, pero dispenser with the lockdown, is he gonna activate that lockdown? Just waiting though, inaantay lang natin. Pero I think not. Hindi na lang siya magla-lockdown dito, or just waiting for that perfect opportunity for him to use that. And EJ will be getting that paranoia here. Dalawa ang nasa city, dalawa ang nasa hell. Homies, right? They're just gonna sandwich sa mga tao. Isa nasa graffiti. Pero Borcom from up top with a 2K. Look at that. 2v1 here. It's all up to Dispenser. And he's just gonna save his gun, which is ito talaga ang pinaka magandang decision dito ng Dispenser. Just save your gun. Isipin mo, 2-9 din yan. You have that lockdown. Medyo if ever ginamit mo yan, baka kasi hindi pa kayo manalo dun sa round na yun. Sayang. So talagang ang ginagawa talaga ng Bren Esports dito is hindi talaga sila nag-overextend, hindi sila nagpapaka-overconfident. Talagang safe play din ang ginagawa ng Bren dito. For SV Empire, slowly and surely, talagang they're really doing their best para tumapat dito sa Bren Esports, and talagang pinapakita sa atin ng Bren at ng SV Empire na karapat-dapat sila sa semifinals.
And of course, indeed, yun ang pangyayari ngayon. Biruin mo, usually when Bren may kalaban sila sa Haven, talagang malaki yung nagiging advantage nila. But the fact that SV Empire has been winning also rounds on their attacking side tells us na itong SV Empire, malaki yung nagiging improvement nila. Hindi lang Bren ang nag-i-improve ngayon. Lahat ng teams talaga nakasali ngayon sa tournament natin here in VCT. Now, speaking of Borcom, instead of just heading on towards garage, bumalik na lang siya sa seaside. Pero ngayon, si Humi, naghihintay lang sa may window. Pero may nagsimula na naman ngayon ng ating Hunter's Fury na ginamit ni Bat Ghost, thinking that he can take out anyone, especially with Jesse Vash. Pero Jesse Vash mukhang sasagutin din na ba ng kanyang Hunter's Fury? Mukhang hindi na niya sasagutin ng Hunter's Fury to.
Pero yun nga lang, drops of roll, missed the try-click onto that Blade Storm though. Symbol will catch one. Jesse Vash wala nakita dito, pero si Bren, Humi mga kaibigan, dalawang napatay na with that Baki, naghahanap ng ID ang kuya mo, pero EJ is right there at the corner with the head as well. Spray and pray onto Borcom, taking EJ down, so it's all up. The Bat Ghost very low on HP, pero na-detain si Bat Ghost dito. Puti pa, konti na lang, masisilip na niya, pero yung unang na napatay niya yung nagpatlant, pero yun nga lang, just dispenser waiting patiently, pumunta pa dun sa katawan ni Bad Ghost mga kaibigan with that multiple crouch para lang painitan ng tuhod niya.
Oo, talagang medyo nanginginig daw, but still, great start kung makuha pa ulit to ng Empire Esports para sa kanila. Tayo lang ang first half natin and magpapalit pa ng sides between these two teams, and sabi ko nga, the wall of defense na meron ng Bren sa kanilang defending side, very powerful. Pero the fact na nakakapasok SV Empire, they are leaving Bren Esports behind. This is a great start for them talaga.
Really great start dito. Sobrang dikit ng laban. Double updraft. May makikita pa siya dito. Pero sayang, hindi. Walang napatay si EJ doon mga kaibigan. Wala na rin updraft si EJ dito. So he needs to be very cautious. Malapit na rin mawala yung mga tinidor niya. Pero at least, if ever lang meron siyang napatay dito na isa, mag-reset naman yun on to 5. Jesse Vash not gonna spot EJ doon sa corner ng A-long. Pero dispenser. Oh, look at that dirty headshot by Symbol. But it's gonna be a 2v1. Lear is now out. Dispenser sees one, pero Dispenser with that Lear though, pero Dispenser makakuha pa rin sa bat ni EJ with the retaliation, taking one down. 3v4 situation. Next he with a follow-up, and this is the time that SV Empire will go here at A.
Bumi na lang ang natitira. Bat Ghost makakapag-plant pa. And let's see if makaklatch pa kaya ito ni Humi sa last round before Empire will tie this ang first half natin between the two. Pero ngayon, nag-econ bot. Hindi nila maspatan kung saan magagaling si Humi. So this can be a sneaky opportunity for him to come in. Now, waiting na lang si Humi kung anong mangyayari. Pero sisimulan na niya ang pag-set niya ng kanya-kanyang mga smokes para ma-block lang ang mga angulo na hino-hold on ng SV Empire. Now, oh no, this might be dangerous. He sees one. Okay, great start.
Great start indeed. Humi sees one, pero yun nga lang, Bat Ghost, mga kaibigan, with a kill. 6-6. What a start sa ating match number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Ang ganda, so totoo lang. Sobrang dikit ng laban, tsaka ang ganda ng match ng SV Empire tsaka Bren. Legit, swear.
That is so
like promise.
Bill, like promise.
Oh.
Like promise, I swear. Ganon. Pero dati, Bill, di ba, sobrang nakita natin kung gaano talagang nag-win ng rounds ang Bren Esports dun sa previous na laban nila. Pero look at the great improvement na meron talaga ang SV Empire. 6-all? As a Haven map, si SV Empire ba ang unang team na makakatikim ng win streak against Bren Esports dito sa Haven map? Let's see.
Yan ang magandang story. Actually, gusto kong makita ang SV Empire, ang pinakaunang Pinoy team na nakatalo sa Bren Esports dito sa Haven, mga kaibigan. Draxi, look at that! The paranoia will connect. Pero Jesse Bash taking one down with that shock dart though. Next, si nilusaw si Dispenser dito with that swarm grenade. 3v3 situation. That is the time for SV Empire to retake this. But the question is, how will they do that?
Ayun, nakakapag-set pa si Jessie Vash ng kanyang mga shock darts para lang ma-prevent sila sa pagpasok. Pero with this Lear, nakalaad basagin muna. Leave dubstep, kaya sila nakuha kagad isa-isa. Now, we have here Bad Coast finishing out kagad Jessie Vash, and we have SV Empire leading already sa kanilang first pistol round ngayon sa second half. 7-6 at may mga stickers pa nga na sobrang cute. And now, the tables has been turned. 7-6 na in favor ng SV Empire.
Oh, mga kaibigan, I mean, this is really a great start from SV Empire. I mean, sobrang tuwang-tuwa ako kasi gusto ko talagang makita na ilang beses na sila nagtapat. Ang gusto ko rin makita na makabawi ang SV Empire dito sa Bren Esports. So, totoo lang, SV Empire dito, based on their performance, uulitin ko ulit, it is a really different SV Empire. We can compare it nung unang stage 1, mga kaibigan, pero yun nga lang, look at that, nag-grabbing push ang ginagawa ng Bren Esports dito, pero Bat goes with the kill, Simple with the follow-up, Dispenser pushing in, pero wala siya mahanap dito kasi ibang players though, pero Simple will be taken down, pero Bat goes with the follow-up there. Really great trade na ginagawa ng Empire dito. Bat goes, we'll see another one. 8-6.
Phil,
no.
SV
Empire Esports is on a roll. Ang ganda ng laban.
Oh, ang ganda. I'm literal shock sa mga pangyayaring ngayon, Phil. Looking at that, sobrang, even if Bren wants to take it all for the, aggressiveness, wala silang choice ngayon. Hindi pa nila din na i-plant pa yung spike. Kaya wala silang choice to save this. And opportunity granted para sa kamay ngayon ng SV Empire. Phil, you can go on,
And this is it. EJ waiting patiently dito lang sa B. Pero nasan ba? Saan ba magpupush yung mga ibang players ng Bren Esports dito? Probably they're gonna push here in B. And the question is, kaya ba nila makapasok dito? Wala silang pera at all. They have the Spectres for the side of Empire Esports. EJ is the only man na nandito, pero at least nandiyan sa symbol to do a follow-up here. Dubstep naghahanap lang ng one-tap headshot dito. Nakakita ng isa, pero look at that dirty headshot from Dubstep onto that Sheriff. Pero that is the Hunter's Fury na nilabas ni Bad Ghost, mga kaibigan. Not gonna spot anyone here, pero EJ with a kill again and again. And 4v4 ang laban natin ngayon. More smoke just to prevent the possible kills of Bren Esports dito. Draxi needs to do something. You have the paranoia, you have the double smoke here. But Ghost nag-aantay lang na pwedeng mag-rotate ba ang Bren Esports, mga kaibigan? That's gonna be a big question for them. But Ghost ang makakasagot yan. Siya ang pwede makapatay. Andito si Omen, nandito si Phoenix, pero look at that, he will see one, try to go with another one, and he does! So it's all up to Dubstep, ladies and gentlemen. That goes with a kill onto Borcom for a V1 situation. 20 seconds left and the clock. 16 HP onto Dubstep, but Draxi finishing that round.
Grabe, Empire. Good capitalization sa advantage nila against Bren. Look at that. Low, very small gap na meron si Ghost, and he really utilized that. 9-6 na ang score. Tandaan nyo guys, SV Empire, this Empire team really goes to a rise against Bren Esports. But then ngayon, naka-full buy na ang Bren Esports. Ito na ba yung time para sa kanila mag-comeback? Or hahayaan lang talaga nila ang dominating SV Empire against them?
Oh, look at that, EJ being that cocky daw. Talagang I have no idea with EJ at all. Pumus siya ng pumus dito sa silong. Pero at least nabawi naman yun yung ng dalawang players ng SV Empire. Ang score natin is 9-6. Medyo nice lang yun.
Medyo nice lang yun.
Hindi yun nice. Medyo nice lang yun. Ano yun? Pagbalik mo, Ekin yun, mga kaibigan. Pero look at that. Jesse Vash. 5 to 6 HP has the Vandal. 3v3 on the board. 1 minute ang natitira sa ating oras. Can they push? Bat Ghost. Uy, san ba yan? Pero actually, dun sa dun sa shock dart yan, muntik lang makita si Bat Ghost. Look at the circle. Look at the proximity on that recon bolt. Do muntik lang makita si Bat Ghost doon. Pero next, ladies and gentlemen, oh, look at that reflex. Trying to go with another one, but Dispenser with a better gun. With that Phantom taking Nexi down. 2v2. Dispenser very, very low here. Ano kaya ang gagawing retake ng SV Empire dito?
Mr. Aldon pa para makakuha tayo ngayon ng oh no! Nagsumakto pa nga si Bat Ghost. Now it's gonna be a 1v1 Draxi versus Jessie Bash. Ngayon, pwede siyang mag-recon bot. Pero Draxi, hindi niya binibitawan. Pero sasabayan ang Hunter's Fury ngayon ni Jessie Bash. Nangalahati. Pero may tatamaan ba? Hindi! Dahil hindi binibitawan ni Draxi at all! And that's Ninja! Ninja defuse, just risk it out. Walang tumama sa Hunter's Fury. Draxi finishes that well. 10-6 na kayo na score. SB Empire! What
Yo,
a
man.
team, yo!
Yo, from the shadows, Draxi is right there and will get that retake, ladies and gentlemen. SV Empire really too strong at this map right now. Are they gonna be the first Filipino team na makakatalo sa Bren Esports sa home court nila, which is ang Haven? Tulad nga sinabi mo, Hiri, it is actually possible sa mga nangyayari ngayon. That operator was not gonna connect. Borkum will do the retaliation here. One top headshot ang nangyari sa kanya. That recon bolt not gonna spot anyone here. Pero andito naman si Badcos, mga kaibigan. Andito lang sa corner to. The running back will be activated as well. Pero that is the rotation of Empire Esports right now. Pero mga kaibigan, dubstep again and again will kill one. Next is now down for Adito si Badcos. Will take down Borkum. Silbol will get one as well. Pero Silbol will kill another one here. 2v2 situation on the clock. One from short, one from long. Ano ang gagawin ng Empire Esports? They need to play close. They need to be safe dito, mga kaibigan. Jaxi will spot one. 1v2. Blazeorm is actually online. The question is he gonna use that though or just save that operator, which is yun ang pinakamaganda talaga na gawin. Oh no! Is he gonna push?
30 seconds left.
Risk out or maybe go for the exit frags. Pero kung nagtatago sila, the time pressure, he needs to plant also the spike. Slowly but surely, okay, gagawin na talaga. Dubstep defying odds. Let's see if magiging posible to. Pero mukhang walang pumipick at all. Damn, he sees out one. Draxi, isa na lang with those seconds left. Pero si Ball, hindi niya i-risk out para makapag-pick pa kagad si Dubstep. And he finish it out. Nakakuha pa siya ng libreng operator galing sa Bren Esports. Now, 2 rounds away and SB Empire will be taking that first match laban sa Bren Esports sa Haven map na 100% win rate ang Bren ngayon.
Oh no! Oh, Diyos ko po, malapit na natin malaman 2 more points onto Empire Esports and they're gonna win this. Pero the question is, are they gonna do a comeback here? Bren Esports, babawi ba dito? Nasa sa kanila yan kung kaya nila yun. Pero ang problema, walang pera ang Bren Esports dito. For sure, wala silang choice. They need... Pero, kinakita mo sheriffs pa rin ang gamit nila. They're not gonna do any force buy dito, pero just gonna do a tactical pause muna tayo, mga kaibigan. Kailangan isipin ng Bren Esports ang pwede nilang gawin, pero yun nga lang, ulit-ulit na nangyari natin kanina. Pero isipin mo kung di sana pinush ni Dubstep yun, sana meron pa siyang operator next round. Pero that is the decision that he made. Wala naman tayong magagawa doon. Pero syempre, in terms of sa perspective natin, in terms of economy, sana lang talaga sinave niya. Pero at least nagkaroon tuloy ng operator si EJ dito. Pero yun nga lang, hindi naman natin decision nila yun. Pero it's all up to EJ if he's gonna spot Humi dito. I know, nakita na yung shorts ni Omen, mga kaibigan. And EJ, nakimuntik na, Diyos ko.
Si Humi, nakikipagpatintero.
Nakipagpatintero, mga kaibigan. Pero sino ang taya? Wala ang taya. Pero bad goes, mga kaibigan, with that Hunter's Fury. Meron siya nakuwang isa, but not gonna be not gonna be able to take down the players of Bren Esports dito. Ang problema nila, tatlo na lang ang natitira for Bren dito. Jesse Vag's not gonna use that all dun just to check some information dito mga kaibigan. Draxi, he might take down Humi. Nakita na naman niya yung shorts ni Humi mga kaibigan. Draxi is on the ace, pero Jesse Vag, look at that with a kill. One shot, one kill. Ang ginagawa ng Jesse Vag dito, might get one another one, and yes, he does! Pero AJ says no match point for SV Empire.
Phil, tandaan mo, di pa tayo umaabot ng 20 rounds at pwede nang makuha to ng SV Empire against Bren. Pero kung gusto umabot ng Bren, dadaan nga lang sila sa 6 na rounds para magkaroon ng tie or rather overtime against SV Empire. Pero ngayon, dominating talaga ang Empire na to. Alam mo naman nung sa past natin, Empires talaga duray, sobra-sobra. And ito ang sinasabi sa atin ng SV Empire.
Ito na mga kaibigan. One more point for SV Empire and they're gonna win this. Natamaan siya! Sobrang ganda ng placement nung alarm bot na yan mga kaibigan. So it's all up to dubstep. But again, ladies and gentlemen, I just would like to present to you SV Empire, the first Filipino team who took down Bren Esports sa kanilang trono, which is Haven mga kaibigan. Lexi is so happy. Look at that.
Oo, nakangiti talaga
Looking
siya.
so cute. Wow.
I am so in awe sa nangyari, Bill. Wala akong masabi habang kinakas ko. The beauty ng SV Empire is super glowing sa lahat. Ever since that start pa lang, first half naramdaman ko na that this is the glory na gusto nilang ipakita right in front of us na lahat ng nanonood, lalong-lalo na sa Bren Esports. Ito kami, SV Empire na tumutunto ngayon sa Valorant Challenger Stage 2. Grabe, Vil. Ikaw, Vil, anong masasabi mo sa laban kanina sa Haven?
I mean, that is a really amazing play coming in from our friends from SV Empire. I mean, hindi na 100% win rate ang Bren Esports sa Haven. Isa na yun. Number 1 na yun. Pero, I mean, the performance of SV Empire, man, ang ganda ng performance nila. I mean, they're always catching Bren Esports off guard. The pick-offs of EJ, Bat Ghost, lahat ng players ng SV Empire really doing a great job. Pero ito na ang tanong, match point na ang SV Empire dito sa best of 3 series natin. Pero ang tanong, makakabawi ba ang Bren Esports dito or makakakita pa tayo ng game number 3? Actually, nakadepende sa kanila yun eh. Well, yun nga, natalo sila sa Haven. So, next map natin, antayin lang natin kung ano ba yung next map nila. Pero actually, ikaw in terms of consistency, talagang Empire Esports has it all, and it's really up to Bren Esports and how will they break the momentum of SV Empire right now. Pero ladies and gentlemen, makikita niyo yan after the break. Once again, my name is Vil, alongside with me is Veer right here, and this is the Valorant Challengers Philippine Stage number 2 presented by PPGL. See you after the break.
You watch me do my thing. Reinvent and show the world, yeah. Just to be more, just to be better, just to evolve, just to evolve, just to be more, just to be better, just to evolve, just to evolve. Every time the world spins round, reinvent 360. Thinking you gon' mess up your thing, yeah. Show the whole world, reinvent. Nobody should know something, it's strong. You watch me do my thing.
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
The new mind-blowing Surfer 99? 9 gig? All sites?
For all devices?
Shareable with up to 4 people?
Like my fam? Anywhere they are?
The new mind-blowing Surfer All 99.
And welcome back here sa Valorant Challenges Philippines Stage 2 presented to us by PPGL at kami yan yung naggagandahan at nagwagwapuang shoutcasters na naiinitan ata ngayon. Ako si Rere at kasama ko si Vil.
Hey, what's up guys? Sana nag-enjoy kayo kasi sobrang nag-enjoy kami dito sa mga matches. Sa totoo lang, sobrang exciting nung day number 1 pero I never thought the day number 2 will be more exciting and syempre mas exciting kung sino ba ang pupunta sa Grand Finals tomorrow. Isipin mo, marami pa tayong matches. Meron pa tayong tomorrow. Well, Rere, what are your final thoughts para dun sa first game? Para dun sa first game natin sa Haven. May nakatalo na. Hindi na 100% win rate ang Bren Esports sa Haven because SV Empire just slashed that off.
Alam mo, Vil, paano ulit? Di na nila gagawin, guys. Nag-freeze na si Bill. Pero alam nyo, all I can say about what happened there is naramdaman ko lang on the first half pa lang with how dominating ang Empire, even if nakaka-lead ng 1 round si Bren Esports, naramdaman ko na yung inat ng team na to, na gusto talaga nilang mag-all out sa unang laban pa lang nila dito sa semifinals against Bren. Nang dumating na, nag-change sila, mas lalo silang uminit, hindi talaga makapalag ang Bren. Kita-kita mo naman, very few lang yung mga rounds nakapag-plant sila at all.
Yo, man. I mean, I would like to point out Nexi. Nexi is on fire. Nexi is blazing hot right now. Alam mo yung mga opener niya, yung mga 3K, yung 4K ng first round, mga kaibigan, that is really explosive and I really, really like it, mga kaibigan. Sana magpatuloy-tuloy pa yung ginagawa ng SV Empire ngayon. Pero ladies and gentlemen, hindi na tayo magpapakatumpik-tumpik pa because we're gonna start this game here in Bind.
Ngayon, bahid na ang ating mapa. Ito na ba ang oras para hindi makapasok ang Bren Esports sa finals? Or magkakaroon pa kaya tayo ng tiebreaker match between the teams ngayon? Pero tatandaan nyo, Empire, sobrang init. Mas mainit pa sa hot ang mga pangyayari sa kanila. But Bren, marami nagsasabi, even if sa panelists natin, slowly but surely ang ginagawa ng Bren. And if nangyari yon earlier on between Hashira and GXR, pwede itong maging mangyayari din. Just the same sa Empire and Bren. Pero remember, attacking side ang Bren, while Empire Esports will be defenders. Both of them are really good in this map. As we can see sa mga map, as we can see. Pero kanina talaga yung nakakagulat, pinagulat tayo ng SB Empire. And ang question is, uulitin kaya nila ito sa Bind or will we be having the tiebreaker match ulit para sa parehas sa teams na to?
Pero speaking of gulat, Ray, paano yung gulat?
Di ko nga lang mapapakita. Wala na, ulit na nangyari.
Hindi, pinapagaan ko lang ang emosyon, mga kaibigan, kasi alam kong sobrang init na. Kalmahan lang natin, mga lods. Yung mga nasa chat dyan, a big shoutout sa inyo and sana nag-e-enjoy kayo. Yung mga nanonood sa iba't ibang panig ng mundo. Syempre, a big shoutout nga pala sa mga tropa natin. Meron tayong tropa sa Germany na nanonood ngayon. And meron din tayong mga magagandang dilag na nanonood sa Italy ngayon. Itago na natin sa pangalang May. O, di ba?
Grabe naman.
Isipin mo, international level na tayo, mga kaibigan. Hindi lang puro nasa Pilipinas na nanonood sa atin, pero pinapanood tayo all around the world. And a big shoutout sa inyong lahat. If hindi nyo kami naiintindihan, kasi nagtatagalog kami, pwede naman kayong manood sa English stream natin, which is nasa Twitch. And kung gusto nyo pa rin marinig ang mga maganda naming boses, dito lang kayo.
Okay.
Mag-stay lang kayo.
Sana all nagsistay. Sana all nagsistay. Na joke lang. Konting drama lang, pero tama rin yung drama dahil mainit pa sa hot talaga ang magiging laban ngayon. Then, speaking of trades na kagad ang nangyari on the pistol round, Symbol has been taken out already kagad. Even if the Borcom ay na-pick off na. So, 4-4 pa rin ng laban. A great start for the pistol round. But it's just the pistol round pa naman para sa parehas na teams.
Mga kaibigan, hindi na tayo magkikita. Sorry, natawa ako. Natawa lang ako. Sabi si Jessie, mas maliliguan daw niya ako. Pero, mamaya na yan, Jessie Bash. Sabay tayo maligo mamaya pagkatapos ng matches na to. Pero, going back sa game natin, Nexi kills one. Actually, ito yung maganda. Nexi at si Dispenser, pareho lang talaga sila ng mga favorite agents nila. Which is, kung hindi Cypher, Killjoy.
Kita mo naman, presa na nag-cypher. Kakaiba na naman tayo sa duelist parati here and Bind. Pero Wumi takes out 2 takes over kagad ang control here at Lamps. Now, Dubstep was able to plant. Dalawa na lang natitira and Jessie Bash takes out EJ. Nexi na lang ang natitira. They're still fighting against him. Pero let's see if he'll be able to clutch this. Tandaan mo, wala nang 100 HP ang mga taga-Bren and he still have the chance to clutch this.
Oo nga, pero the clutch is right there for Nexi, mga kaibigan. The question is he gonna do it though? He took down Dubstep, ladies and gentlemen, pero it's all up to two players. Jesse Fatch is right here with very, very low HP. Pero yun nga lang, masasandwich siya dito and alam na nila kung nasan pa. Pero Humi, with the trade-off, with the 3K, with the 3K, Humi, ang sabi ni Omen ngayon.
Napaka-witty na lang. Humi. Bill talaga napaka-witty talaga. Nina pa namin ito napapansin ni Taylor kahit di namin siya kasama mag-cast. Yung VP daw, Vil Points, diba? Napaka-witty talaga ng caster natin na si Vil. Pero nga lang, Bren will be taking that first round for the game here sa Bind. 1-0 na. Sa mga nagtatanong, ito na po ang second match sa best of 3 series natin. Nakuha ng SB Empire ang first map sa Haven against Bren.
Pero ito ulitin lang namin, the winner of this match will head on to the grand finals. Mga kaibigan, yun. Ito talaga yung pinakamaganda doon. Pero look at that. That is the push ng mga tropa natin from Bren Esports all the way from Showers. Though, patay na rin si Dispenser dito though. Pero at least, look at that, Draxi with a kill. Nasaan yung ID mo, Borkum? Pero Jesse Vash with a follow-up. EJ taking down Jesse Vash with that wallbang. Oh, bad ghost, Diyos ko! Ang Pinoy Jumong, mga kaibigan. Nakapatay pa ng isa with that shock dart to. Pero, lalabanan pa ni Bad Ghost to. Bad Ghost with another one. Pero at least nakakuha man lang ng isa. Yung isang play si Dubstep dito. Pero at least, nabawi naman ng SV Empire itong round na to. Napakadikit pa ng laban, mas mainit pa sa hat, mas madikit pa sa sticky yung matches natin dito, Ray.
Grabe, SV Empire. Kahit we have that sheriffs coming in, nag-force kagad ang Bren ng isang Vandal. Sila pa ngayon nakakuha, makakapag-save pa ng sobra si Batghost and Nexi. And looking at walang choice ang Bren ngayon to go on with the sheriffs that they have.
Let's see if makakabawi ang Bren Esports dito. And Bren Esports with the Sheriff setup here. Pero SV Empire, look at that! Symbol taking down one. Next with a follow-up here. That Sheriff is not really working for Bren Esports dito. Next isa pa. Pero Dubstep all the way from Hookah. He sees one, he sees two. With that Painless but not gonna catch anyone dito sa side ng map na to. And they're already lurking their shadows all the way from B. Borgo papunta na, pero they have no idea at all. The Dubsteps is right here lang dito sa may elbow, mga kaibigan. The spike is right there being planted by Borkum. Symbol and Batghost is the only man remaining from SV Empire right here. 3v2. Pero Humi, nasa likod lang. Diyos ko, nagdilim ang paningin ng mga kuya mo because of that. Hinadukin ni Humi ng kanyang paranoia. Hindi nakakita, nakapatay pa ng dalawa. Bren Esports getting that round.
2-1. Although nakapag-showstopper si Dubstep doon, lahat sila nag-back yung dalawang natitirang miyembro ng SB Empire at na-meet up pa nga nila ang paranoia ni Humi. But then 2-1, baka magsasave nga lang ngayon ng SB Empire, pero yung usually mga baki nila nakakatakot dahil kahit ang kit naman on the previous rounds nakuha nila. But then 2-1 ang score. Still, these teams are just rallying ang mga scores against each other. Most likely, dikit na naman tong first half if nakapitalize pa rin ng SB Empire ang mga pagkakamali ng Bren Esports.
Masyadong medyo maganda lang din talaga yung pag-flank ni Omen dito, mga kaibigan, pero apparently they're already pushing in a dispenser, taking and getting the head of EJ dito, which is one of the main fraggers of SV Empire dito, mga kaibigan. Jesse Vash lurking the shadows, finding someone to kill with that owl drone, mga kaibigan. Dubstep with a double satchel here, pushing all the way from elbow. Nakita ng isa, taking one down. Next is now down for, pero nandun pa si Batghost, dalawa pa nakuha ni Dubstep doon. Pero Humi with another one, pero merong sa isang naghanap ng ID, which is si Draxi. Gusto pa tumatlo, piso ang buhay, pero Jesse Vash with a kill. 3 2-1.
Grabe, napakainit. Na misclick lang ata. Na misclick na lang ata ang Bren. But then, 3-1 na ang score natin right now. And full, kita nyo naman kanina may mga huge differences sa mga guns nila. But right now, definitely ahead on battle between sa mga weapons, and of course meron na din kanya-kanyang mga ultimates ang kanilang mga agents. Looking at that, 4 out of 5 para sa SB Empire, while 3 out of 5 naman sa Bren Esports.
Ito na ang pagbabalik ng Bren Esports dito sa bayan, mga kaibigan. It's all up to SV Empire right now on how will they break the momentum of Bren Esports. Dubstep with that ADS onto that Vandal, though kitang-kita yung ulo ni EJ dito, pero pag sumilip ka dyan EJ, baka maunahan ka ni Dubstep dito kasi naka-ready na siya eh. Pero Lear is right there. They know already, diba, na nasa B si Reyna dito, pero that is the rotation galing sa Bren Esports. Pero nandito lang si Jaxie from bats, nag-aantay lang if ever meron bang dadaan doon. Simple needs to stop the possible push of Bren Esports here. They have the satchels, they have the pain shells, they have the Roomba as well. Ang question lang is when nila gagamitin yon, at paikot-ikot lang sila dito sa bide, mga kaibigan. Minsan nasa B, minsan nasa A. Talagang gamit talaga nila ang oras dito, and time does matters talaga dito sa match ng Valorant. Pero that is the run it back, pero ito ang sagot. Look at that, run it back. Empress, Hunter's Fury ang ginawa dito, pero dalawang Hunter's Fury din, mga kaibigan. Dubstep sees one, gusto pa ng isa, pero Dubstep's getting sacked right here. More shock darts are now coming in para sa side ng Bren Esports, mga kaibigan. That recon ball not gonna catch anyone. 30 seconds left in the clock, but the spike is being planted already. Simple, tamang wallbang lang, pero mga kaibigan, kala ko Odin yun, pero hindi pala. Pero that room ball not gonna catch someone too, pero dalawang tao dito sa elbow. We're gonna pop off dito sa side ng Sova natin para lang at least makakita ko nasa ba yung mga ibang players ng Bren Esports, mga kaibigan. Borka with the curveball, but not gonna catch someone here. Pero this is gonna be a 3v5 retake coming in from SV Empire. Bat goes from behind. Next, hinahapit tayo pa ng isa. Tamang wallbang, tamang pre-fire lang dito sa may smoke. Pero look at that, Humi kills one through that smoke. What a dirty kill here. Pero the answer of SV Empire is they're just gonna take the best decision. Ano lang sila? Save lang sila. Meron silang Vandals at hindi nila kaya na mawala pa yung Vandal na yun.
And thankfully, hindi sila nalikuran ni Dispenser, because Dispenser has a lurking in towards A site, but then Bren Esports leading with a 4-1 against SB Empire sa kanilang attacking side. And looking at that, na-exhaust talaga ang resources ngayon ng SB Empire. Kita nyo naman, konti lang bumili ng Vandals, meron lang bumili ng Sheriff and some Buckies. So let's see if ano kaya ang gagawin nila ngayon. Will they just go for a slow push against Bren, or they will just pitas-pitas ng isa-isa para sa mga taga Bren Esports?
This is the push from Bren Esports right now. Pero EJ, we'll see one look at that dirty headshot here. Pero Humi with the trade-off. Ito talaga ang maganda sa mga players natin. Hindi na hahayaang mapapatay lang yung isang tao. Kailangan talaga merong magpa-follow up. The trade-off is really that important sa lahat ng games ng Valorant. Huwag nyong iiwan yung kakampi nyo. Kung kaya nyong mag-trade, kung kaya nyo i-follow up, just do it.
Scheme, sana all hindi iniwan, pero Dispenser, he might pick them out, pero nauna nga lang si Nexi and gagamitin na kagad ang kanya ultimate and Eurotep because he will be spending on awards. Humi, dalawa na lang ang natitira, and look at that, the SB Empire just making sure of everything, and yun nga naging worth it. Now Draxi, tatago lang sa A-side just in case na pwede siyang kumuha or mag-pick off sa manggagaling sa kanya towards mid. Pero still, Borkum and Jesse Vaz tries to contest pa rin ang short. Pero the time is ticking para sa kanya. And nag-audition na nga si Borkum kay Draxi.
Sumabog yung bungo ni Borkum, mga kaibigan. Kitang-kita sa CCTV, and SV Empire will get that round, slowly and surely Ray nababawi na ng SV Empire yung kanilang losses dito sa Bren Esports. Medyo mabagal ang galaw pero hanggat na nanalo tayo, it's fine.
Gat na nanalo, it's a fight indeed. Pero nga, looking at that, 4-2 na ang score natin. Ay, akala ko nawawala na ako sa pag-score na naman. Nahihirapan naman mag-compute. 4-2 na, and SV Empire finally got back on their feet dahil kita mo naman nag-iinit na si Borkum and Dubstep as the duelist of Bren Esports. Now, looking at that, 4-2 na, and nakabay pa rin ang dalawang teams na to.
Pero mga kaibigan, eto na, Bren Esports pushing in dito sa may bilong, pero that outro will be popping off, pero that curveball will connect onto EJ though, pero nilabas na ni Symbol ang kanyang showstopper, pero not gonna connect onto the side of Bren Esports. Sobrang sayang lang, hindi na-connect yun, pero Dubstep, anong ginagawa mo din sa Gedli? Symbol will take you down.
Ayan, 3 na lang natitira sa Bren Esports, and Dispenser baka ma-check siya kagad sa corner as he sees out to one. Alam na rin kung saan magagaling ngayon si Dispenser, and speaking of, EJ was able to pick him off. Spike ngayon is currently down at nalikuran saan ka pupunta, but goes, and EJ also finishes out Jesse Bash. Open na open ang mga taga Bren Esports 4-3, and isa na lang na round and they will be able to have a tie score between SV Empire at Bren Esports.
Oh, nakakabawi ng SV Empire dito mga kaibigan, which is yun talaga ang pinakakailangan nila. Medyo maraming mistakes din ang ginagawa ng Bren Esports dito, pero sobrang sayang lang kasi hindi nag-connect yung showstopper ni Symbol, pero at least nabawi nila yun. And in terms of ultimates naman though, Dispenser has the neural theft, and pwede silang mag-play slow dito if ever nag-play slow ang SV Empire dito. If nagamit pa na Dispenser yung kanyang neural theft, medyo kabahan ng konti ang SV Empire for sure, kasi your possession will be compromised.
And of course, kailangan nilang mag-adjust, diba? Dahil susugurin lang sila ng mga taga Bren Esports if that happens. Pero ngayon, going in na toward showers, si Borkum, para lang mas patan kung meron ang papasok. Borkum and Jesse Vash magkasama, nakaiwan parang Spike. Gusto ng Bren ngayon to have a big opener na lang towards the sites that they want to commit. Now, Dubstep takes his first step kasi mag-rotate na siya kagad papuntang short. Maghihintayan sila ng kanyang mga groupies papuntang A. Pero nga lang may 4 pa. Groupies, may 4 pa na naghihintay lang at A side, pero mukhang nag-rotate sila, naging impatient kayo. So, maganda tong opener para sa Bren to go in to A side.
The rotation is now down for Bren Esports right now, pero ang problema dito, baka malaman na rin ng SV Empire kung nasan ba yung mga Bren Esports dito, pero that is a spray down from Draxi. We're not gonna able to take down the players of Bren dito sa may short, pero Humi with the plant already here, and Dubstep just using all the paints that everything that he has para lang at least just to prevent the possible push and the possible retake of SV Empire here. Borkum, you need to spot out one. Medyo nakukulangan na rin siya ng curveball dito. Symbol has the Roomba para lang maiba yung posisyon ng Bren Esports, ladies and gentlemen. Pero let's see if EJ can do something out of nothing. He sees one, pero Dubstep, pero nalikuran pa si EJ dito. Borkum with another one here. Oh, Manexi, siya na lang ang mag-isa, but Humi with that 3K. What a really smooth ang post-plant here na ginawa ng Bren Esports. 5-2-3. Alam mo, sobrang dikit pa rin talaga ng laban. Iniba ng Bren Esports yung kanilang playstyle. If we're gonna compare it sa Haven kanina, sa Haven, grabe ang action. Sinapian sila ng mga espiritu na Fernando Po Jr. Pero dito, kalma lang talaga sila eh.
Oh, kalma lang sila. And buti na lang, they had that major changes. Villa, pansin natin, they want to take over the controls ng mga gusto na lang i-commit. Kunyari, nag-control na kagad sila Borkum on the early stages pa lang sa showers. Nag-control na kagad sila sa short. Hinayaan nilang magkagulo-gulo ang SV Empire. If saan ba talaga sila tutungo? Oh, parang kanta yun ah. Pero still, going in, tatlo naman ngayon ang nasa B, and looks like Dispenser together with Dubstep, they're just holding on para lang ma-excite ang pagpunta ng SV Empire. Pero nga lang Dispenser, pag-pick pala ni EJ, naka-operator, kitang-kita, nakaltasan na ngayon ang Bren Esports.
Dispenser is now down for, oh no, ito yung si Dispenser, yung isa sa pinaka-importante players ng Bren Esports dito kasi siya yung kumukuha ng information because of that tripwires and because of that CCTV or yung kanyang camera here. Pero Dubstep taking down one. Ito ang sagot, inalis nyo ang aming Cypher, tatanggalin ko ang Reyna nyo. 50 seconds on the clock and there is a chance na pumunta ang Bren Esports dito sa A, pero andyan naman yung teleporter, they can still go to B, pero yun nga lang si Sova nandito lang sa may hookah. Draxi pushing in, pero Dubstep dala-dala niya ang malaki ng showstopper, nilabas sa heaven pero not gonna spot anyone here. Draxi with that paranoia, not gonna connect onto Dubstep here. What a really great angle kay Dubstep, mga kaibigan. 3v3, the clock is ticking, the spike needs to be diffused here. Bat Ghost kills one. Humi, meron pa siyang paranoia dito, pero hindi nila alam kung nasan ba si Humi, and now alam na nila. And Simbo is just gonna try to push in para lang at least ma-diffuse tong bomba na to. Pero look at that! Dubstep out of nowhere! Taking Bat Ghost down! 1v2! Oh no, malapit na. Na-half naman yung spike. So if ever makapatay siya ng dalawa dito, kayang-kaya pa. Humi pushing in. Lexi already knows, pero Dubstep with that 4K! All the way from short, taking Nexi down with a point para sa Bren Esports.
6-3 na ang score natin. Kami na ang magko-compute para sa inyo, guys. 5-3 pa lang dun, mag-alala. 6-3 na yan in favor of Bren. And talagang nakikita ko yung pag-iinit ni Dubstep and Borkum para sa kanilang team right now. Pero SB Empire still with the place that they have, they're really putting Bren Esports on edge. Pero ngayon na naka-eco rounds lang sila. Will this be something na pwede nilang matalo ang Bren Esports? Let's see. Kasi si Draxi nasa bats kaagad, nasa dulo na ng bats, naghihintay na sana may pumasok, pero nagparamdam na ng konti si Draxi. Inisprayan na Dispenser with his Phantom. Tumama kaagad kay Draxi. Now, 4 na lang natitira and they have been revealed with that neural theft coming in galing kay Dispenser.
5v4 here. Draxi ang napatay na dito. Wala na ang main smoker ng Empire, mga kaibigan. Wala na ng paranoia, pero that is Humi pushing in dito sa B side, just trying to plant the spike already. And the 2v5 Nexi and Symbol, kaya nilang i-retake to. Humi from up top. What an off angle galing kay Humi. So it's all goes down to Nexi. Pero with that, the very smart decision na alam mong mahirap labanan yan, di ba? Kasi alam naman natin sa buhay, pag hindi natin kaya, wag na natin pilitin yan. Kasi pag pinilit pa natin yan,
Masasaktan lang. Masasaktan lang talaga tayo.
Masasaktan lang tayo.
Yan, kapag di na talaga mag-work, wag niya talagang pilitin.
Oo, tama na.
Tama na. Pero maganda na din na opportunity to para kay Nexi makapag-save. Pero hinahanap siya ni Jessie Bash. Di nila hayaang makapag-save si Nexi. Pero Nexi, ginahata siya humihinga para di siya marinig ng mga taga-Bren. And it goes down to Bren Esports with a 7-3 lead against SV Empire.
Oh no, 7-3. Bren Esports leading their way para ma-push nila to ng 1-1, mga kaibigan. Natawa ako.
Bakit?
Ano, Marir?
Bakit?
may nag-chat. Ano daw rank ng mga to? Ayun.
Ayun, guys!
Calibrating palos.
Ang rank,
Calibrating pa nun. Nag-unrated pa 20 wins. Pero going back in this game right now, dalawang boombot nagkita, pero nagkasirayan din. Pero Dispenser pushing his way inside the cyber cage. He took down EJ with an Empress online. Simple with the kill. Dubstep with a follow-up here. 4v3 situation. Bat Ghost pushing his way inside the smoke. Pero Diyos ko, nag-whiff dalawang beses ang kuya. Bumuntik na mapatay yung dalawang tao. Pero Nexi with a headshot. Humi with a kill. 3v1. It's all up to Nexi. Pero nasan siya? Andito lang sa may elbow. Pero alam ba to ng Bren Esports? And yes, Borkum takes him down.
That gap, naging opportunity pa nga para kay Borkum to take him down. 8-3 ang score. And this is so this is such a big step up galing sa Bren. Kung kanina nangyari din halos to, na hindi pinagalaw ng SV Empire ang score ng Bren Esports at all. Mukhang ito ang revenge na meron ng Bren Esports. But still, marami pang pwedeng mangyari dahil second half na mamaya at tingnan natin magiging aggressive pace ng SV Empire. But still, 8-3 na ang score. Makakapag-igib na kaya ang SV Empire with a 8-4? Let's see pa kung anong gagawin nila against Bren Esports.
Ito na mga kaibigan, Borkum is right here from Bats, though maliligo na si Borkum dito, pero dubstep sinalo niya ang pain shells ni Symbol, waiting patiently, not gonna do any kind of being that overconfident na ginagawa na dito. They're all playing safe here. SV Empire needs to do something. They need to break the momentum of Bren Esports ngayon. They're all playing slow. Tamang lakad lang. Waiting for that entry frag. Waiting for that opener before they go in.
And yun ang kailangan nila gawin eh. Kailangan nila maging careful. Pero tumama kay Draxin. Masakit yan onti ha. Medyo sumakit ulo ni Draxi on that part. Pero pagbaba nga lang ni Symbol, nakita na kagad siya ni Dispenser with him lurking in coming from Dilo. At alam na rin nila, kailangan i-push out ni Dubstep ang paglabas ni Batcos. And speaking of, sinimula na kagad ngayon ni Jessie Vash ang kanyang Hunter's Fury at dalawa na lang rather ang natitira sa SB Empire.
And ito na mga kaibigan, Humi planting the spike already. And it's time for SV Empire to do a 2v5 retake. Oh, EJ! Diyos ko, nakita pa. Sobrang sayang lang. And that operator will be down for... It's all up to Draxi. The best decision here. Ooh, Jessie Vash, nandito na. Nandito sa area na to para mauna siya pagka-spawn.
Race pa tayo na ba?
Oo, gusto na mauna.
Na-excite na. Gusto na ata ni Jessie Vash maligo.
Switching sides.
Oh my god. I mean, SV Empire needs to step up again. They need to do something para makabawi dito. Well, at least, if they're gonna push this to a 1-1, meron pang isang chance yung dalawang teams natin. So it's fine.
And then, still a great start para sa Bren, pero I still think that SB Empire still has this sa kanilang kamay para sa second half kapag magiging aggressive talaga sila. At the same time, they need to be smart sa kanilang mga setups towards the site na they will be committing. But then, this great lead at kailangan nila humabol ng 6 rounds, kailangan talaga nila maipanalo ang first round and second round. Pero mukhang may technical pause lang tayo ngayon. So, shout out sa mga nanonood dyan. Hello sa inyo.
And big shout out to all the people, big shout out to all the viewers out there. I hope you guys are really enjoying this. Syempre sa mga nanonood all around the world. Hello sa inyong lahat. And you are watching the Valorant Challengers Tour Stage number 2, mga kaibigan. And it's actually 1-0 in favor of SV Empire, and it's time for Bren Esports for them to get this para lang at least to push to a game number 3. Later on mga kaibigan, meron pa tayong games, napakadaming games. It's gonna be 60-45 Pirates versus Hashira for a match para kung sino ba ang makakapunta sa Grand Finals. So please stay tuned, guys.
Please stay tuned. Nga naman talaga. And si Phil talaga guys nakakatawa nung kanina. Hindi lang makamove on. Si Phil talaga napaka jolly na person. Kapag nakangumiti yan, lahat tayo mapapangiti. Diba? Ano talaga si Phil? Magwapo na nga, nakangiti pa. And 93 years ko.
Ano ba? Marupok ako.
Paano ba? Matawa ako. Ano ba?
Actually, upon checking all the games na ginagawa natin ngayon for SV Empire, nagugulat ang SV Empire sa galaw ng Bren Esports ngayon. And kailangan talaga makabawi ng Bren Esports dito sa map na to. Kasi if ever na hindi sila manalo dito, I mean, they're the first Filipino team as well na talagang makakapaglaglag dito sa VCT. I mean, this is ilang beses sila nagharap eh.
Mm.
A lot of times already. Minsan 2-1, minsan 2-0, pero ngayon magiging 2-1 ba ang score o 2-0 in favor of Empire? Anything is possible. A lot of things are possible in life. All we have to do is parang gawin lang natin kung ano nararapat. If ever meron tayong mali, we need to learn from our mistakes. And pag-usapan natin yan, syempre the best thing sa mga pro players is hindi naman sila walang natitilt. Walang natitilt talaga kasi if ever natitilt ang isang player, apektado ang buong team.
Paano
And
ako
syempre,
natitilt ako?
in terms of mental fortitude, Ray, in terms of mental fortitude, ano yan, praktisado na lahat yan.
I think both of them actually prepared for this naman din talaga. But it's really quite unexpected din talaga with both of the teams. Lahat sila nagkaroon ng good reset, lalo na sa heartbreaking kanina sa Bren Esports at ngayon bumabawi sila. But nonetheless, SB Empire, just a quick reset for the tiebreaker match. I'm sure maraming pwedeng mangyari kapag nakuha pa to ng SB Empire. Pero going back, nakakatawa lang talaga kasi parati silang nagkakalaban. Kung hindi sa quarterfinals, sa semifinals. Kung hindi sa semifinals, sa finals nakikita ang SB Empire versus Bren Esports. Paulit-ulit na lang. Non-stop talaga na sila parating nagkakakitaan. Pero every time we've been casting them, nakikita natin how improving talaga ang both of these teams, lalong-lalo na ang SB Empire with what they did sa performance nila kanina sa Haven. Pero ngayon, kailangan talaga nila humabol.
Oo nga, inaantay lang natin yung isang player. Balita ko naligo daw. Mainit eh. Ay, bigan, I hope you guys are really enjoying this, no? Mainit na mainit ang mga nangyayari dito. Pero sana, to be honest, sumakit yung puso ko dun sa laban kanina ng GXR and Hashira. Pero wala eh, rules ay rules eh. If ever na kulang talaga isa and hindi talaga makakonect agad dun sa allotted time na bibigay, wala talaga tayong magagawa dun. Rules are rules, guys. Pero sana dito hindi mangyari yon, mga kaibigan. Magdasal lang tayo, pagdasal lang natin lahat at nakikita natin mga replays muna kung ano ba ang nangyari dito sa bind, and everything is really doing well para sa side ng Bren Esports, and it's all up to SV Empire kung paano ba sila mananalo dito. Ulitin ko match point na po ang SV Empire dito. If they're gonna win this map, they will advance to the Grand Finals.
And if that will happen talaga, yun yung magandang opportunity for them and opportunity para sa makita tayo talaga ng bagong teams going into finals. So nakita natin yung replay there earlier. At nakakatawa kayo. Vil, kung hindi kayo ni Taylor ang siniship, bago naman daw, tayo naman ang siniship. Kayo talaga guys, magkakabarkada lang kami. Guys, grabe kayo. Nakakatawa yun, ha. Tapos sabi pa dito, kinikilig ako. Ay, talaga. Pati naman ako kinikilig pag nagkakas. Nakakilig kasi yung mga players na kinakas natin eh. Pero right now, we're still having that technical pause. Sa mga nanonood dyan na gustong magkaroon ng Valorant points, check out nyo na yung pinned comment at baka kayo na ang manalo ng 1,650 Valorant points, and maybe yun na din ang pandagdag nyo para sa bagong bundle ngayon. Kovil, binili mo ba yung bagong bundle? Binili mo ba yung bagong bundle ngayon?
Hindi ko pa nabibili yung bagong bundle, pero PPGL, baka naman laban tayo dyan. Pero actually, ito dun sa kinikilig-kilig, syempre Marites lang malakas, mga kaibigan. So, Marites, inaantay kita tayo mamaya sa Ascent. Baka gusto mo mag-wine doon. Pero, yeah.
Grabe talaga yung gusto ni Bill si Marites. Sana maging sweet kayo lalo ni Marites. Mga nagtatanong dyan, wala eh. Marites talaga ang gusto ni Bill, pero sana magkatuluyan sila at magkita na sila, parang Aldab nga lang. Aldab. Yung tara, no? Showbiz. Showbiz pa nga ang magyayari. Bill, may tatanong pala ako sa'yo.
Ano?
Kung may chance para mag-cosplay ka ng isang agent sa Valorant, sinong ko-cosplay mo?
Ano?
Kung may chance para mag-cosplay ka ng agent sa Valorant, sino i-cosplay mong agent?
Si Omen para madali. Kasi sabi nila nasa mukha ko doon yung smoke ni Omen. Para madali na. Good vibes lang. Good vibes lang tayo, di ba? Good vibes lang. GV lang tayo, guys. Kasi kayang-kaya kong gayahin yung yung mga voice lines ni Omen.
Sabi na nga, ikaw talaga yung
Easy.
Ikaw talaga yung nag-voice over kay Omen eh.
Pero Ray nagseselos ata si partner. Liza, wag kang mag-alala. Huwag kang magselos dyan. Chillan tayo.
Kami nga happy eh. Sana happy din kayo. Okay,
Liza, wag kang mag-alala. Partner. Maya, kas tayo
Ako naman yung makiki-comment sa mamaya sa semifinal sa pangalawang laban between Pirates and of course ang Hashira. Pero talagang itong technical pause, hintay na lang tayo. Alam ko napaka-intense na kagad. Shoutout sa 2.6 k viewers natin dyan. Shoutout sa inyo. Ayan, sana masaya lang kayo. And kung may pinagdadaanan man kayo sa huwag kayong mag-alala. It will all be alright. Well, it will all be alright. May pa-quote ka pa, Ray. Grabe naman yun. Ay, nako. Tignan nyo, di nga ako kinakausap ni Vil. Nawawala na. Vil, nandiyan ka pa? Basta.
Umiinom lang ako, Bes. Kalma ka lang. Ha? Masama bang uminom? Umiinom lang ako. Siyempre, this is the time na makakapag-usap-usap muna tayo, guys. If gusto nyo magpabate, chat lang kayo, guys. Chat lang kayo if gusto nyo magpabate. Don't worry. Kasi nandito na naman kami. Apparently, inaantay lang natin matapos yung technical pause in order for us to continue the match between Bren Esports and SV Empire, mga kaibigan. Pero at least ina-enjoy lang natin to. Good vibes lang tayo. Monday na Monday nagkakas tayo, di ba? Mainit na Monday sa inyong lahat. Literal na mainit kasi napakainit dito sa kwarto ko. Pero okay lang 'yun.
Okay lang yan kasi nagkakas kami ngayon ng mas mainit na laban between SV Empire at Bren Esports na nangyari ngayon sa semifinal. So sa mga, to make it clear, sa mga kaka-tune in pa lang habang nagte-technical pause pa rin tayo ngayon. Score na natin is 1-0 in favor SB Empire. Second match na to sa ating best of 3 series. At sa mga nagtatanong, itong dalawang to mag-proceed sa finals natin, which is mangyayari din kagad bukas na best of 5 series naman. So let's see if magagamit ba talaga ang 3-2 or kaya kakaroon ng 3-0 or 3-1 between sa mga teams na maglalaban.
Oo nga, okay magkadala mga kaibigan. Ang tanong, sino ang gusto ng free Valorant points? Kasi guys, ito mamimigay kami ng 1,650 Valorant points VP, hindi VIL points mga kaibigan. Valorant points ang pamimigay natin. All you have to do is please like and follow the PPGL Facebook page, and don't forget to like and share the stream as well with a caption of which team you're rooting for. Maraming teams na kasali ngayon. And syempre, don't forget to set your post on public with official hashtags. We have hashtag Valorant Challengers, hashtag VCTPH, hashtag PPGL Valorant, and hashtag Marites and Vil.
Marites and talagang lalagay talaga si Marites Si Marites talaga napakasikat talaga niya ni Marites. Ito lahat nga ng kahit nga wala si Marites ngayon na nagkakas, hinahanap nga na si Marites di ba, Vil?
Mo, di ba? Ito pa yung maganda. Pangalan mo? Ray. Nakalimutan.
Wala sa tuloy.
Kalagitnaan. Nakalimutan yung pangalan. Ray nga pala. Ayun. 10 ang mananalo ng Valorant points. So, makikita natin later on kung sino ba ang mag-uwi ng 1,650 Valorant points. Sipin mo, napakadami na. Pwede mo nang bilhin ng buong Valorant.
Kaya nga, napakadami. At saka syempre, sa mga nandyan, pwede nyong, kung gusto nyo bumami, kung nag-away kayo ng boyfriend, girlfriend mo, bilang mo ng may siguro ng Phantom na maganda. Nakasya sa 1,650 Valorant points, di ba? Or
nagpaparinig ka ba?
Hindi ako nagpaparinig. Sinasabi ko lang, sample lang yon. Ikaw, Phil, baka nagpaparinig ka rin.
Hindi naman ako nagpaparinig pero baka naman. Pero ayan nga, big shoutout sa lahat ng nanonood ngayon. And actually ito yun nga napanood natin yung game number 1. Magbabalik tayo sa game number 1 mga kaibigan. SVM part took that match, and dito naman sa game number 2 here sa Bind, tamang recap lang tayo dito kasi hindi na tayo magpapahuli pa because we're gonna start this match again and again. Let's go.
Yan na yung mga naghihintay. Asan na sila? Tita na sila, guys. Okay, mag-alala. Parating na sila. Mukhang good to go na sila. Kitang-kita nyo naman. I think the show is about to start. Ito talaga yung rules of the game. Although we can see si EJ nasa spawn pa rin, but we really need the show must go on talaga, and rules are rules.
That's your rules are rules. All we have to do is, of course, we need to follow the rules na dito sa ating tournament mga kaibigan. And again, we're gonna start this match. Medyo malaking problema lang kasi si EJ mga kaibigan. Oh no, yeah, it's EJ actually is na DC, so nagkaroon tayo ng problems pero hopefully maayos din yan later on. Pero going back in this game, 5v4 kaya ng SV Empire. This is actually a really big mishap sa side ng SV Empire, pero hindi naman sila susuko. Kaya nila to for sure.
For sure, kanina nga nahabol talaga ng GXR. So SV Empire, kailangan lang talaga nila mas lalong mag-step up. Use that as means of determination para makuha pa to against Bren Esports. Now, Neski? Ano yun? Nexi lurks himself in towards Bilong. Pero Borcom saktong-sakto with his flash takes out Nexi. So we only have 3 members remaining left para sa SV Empire.
Ito na mga kaibigan. This is it. Dubstep saw that coming. Nakita niya yung pain shells pero not gonna be affected by that ability though. Pero Symbol will be down as well. It's all up to EJ pero yun nga lang, wala siya. And this round goes to Bren Esports.
So, Bren gets that advantage with a 2-digit na kanilang score, 10-3. And if this happens and goes on to the hands of Bren, magkakaroon na tayo ng match 3 between SV Empire and of course Bren Esports.
This is a really big mishap onto the side of SV Empire right now. Pero sana masolusyonan pa. Sana kayanin pa. Puso lang. Heart lang. Puso lang. At kakayanin pa ito ng SV Empire. And going back here, Bren Esports needs to win 3 more rounds in order for them na ma-push tong game na to onto a game number 3. Pero inaantay lang natin ang pwede mangyari, and tactical pause will be activated again para lang at least kung kaya pa nating antayin si EJ dito mga kaibigan. And sana bumalik siya talaga. Sana kaya niya makabalik.
Hopefully. Alam mo, naniniwala naman ako na may mga bagay talagang bumabalik. So si EJ talaga, let's hope talaga na makakabalik siya so that the game goes on. Let's just wait patiently for him to come back. Pero looking at that, bumili na kagad ng Spectres ngayon on Red Esports so that they can have that lead against SV Empire. But still, mukhang the show goes on pa rin. And it will be round 14, 10-3 in favor of Bren Esports.
And it's time again para magsimula na ating game mga kaibigan. Still, EJ wala pa rin dito pero okay lang yan. Hanggat meron pang gumagalaw si SV Empire, kakayanin talaga ang pagsubok dito. Dubstep saw that na meron tao dito sa mid pero not gonna push that through kasi if ever lang namamatay pa siya dito, sobrang sayang lang yung mga baril niya. Safe play pa rin ang pinapakita ng Bren Esports, ladies and gentlemen. And the players of Bren Esports the players of Empire Esports might go here in A, pero Dispenser andito lang, nag-aantay lang sa may default Nexi. Tamang silip lang. Is he gonna spot one? Is he gonna do a one tap here though? Pero that paranoia will push through, and yung mga tao dito sa may A short will be paranoid as well. Dispenser sees one. Jackson will be down for. This is actually a 2v5 situation, and it's all up to Nexi, mga kaibigan. Tamang one-way smoke lang para si Dispenser magkaroon ng konting advantage dito. Nexi, is he gonna save that sheriff?
It's gonna be hard for him dahil hinahanap na siya ng
30
mga
seconds
taga-Bren Esports, pero he's still all by himself. Spike is currently down. Waiting siya baka may mag-flank, pero inuunti-unti na siyang pinupuntahan ngayon ni Jesse Vash, and he might see him out sa minute, pero mukhang Jesse Vash will be tapping him out. 11-3 score with SV Empire.
10 seconds left.
Really hinintay talaga natin na si EJ, pero leading na ngayon ang Bren Esports. 2 matches to go. It goes
Picture
down
to
the picture mo na, ayan.
Picture mo
Yung
tayo.
picture sila. Family pic.
Family pic.
Cool.
Picture muna tayo, Lods.
Grabe naman yan, nagpa-picture pa.
Wala rin kasi talaga magagawa eh. Ganun din naman eh. Kaya, and ang SV Empire, wala naman talaga sila magagawa rin talaga doon. Tanggapin na lang nila at kayanin na lang ito.
And
Kaya
then,
talaga
sure naman ako na makakabawi naman din sila on the next map, which is gonna be split. Tignan din natin how crazy both of these teams are. Uy, hello sa'yo, Reyna, ang ganda. On flick ang iyong kilay. Ang ganda pa na
Oo nga
ni
eh, no?
Reyna, tsaka tattoo, oh.
Ano kaya hawak ni Reyna? May kumika na ngayon.
Oh, ayan, ayan, bolang crystal na violet. Violet. B-A-Y-O-L-E-T, violet. Kung may chance ako magpapatato, kaso nga lang, sobrang laki nung sa sleeve tattoo ni Reyna, pero ang ganda sa akin. Ayan na, may picture na naman. Baka may picture na naman ng Bren Esports kanina. Tumapik sila kay EJ. Ay.
Tinabihan na lang nila.
Oo, din na lang
Practical
nila.
po, sana maantay natin si EJ, mga kaibigan, at sana bumalik ka na. Kung EJ, kung nandito ka, EJ, kung naririnig mo ako, suntukin mo yung pader.
Sana nga lang makabalik na talaga si EJ. Pero nga lang, really hope talaga, if not this time, sana sa next map makakabalik si EJ. Now, Symbol, it throws out his paint shells pero wasn't able to take out anyone. Uses Aldron also para makikita nila kung saan at kung may manggagaling pa. Speaking of Borkum, nakita na nila that he will be extending himself dito ngayon sa mga B window, pero instead of pupuntahan nila ngayon si Borko, magbaback ang mga taga SB Empire.
Actually, ang nangyari talaga dito, kaya sobrang dami nating technical pause, is apparently, sinabi na rin to ni Gibo, mga kaibigan, is look at the sportsmanship, guys. Look at the sportsmanship na ginagawa ng Bren Esports dito. They actually used their technical pause. They used their pause para lang maantay si EJ, mga kaibigan. I-flood naman natin ng hearts yung chat, mga kaibigan, kasi look at the sportsmanship na ginagawa ng mga teams natin, ng mga players natin. That is just the respect. Sobrang laking respeto rin talaga sa mga teams natin ngayon. At saka magkakakilala rin naman talaga sila eh. In real life as well. In real life magkakakilala na talaga yan. And sobrang sayang lang kasi hindi kahit nagamit na rin ng Bren Esports yung kanilang pause, hindi talaga kinaya na maantay si EJ. So we have no choice at all na ipagpatuloy itong match.
Just really shows to us how both of these teams do respect each other. At the same time, the Bren Esports know how important EJ is sa SV Empire, di ba? It could have been a better match talaga if things go through to the hands of SV Empire. But right now, it's already a match point para sa Bren Esports.
Yeah, tama. It's all about sportsmanship. It's all about love. It's all about respect, mga kaibigan. I mean, they're really doing a good job here, though. Bren Esports will surely and will try as well, and will try para makuha itong round na to. And for SV Empire, they're gonna do their best to win this round.
And if it won't go into their hands, I'm sure, let's just really hope na maging all things will work out para sa kanilang split map. Syempre, yun naman ang hoping natin. So that it will be a fun and at the same time, good match, di ba? Patas, okay na match between these two teams now. Look at that amount of sportsmanship. Really, Vil, I am really happy sa gantong mga moments na kailangan gamitin so that nakabalik lang si EJ and hopefully makabalik siya, di ba?
Ito yung mga panahon na na talagang sana bumalik, alam mo yun. We are praying na sana bumalik ka, sa kuryente lang, hindi sa mga ibang bagay. Pero going back here. Dispenser sees one next to it, taking Humi down, dubstep. With another one here, Dispenser walking slowly. These are showers and bat goes will take him down. 3v3s, 2v3 situation here. A minute left in the clock. It's all up to Bat Goes and Draxi. Match point na to for Bren Esports, mga kaibigan.
Now, we only have a Draxi in. And kita nyo naman, hindi na nila tinatake out si EJ. The amount of respect Bren has for SB Empire really is so outstanding. And hopefully, and right now, most likely, we'll be having ang third match natin ulit para sa semifinals. And hopefully talaga, praying talaga na si EJ makakabalik na para makabawi sila against Bren Esports sa susunod na match. 1-1 most likely ang score. Naharap na lang nila si Daxi, which is just lurking around. Okay. Ay, EJ, bumalik ka na, baby.
Kumanta natin mo.
Yeah, kinakanta ko pala si Daxi, di ba? So, it's just waiting for Bren Esports to come in. Looking at that talaga. Just protecting his teammates. Kita mo naman, waiting for Bren to come into his side. Pero time is ticking, 11 seconds left. And most likely, Bren will win this against SB Empire at makikita-kita sila on the third match.
And ito na mga kaibigan, Bren Esports will win this. And this match, 1-1 na po yung score natin mga kaibigan. And ang deciding match is gonna be later on. 1-1 na ang score. It's really up to SV Empire ngayon kung paano sila makakabawi dito sa loss na to. EJ, sana maayos na lahat ng issues para isang magandang laban yung makikita natin dito sa game 3 natin. Once again, the winner of this match goes to the grand finals tomorrow. So it's gonna be a best of 5. It's gonna be exciting for sure. Can't wait for that.
Pero all things first, it was really a match here sa Bind. Although may mga nangyari nga, hopefully that the split map talaga will be just a showcase ng Bren Esports and SV Empire. Talagang hoping sa'yo, man, EJ, sana maging okay na din lahat and for your team. And on the other hand, the amount of sportsmanship, lalo na galing sa Bren, diba? Really commendable din. So, just a give and take sa totoo lang between these teams and shows to us that the Filipino sportsmanship sa VCT sobrang kakaiba. Ngayon lang ulit ako nakita ng ganito and I'm really happy that this happened.
Tama. Salute sa Bren, salute din sa SV Empire, and later on it's gonna be the game number 3. Napakainit ng laban. We really can feel it and we really can't wait on who's gonna advance later. And after this game, actually after this best of 3 match, meron pa tayong laban mamaya. It's gonna be 60-45 Pirates, our friends from the south versus Hashira. pero Ray, what are your final thoughts dito sa match na yun?
I think, although talaga di na natin nakita on the second half, especially yung mga plays din na inaabangan natin galing SV Empire, ang hope ko na lang is that the split map talaga ay papakitaan tayo ng great comeback galing sa not only sa Bren Esports but of course galing sa SV Empire. So let's see if stand in ba nga 6 man ng SV Empire, which is pretty toxic, or maglalaro na katuntong na ulit kaya si EJ. Let's see if ganun ang mangyayari. But nonetheless, still, good game well played to both of these teams. So much respect talaga sa nangyari ngayong
Pero,
fine ba?
pero actually, if hindi naman makabalik si EJ dito, meron naman tayong 6 man. So, 6 girls. So, later on, makikita natin yan if ever lang kung ano magiging desisyon ng SV Empire dito. And syempre, big shoutout to all the people who's watching right now. Sana enjoy lang kayo dyan. Sana happy lang kayo dyan. Good vibes lang tayo. GV lang tayo. Enjoyin lang natin to. Itong Monday night because we have more games later on. And actually, inaantay lang din natin if ever lang kung magbe-break ba tayo or we're gonna push it rekta sa game number 3 natin. Once again, this is the Valorant Challengers Philippines Stage 2 presented by PPGL. Once again, we have an ongoing giveaway. All you have to do is please like and follow the PPGL Facebook page, like and share the stream with the caption of which team you are rooting for. Make sure the post is public with the official hashtags #Valorant Challengers, #VCTPH, #PPGL Valorant, #PogiCivil, and a total of 10 winners will win 1,500 plus Valorant points. And later on, sasabihin namin kung sino ba yung mananalo. And ladies and gentlemen, it's gonna be a break. So after the break, it's gonna be the game number 3. See you later.
And welcome back here sa Valorant Challengers Philippines Stage 2 presented to us by PPGL. At kami ang inyong shoutcasters. I am Ray at kasama ko si Soa Vil. Na-joke na si Vil ang kasama ko ngayon. So, kamusta Vil? Parang di tayo nagkita yun na long while.
Oy! Musta? And welcome back, guys. So, this is the Valorant Challengers Philippines Stage, presented by PPGL once again. And we really hope na nag-enjoy kayo. And we've seen all the exciting matches, mga kaibigan. And yun nga lang, that is a really big mishap na hindi nako-connect si EJ, pero hopefully maayos nila yon. Actually ito nag-aayos, nag-uusap yung mga, syempre gusto namin maging transparent dito, nag-uusap-usap yung mga league operations at ang SV Empire kung paano yung gagawin nilang solusyon. And in just a few minutes, in just a few seconds, basta within this day, malamang malalaman na natin yung result, and sasabihin natin mamaya yun sa mga tao dyan. And yun nga, that's a big mishap dito kay EJ. Sobrang sayang lang kasi hindi siya nakakonect. And just a recap of what happened today, mga kaibigan, sobrang ganda nung laban kanina ng Hashira versus GXR. That is a 2-1. And Hashira will advance to semifinals. And once again, this is just the second match. This is a 1-1 na po sa Bren Esports versus SV Empire. So we're just waiting for the results and yung call ng ating league operations or yung marshal natin kung ano ba yung magiging hatol, kung ano ba yung mangyayari dito sa pangatlong match natin. So going back sa first game natin, ditong second match is, ulitin ko, SV Empire just demolished the Bren Esports sa Haven, which is ito yung kanilang home court. This is their first loss sa Haven, mga kaibigan. And dito naman second game, Bren Esports won against SV Empire dito sa Bind. I really can't wait kung ano ba yung magiging action at magiging resulta ng league ops natin, mga kaibigan. Ikaw, Rere, what are your thoughts dun sa first game? I mean, dun sa Haven match ng Bren Esports versus SV Empire?
Really, it's just SV Empire talaga dominating sa lahat ng ginagawa nila against Bren Esports. I mean, Bren talaga, sabi nga ng karamihan, baka slowly lang yung ginagawa. Slow lang but surely nga ang Bren Esports. Pero hindi pa rin talaga nagpatigil ang SV Empire. They just really go on and go on with their rounds that they have. They were smart. Hindi na sila just aggressive na push ng push or kaya just going up sa mga sides. But the commitment, and at the same time, they are very smart into blocking yung mga key players, di ba? Parating nahuhuli si Borkum, parating nahuhuli si Dubstep, hindi nila hinahayaan, di ba? And yun pa lang, that fact itself paved their way into victory sa pinakaunang match. While sa second match naman, Vil, anong masasabi mo sa bind map naman?
Well, that mind map, medyo nagkaroon lang tayo ng slight mishap dun sa match natin na yun. Bren Esports, we all know na this is one of their best map as well. Itong bind na to, kahapon dito rin sila nanalo. Laban sa match nila kahapon, which is ang SE Atlas. Am I right? SE Atlas, yeah? Which is SE Atlas, which is lagi na rin talaga nila nakakalaban. Itong mga teams sa mga kaibigan, ilang beses ito nagharap-harap, ilang beses sila naglalaban-laban, ilang beses na silang kahit sa mga iba't ibang tournament, sila pa rin ang magkakasama dito. Once again, this is the best 8 of the Philippines right now, ladies and gentlemen. And ito, ulitin ko lang ulit. The top 4 of this tournament, which is yung sa lahat na nasa semis, will be automatically seeded para sa week number 2 playoffs natin. So ang mangyayari dun sa week 2 open qualifier, 4 lang ang kukunin dito. So sino yung seeded doon sa week 2? We have Bren Esports, we have SV Empire, we have Hashira, and syempre we have the Pirates as well. So itong 4 na to, makikita ulit natin sila sa susunod na week, which is week 2, and kakalabanin nila yung 4 na magka-qualify doon sa ating open qualifiers. Well, apparently, ano ba ang pinaglalabanan dito mga kaibigan? Siyempre, pinaglalabanan natin yung points para makapunta tayo sa Valorant Champions. Siyempre, pinaglalabanan din nila yung Valorant Masters as well. They want to represent the Philippines mga kaibigan. Just a quick recap on what happened to Valorant Masters. Valorant Masters, 2 ang nag-represent doon. Number 1, we have Archangel and Bren Esports. And dito naman, uulit-ulit tayo back from the start. Back to zero mga kaibigan. And uulitin ulit natin yon, sino ba ang mag-represent sa Pilipinas ngayon? Is it gonna be Bren Esports again or makakita tayo ng iba?
Let's
Dami
see.
sinabi na.
Okay lang yun, Bill. It was all informative at kailangan, especially sa mga nanonood na nagtatanong and wondering ano ba ang mangyayari on to the next stages ng ating tournament. Pero guys, napaka-importante na makapag-igib ka ng points from Masters dahil ito magiging pavement mo going in to the champions. Pero at the same time, guys, mga nanonood dyan, it looks like if Bren Esports rather, kailangan talaga nilang bumawi dahil nga lang nangyari sa kanila between the PH teams that we had. It was really heartbreaking noong quarterfinals pa lang sa ating Masters. Pero this time, Vil, di ba? With the step up na meron sila and at the same time with the improvements that they really had ngayon na pinapakita nila, ito na siguro yung magiging key nila to go into Masters. At nakita ko lahat ng teams ngayon really improve so well in just a small or short amount of time given sa kanila before sila tumuntong ng stage 2.
Pero actually, totoo yun. Every teams na nakakatuntong ng Valorant Challengers is talaga nag-step up. Every performance na ginapakita nila, everyone is really stepping up. And nakikita natin na lagi na lang 3 games ang Bren Esports ngayon. Itong week, wala pa silang 2-0 kahit isa. And back then, kasi lagi sila may 2-0 sweep or anything. Pero ngayon, talagang nakikita ng Bren Esports na everyone is really stepping up. They're really performing well. At ang pagganda doon, sobrang ginugulat nila tayo sa lahat ng pinapakita niya. Sa mga roster changes na mga nangyayari, which is mas talagang na-uplift pa yung mga strategies ng mga team natin. In terms of strategies naman though, ito yung mga bagay na pinag-iisipan dyan eh. And syempre, in order for you to make a good team, you need to have that good management as well. You need to have that really good coach, which is syempre, ang coach sobrang laki ng ginagampanan niyan sa isang team. Of course, isa siya sa mga nagpapabigay ng mga topics, ng mga pwedeng ayusin na mali sa mga teams. So talagang if you're really a coach of a team, that is a really big thing as well. Sila Gibo, marami actually. Ayun. So, ladies and gentlemen, meron lang sinabi sa amin mga kaibigan. Medyo kailangan lang namin medyo putulin lang yung mga sinasabi namin kasi kailangan namin pakinggan. Pakinggan itong pakinggan itong news na to mga kaibigan. Pero ito, I hope you guys are really watching this. I hope you guys are really enjoying this. Pero mga kaibigan, gusto namin mag-sorry. Mag-sorry of course on behalf of everyone, on behalf of all the talents dito, and just would like to announce this mga kaibigan. Empire is unable to field the 5-player roster dito to start the final game of the series. So unfortunately hindi po natin mapapanood and mako-continue ang game ng Empire versus Bren because of the issues na nangyayari sa SV Empire ngayon. So, Bren will be automatically advancing to the grand finals of Valorant Challengers Philippines Stage number 2.
And I know they weren't able to feel that. Pero sa mga big fans ng SV Empire, huwag kayong mag-aalala because the fact na nakapatong sila ng semifinals, we can already see them kagad. Seeded na sila for the next week here sa stage 2. So huwag kayong mag-alala. There's still a big hope para sa team na to, sure ako. But right now, we'll be proceeding already sa second match sa ating semifinals. And you will be seeing, of course, ang nagaganda na to, gagwapuan na co-casters ko na si Vil and si Taylor taking over para sa ating next match. But we'll just be taking a short break bago maglaban ng 60-45 Pirates and Hashira. We are your shoutcasters. Really, I'm with Vil and we'll be right back.
little bit of disappointment all across the board here. Unfortunately, we're seeing a disqualification at the worst time. Did everything we could. Unfortunately, when push comes to shove, we have to follow the rules, ladies and gentlemen. That's what happened here. So what happened with Empire, for those of you guys who are wondering what exactly happened, they were unable to find a field, a 5-man roster to start the final game. They have a sub, but they were unable to start the match without her. This is they were unable to do it because you're not technically allowed to start a game that's a 4v5 only if you have a disconnect. So unfortunately for them, Empire is disqualified, but they're still qualified for the next bracket. This isn't the first time that we're seeing this today. We had a disconnection issue as well from GXR earlier on. That ended up in a little bit of a tragedy as well. So today, definitely a little bit of a struggle. But in the meantime, of course, we have to reiterate to everybody that this is just one of the limitations that we are going through in this, this whole crisis, this whole pandemic. We're all trying to deal with it. But obviously, as things get better, we'll get to do those lands. So hang on, everybody. We'll get closer and closer to it. So for now, that's the ruling because we do have to stick to the rules. Nobody's really that happy about it, but we just got to do what's got to be done. Now, going on and moving on with the show, we will actually talk with one of the members of Bren here. I got someone cool on the line, Dubstep, and he's going to be the interviewer. We're going to speak with him because we both share the same frustration. Dubstep, first of all, congratulations on the win. I know you're disappointed. I was kind of disappointed with the Hashira win as well because of the disconnects. It's a little bit unfortunate, but I do have to say big props to you for showing the sportsmanship because for those of you who are not in the know, Dubstep and Bren Esports actually gave their own technical timeout just to give Empire a lot more time to be able to reconnect. So thank you for the sportsmanship. We love to see that. We acknowledge that. Congratulations on your win. How are you feeling after that, though?
I don't know. I didn't feel like it was a win for me and my team. I actually felt disappointed, but I'll take it because we can't do anything about it, and it happens. We just have to move on and keep moving. As far as I know, there's a rule book. We have to follow all of these, and I wish we could have played the third map. I'm happy that we were advancing in the finals, but not like this.
Yeah. Well, this is one of the reasons why not just me, but a lot of people look up to the Bren name in the community, not only because of how great they are as players, but also as sportsmen. So thank you for that. Let's move past the DQ. Let's move past this. I want to talk to you guys about your performance lately. So we never really got a chance to talk about this. So if you could touch on this real quick, Masters, what happened there? How are you coming back from it?
I don't know if we have to lose one map to be able to perform on the next map, or is it something we need to fix mentally? I'm really not sure, but we're trying to figure it out. We're trying to figure it out what's wrong with the team. We're trying to fix everything day by day. We're really trying to find what's wrong, because sometimes there's just maps that you don't know what to do. Like you're getting surprised by everything the opponent does, and most of the time we're losing our best map, like Haven. Like what the hell, right? I'm confused as you guys. Like I don't know what to say when we underperform, but in the back of my head I just say unlucky, so we have to move on, play the next game. Then suddenly next game all of us are popping off, every shots are hitting, and it's gonna be easy. I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah,
Like,
honestly, I'm in the same boat as you. Me and the panel and the casters, we're like, why does Bren always have to lose map 1 or struggle on map number 1? We hope you find an answer to that, because we love what you guys are doing, and we hope that this gets better over time. I do want to ask you guys real quick, Dubstep. What's next for you guys? What's next for Bren? How do you increase your game level to take down the other SEA teams? What's the next step?
I guess we have to put more time on what we're doing right now, because right now I think we're not doing enough. Everyone's keeping up. We can't really cross the sea border, but we're trying. But in our practices, it's different. In our practices, we can destroy any team. We can win some of the best teams in the region, But when it comes to tournaments, I don't know if it's a mental problem or something like in the middle. But you get what I mean, right?
Yeah.
Our expectations are like so high that sometimes when we're in the tournament itself, it just explodes.
I feel like you'll eventually find an answer to that. So, good luck to you guys. Honestly, you guys have been so amazing in your runs. But I think finding that magic touch to win those victories across the region, that's what we're all waiting for. We're all waiting for that time. But unfortunately, I got to cut this interview right now. Before I let you go, Dubstep, honestly, you've been amazing, but it's time to ask you if you have any shout outs to anyone in the audience, anyone to anyone at all, anyone you want to give thanks to.
I want to thank first my organization, which is Bren Esports, my family who's watching outside my room, and my teammates as well, my coach, my girlfriend, and everyone who supports me, especially on my stream. Everyone who lives there, like who lives in my chat, everyone who's trying to comment on my Facebook pages or Twitter. I want to thank all of them for the never-ending support that they give to me. They are my inspiration and they are my motivation. That's why I'm still playing this competitively.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you heard it from the man himself. Go check out his stream, whether it's on Twitch, whether it's on Facebook. Go and check out Dubstep's stream. Of course, support the guy. One of the people who made the local FPS scene since the very beginning. Definitely deserving of all your support. So thank you again, Dubstep. And good luck on the grand final tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, so you heard right there from Dubstep himself, the super jet of Bren, but it's now time to hear from the super panelists here on this cast now today. Again, welcome back, Trix, welcome back, Liminal, welcome back, Ling. I'm trying to be hyped because I'm super disappointed about what happened. We got a good semifinal coming up next, though. So that's what I'm trying to be excited about, because next game, it's going to be a good one. We got Pirates, we got Hashira, a real test to see if Hashira deserve to be in the semifinal. If they win, then they'll definitely be able to say, yeah, we earned the spot right here. But, it's going to be a little bit of a tough one. I will go to you first, Ling. What are you feeling on this upcoming game?
Well, for this upcoming game, it really goes down to what are going to be the map picks here. I've seen in the qualifiers that they have run on a very experimental agent compositions. I was hoping for them that hopefully we could give something different on towards a mix of pirates, and hopefully on the side of Hashira, I mean, most likely, given that how much synchronized that they are right now, some sort of outplay could be made for them to be able to shut down this up-and-coming team that has made their amazing debut on towards this broadcast and do whatever they can. I'm pretty sure they learned a thing or two after watching the games from yesterday.
Yeah. Well, let's not talk about that too much right here, Ling, because we do have to talk about the previous game, unfortunately. We all want to kind of move past it at this point, but I think it's good to say, Viminal, the sportsmanship shown by Bren, even giving their own pause.
Yeah.
To a team like Empire, that's big, man. That's big. That's some big, very respectable play right there, showing incredible sportsmanship and just one of the reasons why they're the stalwarts here of the local scene. How important is that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these guys are professionals, and being a professional player is not really all about just your skill or being paid to play. It's all about, the attitude that goes with it. And, big mad props to Bren for, again, doing everything they can so that they could play the third map. Fortunately, just in the end, it just couldn't push through. But here in the Philippine community, a lot of these players, they know each other, they go way back, and they have a lot of respect for each other. Of course, we as talent, of course, have a lot of respect for the scene as well. So, not the ideal situation here, but we did everything we could, and mad props to the players.
Yeah, definitely. But let's go ahead and talk about the side of Empire right now. In game number 1, they look good. Bren, not so much. Trix, what's going on? Why do you think Bren have to seemingly lose game number 1? Or was it more of Empire just stepping up here?
I think that regardless of how it went either way, it was just Empire knowing what they're good at, and possibly also having access to how Bren plays Haven in general. Bren has been known to play Haven and have it as their best map, and because of that, there are a lot of VODs on how Bren actually plays Haven.
Yeah.
Oh,
So I
yeah.
would take
And
that into consideration, possibly, doing their homework.
yeah, I think so. Empire's not a team that's ever been shy to do a lot of VOD reviews. That's kind of what we do. I mean, just Empire, I think version especially has been the nerd of VOD reviews for so long. Probably imparted that onto the work ethic of Empire, and so maybe. Maybe that's one of the reasons why they were quite good on it. I mean, 13-6, that's no lie. That's no joking matter. That's a stomp. I mean, you can't ever just say that, oh, it was a lucky win. No, because it's a 13-6 here. Now, Ling, what happened in the on the converse that game number 2? It was actually going well for Bren, and then decently for Empire, and then the disconnect happened. How do you come back from that as Empire? I'll go straight to you, Ling, for this. How do you sort of recover as a player? Maybe what's the go-to plan here?
I mean, there's no other outplay to this in terms of like you as a team, or rather as a player experiencing adversity in terms of like your experience with the tournament. The best way that they can do is actually try to actually push through this 4v5, regardless if they're playing on a huge disadvantage. Yes, it's completely unviable, but rather than just accepting the fact that this is going to be a loss, it's a lot better for these teams, or rather for Empire, to tackle this heads like straight up, because there's literally nothing else that they could do. The most that they can is to actually try to win these games in behalf of EJ that wasn't exactly there to perform. They should actually prove an effort that they are going to be willing to win, and giving up straight up, I mean, there's nothing much you could say about that. There's nothing much that they could dissect. They had no effort to that, and it actually shows. 13-3.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's just the way it goes, man. And Tricks, after this loss for Empire, you gotta be tilted off the face of the earth. How do you come back from? How do you say, okay, we're gonna get back into it. We have another chance in week number 2. How do you just sort of zone into that and tap into the energy that you might be able to win again?
I mean, it's just a matter of professionalism and sportsmanship at that point. There's nothing that they can do, whether they are the players. There's really all that they can focus on now is that it's not over. They
Yeah.
have something else to look forward to. And I'm sure that Empire has that mentality as well, that's saying, you know what, it's not over till it's over. And clearly we have the next playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. The next playoff's still a thing here. We got 2 and 3 for the weeks. Definitely cannot lose hope, especially if you're Empire right now. The story is definitely not over for them. They're still automatically qualified. So the fans of Empire right here, you guys, your team, you still have a chance in this next week. Hopefully, if things are a little bit better over then. We can't bypass the rules. We got to do we got to do what we got to do. We got to live up to it here. But let's talk about the next series. Don't want to linger too long on this one. Let's talk about the bracket, excuse me. We have the bracket coming up, the story of the day. It wasn't the smoothest of days, but it was a day nonetheless that we should be proud of. A lot of sportsmanship all across the board. And if I may say, I think a lot of other teams should look up to Bren and how they give that tactical timeout to their opponent here. I think it was honestly an act which everybody should start to emulate. So props on them, and they take the win here 2-1, and we're going to be seeing the next match, Pirates versus Hashira. I already asked Ling her opinion on this next matchup. Let's go to you, Vim.
Yeah, again, Pirates a bit of a dark horse in this entire tournament thus far. Initially, we were predicting them to have a rough run, a rough performance, but they definitely proved us wrong, the majority of us here on the panel and the casters as well. And as always, it's always a pleasant surprise when that happens, because, as I say, always welcome to be proven wrong, especially when a team really shines and really proves their mettle. And Pirates is a team that definitely did their homework and definitely showed insane mechanical skill. And honestly, I'm really looking forward to this next matchup against Hashira.
Yeah, Hashira definitely a team that we've all been hoping to see improve, and they have been getting closer and closer to doing that. They are definitely looking a lot better now. But let's give quick thanks because it's a time of thanks to be appreciative of what we do have. Thank you, PPGL, the largest multi-game esport league in the Philippines, organized by Mineski and of course the Globe Telecom. Hashtag reinventing victories in Valorant with the new Mage Punk bundle. Get yours now on Coda Shop with Globe, as well as thanks to Predator for being our official gaming PC and laptop partner. Predator, hashtag summon your strength. And also the Globe Virtual Hangouts because they will reinvent esports and bring it to a whole new level. Let's get hashtag OL together now. As virtual hangouts, Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Download the Globe One app and click on Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. Do not forget to like and follow PPGL's official channels too. It's facebook.com/PPGLGG, as well as PPGLGG on YouTube and PPGL_VCTPH on Twitch. And last but not the least, check out our TikTok where we do a lot of meme stuff and just fun stuff at the Twitch. It's at Hello PPGL. So we're talking about you now this time. If you guys want to be winners there at home, if you want to be lucky winners of 1,500 plus Valorant points, we got a giveaway at the end of the day here. I know it's a long day. It's about to get even longer. Check out the bottom of this stream right here. We're dropping it now for you. All you got to do is this: 1, 2, 3, and 4. Like and follow the PPGL Facebook page. Share the stream. Follow these instructions. You know what to do. Use the hashtags. We'll choose 10 winners at the end of the day to win, and we'll be announcing them at the end of the stream. So, guys, of course, you got to stay tuned to it. And on top of that, if you want to know where to watch, either Twitch or Facebook, because we got English and we got Filipino streams for you. For the people who want to watch in Facebook, all you got to do is check out the Filipino stream, facebook.com/PPGLGG. And for English, it's on the twitch.tv /PPGL_VCTPH page. Both panel sessions will be in English. So every time we come up here, it's in English because we barely know how to speak one language. Don't expect us to speak more than one. So that's been it for us for the meantime, though. We got to go in and talk about the next one here. We're looking at Hashira. We're looking at Pirates. These guys are sort of the rising stars of this community of the Valorant Philippine scene. Not necessarily the most experienced, but definitely bringing a lot to the table. Trix, you wanted to talk about Hashira before. How much have they grown in the time that we've known them?
I think that they've grown quite a lot. We're able to see that they're taking up a lot more strategies. They're being less predictable in terms of set strategy playing with. They're starting to do defaults, the retakes. You see a lot of crossfires coming in with Hashira. So I think there's a lot to expect from them on how they're going to perform. The issue, however, with this team is that they don't seem as malleable when it comes to tactics.
Yeah, I think so too. I agree. Maybe changing it up a little bit and being a little bit more diverse in their playbook could be something that benefits them. But of course, when it comes to the nitty-gritty, the aim duels, they're very, very much capable of doing that as well. Now, Ling, let's go ahead and talk about the Pirates, the people who want to steal the booty at the end of the rainbow, or rather at the deserted island, end of the rainbow. Talk about the Pirates with me right now. So what is going on here? Pirates, they took that first match against Kadiliman, much to the dismay of the fans of Kadiliman, and right now they're in the semifinals.
Well, it definitely caught everyone by surprise, given that their performance definitely stood out. It was a dominating series that Paris definitely did display, and it just goes down to how different that they play. It's not just gonna be just about Fireside, but the team in general, they're running on a different play style. Not a lot of esports team are gonna be competing at, and this is where Kadiliman just get caught off guard. And I really do hope in the side of Team Hashira is that they could definitely offer a lot more in terms of like their synchronicity. This could be like a huge enough opportunity for them to definitely outplay and counteract and shut down this aggressive play style that Pirates 6045 is trying to do.
Viminal, what is the key here for shutting down the side of Fireside? What can you shut down? I'll go to Trix right after. But Viminal, I wanted to ask you, how do you shut down a player like Fireside?
Fireside, he's known to get a lot of multi kills, especially during the time when they faced Kadiliman. When we were talking about that series, we were talking about how Kadiliman played into Pirates' game, into Fire Saiyan's game, wherein perhaps they were dry peeking him too much or challenging straight up aim duels too much. You could definitely shut him down or punish his aggression in that sort of way. But really, I think the key to success here for Hashira is to become more malleable than Pirates.
Vimino took the words right out of my mouth. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Fire Saiyajin has this amazing aggressive play, and we've seen him constantly be supported on that aggression. But it's a matter of Hashira being able to counter that aggression with either malleability, better teamwork, or understanding when to hit a different side, taking information, moving back, and then going to another side in general. These are things that we don't see enough of. But Pirates doing really well on the aggressive defense. I love seeing it. I don't think enough teams do it, so it's a pleasure to watch Pirates play.
A flexible and dynamic Hashira could be the secret to how they defeat 6045 Pirates. Personally, I think a lot of it has to do with the crossfires. I mean, if you want to shut down a star player, you got to work together. That's just been how. I mean, that goes back to the fundamentals. And Hashira showing that they're improving their fundamentals. Maybe we'll get to see them shine later on. But where are we going to be facing off today? The head-to-head, is going to be coming up here. Two players that we're going to put the spotlight on right now. Jeremy, who was fantastic last game, going up against 2GE. I'm surprised it's not Fire Saiyajin. Because that would have been made the most sense to me here. But let's never underestimate an Omen player. I mean, how crucial is a good utility player on your team? I'll pass it off to Viminal.
Yeah. I mean, it is quite a surprise not to see Fire Saiyajin here. But of course, seeing a controller player on this team as their MVP, it's also really telling. And it's also really telling that it's not just a Fire Saiyajin show. It's the rest of the Pirate Squadron. It's a concerted effort. And when you have a controller that can frag out, when you have an Omen that can make big brain outplays, that's definitely a good thing for your team.
Yeah. All right. So let's go and talk about where the battlefield will be today. We'll pull it up for you. And this is where the gladiators will be colliding in the Colosseum of Death. I make that sound a lot more ominous than it really is. We're going to be playing Valorant on these maps. And the first map that we're going to be playing on today is none other than Ascent. Will be followed by Icebox and then going into Haven. Ling, how do you feel about these maps right here?
Well, right now, I did mention a while ago that there could be a possibility of them playing on a different agent comp for this time round. We've seen Tuge play with the Omen and in those amazing Bucky plays, but I want to see how well this player would be utilized in for some other matter. Because yes, Fire Saiyajin did get to shine, but I want to see how well would their comp be if they're gonna be playing with something a little bit more different. Because I'm pretty sure Hashira knows how to deal with this problem of them basically having this particular playstyle on Ascent, and we've seen that from yesterday's matches.
Yeah,
I think, yeah.
Go ahead.
Definitely, I'm excited to see how these matches are going to go up. But if I were to say there's a team that's favoring the map pick, it just feels like Pirates might be favoring it. They've got that aggressive Ascent. They've got that aggression and retake, really smooth retakes on Icebox with a great attacker side as well. So I'm really wondering what Hashira's got for us for this matchup.
Well, only time will tell, and we're about to go ahead and find out whether it will be true or not, whether Hashira can bring out something special to this playbook, or whether we're going to be left stunned at 6045 Pirates yet again. So I'm going to pass it off to the casters, but before I do that, let's get you your predictions in. Trix, we'll start with you this time.
I'm still going to go with a conservative 2-1 because I do know that Hashira is playing very well, but so is Pirates. So I'm thinking Pirates with a 2.
Okay. This is a really tough call. Again, some of us actually changed our predictions midday. And really impressive performance from Pirates coming in from yesterday's matchup. But today I'm going to be predicting a 2-1 in favor of Pirates. Now, I know Hashira has been playing very well. They're a team that has grown quite a bit, very polished fundamentals. Now they're going to be focusing on their malleability and creativity in their set plays. But Pirates, I feel like they're also on that level. What do you think about that, Ling?
Well, man, You know I'm a Pirates believer right here, so it's gonna be a 2-0 all the way. My God, the strongest elements are gonna be unleashed here for Faisaijan for sure. Not gonna lie, guys. I'm pretty sure you will be proven wrong. That's just it.
No, I mean, no shame with the bias right there, Ling. I love it. Shame on you for that bias. But I'm going to say it's a 2-0 for Hashira just because they're the better team. Just kidding. No, definitely going to be an interesting one. I do predict a 2-0 because Hashira seems to have it on form today. I feel like that's what's going to go down. But I'm not going to be the one to tell you that story. So to weave this tale of the two teams going head-to-head, it's going to be the casters. So casters, what is up?
Andito na nga tayo sa huling series para sa araw na ito. And finally, Valorant Challengers Philippines Stage 2, presented by PPGL, is now right back sa inyong mga screens. At kami, ang inyong mga casters. Alright, my name is Taylor.
At ako naman si Vil, and this is 6045 Pirates versus Hashira, ladies and gentlemen. And I really can't wait dito sa matches natin, mga kaibigan. Taylor, na-miss kita.
Ay, salamat naman, no? Kanina pa ako comment sa... Kanina pa ako comment sa chat, eh, no? Napapansin, nalingat lang ako saglit, no? Kumain lang ako, nagpahinga lang ako, tapos parang ang dami kong nakikitang mga comment sa Facebook Live natin, no?
Salamat ka pala sa pinadala mong pagkain.
Oo naman, nakarating.
Kainin ko mamaya.
Yan.
Video call tayo habang kinakain ko.
Oo, sige. Kasi syempre, babayaran mo sa akin yan eh. So, kailangan talaga, no? Malaman ko kung nakita mo talaga. But without further ado, ito nga yung next matchup natin, which is the final series para sa araw na ito, which is gonna be the 6045 Pirates versus the Hashira team. Now, Vil, kakatapos lang maglaro ng Hashira kanina. And nakita natin kung gaano sila kalakas against, of course, the other team, GXR. Kaso nga lang, nagkaroon din ng, Meralco diff yung kaganapan.
Magkano ba Meralco? Pwede ba 2 gigs?
Paano na lang, Vil, no? Pa-credit card na lang, no? Hindi, pero nagkaroon kasi ng outage talaga. Wala tayong magagawa dyan. And yun nga yung nangyari. And 2 beses nangyari. So hoping this time around para sa ating third series, it's not gonna be the same factor for our players, and it's gonna be an even matchup for all the teams right here today and for the final game. But 6045 Pirates, kinas mo kagabi, Vil. How are they looking right now? Yo!
Farsaijan, ladies and gentlemen, he's on fire. Farsaijan, he's on fire, literally, my guy. Tapos ito ang laban nila kahapon sa kadiliman, sobrang daming fans sa kadiliman, sobrang daming fans ng 6045. Pero we really thought that's gonna be a really close match. Pero it's just Farsaijan. At syempre, ang buong players ng 6045 Pirates are really doing all the job of 6045 ngayon is sobrang intact, sobrang solid, at yun din yung pinakita kanina ng Hashira laban sa GXR a while ago. And ito yung maganda, partner. Can Hashira can they win it again? Kaya ba nilang ilagay dito yung momentum nila dahil sa pagkapanalo nila kanina? Ang problema dito, mga kaibigan, is napanood ng 6045 Pirates yung mga laban ng Hashira and ng GXR kanina. Pero kaya magkadala kasi napanood din naman ng Hashira yung laban ng 6045 kahapon. So, meron silang sarili-sariling tactics in order for them to take down each other, and it's really up to them on how they execute every strategy that they have in mind para lang maubos lahat and matapos tong game na to for them to be at the grand finals and for them to face off Bren Esports tomorrow.
Eto nga, no? Kaso nga lang, Vil, with the Hashira, notorious kasi tong team na to sa pagdating sa yung mga ilang games sila sa isang araw. So, medyo napapagod or may fatigue factor. Nung nakita natin yung face cam ng Hashira after their match against yung GXR, nakikita ko na medyo parang napagod sila eh. Yun yung dating sa akin. So hopefully nakapag-reset sila onto the matchup kanina, na nagkaroon sila a little bit of a break for today doon sa matchup ng Bren Esports and Empire kanina. So this time around, maybe they're energized again, like I am, dahil nakapagpahinga rin ako ng kaunti. So as far as I'm concerned right now, this is supposed to be a reset for Hashira. And Pirates is a very, very strong team so far dito sa ating stage 2. Ginugulat o binibigla nila tayo. And ganun nga nabigla yung kadiliman from the last round that we had. Now, talking about the agent selection and agent picking of the players, I think we saw a Sky pick right there.
Actually, this is a really good pick sa Sky, mga kaibigan, kasi they can use all the utilities of Sky in order for them na parang malaman kung saan ba yung mga possession ng mga kalaban nila. Parang ang Sky kasi pwedeng maging pampalit yan sa Omen apparently. Pero it's really up to them kung paano nila I mean, not Omen though, pampalit sa Cypher rather, in order for them to get some information, in order for them to do some anti-fraggers or anything. Depende na lang kung paano nila gagamitin yung mga flash nila. Pero this is the game number 1. Hashira versus 6045 Pirates, mga kaibigan. The Pirates will go to the attacker side and Hashira will defending Ascent, mga kaibigan. And without further ado, favorite nga natin to, di ba, Liza? Pirates versus Hashira in Ascent? Let's go.
Sasabayan sana kita pero baka hindi tayo magkasabay, no? At the same time, syempre, nasa bahay lang tayo nagkakas. But definitely, let's go para sa mga teams natin dito. 6045 Pirates, i-chat nyo na yung mga players, yung supporters dyan. I-chat nyo na sa Facebook Live natin kung ito ang sinusuportahan yung team. At syempre, kung Hashira naman all the way, sabihin nyo na rin yan sa amin and baka sakali makakuha o manalo kayo ng ating Valorant points. But simulan na natin ang bakbakan na ito with the pistol round on our first round at first game para sa series na ito. Hashira being very aggressive right now. The flash mula doon sa ating Sky pero nasama si Rabbit at nadamay pa. Bugot nilabas na rin on towards mid. Mukhang mainit at init na yung mga players natin mula dito sa dalawang teams na to.
Grabe naman tong Valorant, mga kaibigan. Umpisa pa lang, barila na. Pero si Jay...
Magulat ka kung hindi!
Magulat ka kung hindi. But as you can see, Nico sees 1, pero Farside is now down 4. Pero that is a really, really fast round para sa mga friends natin from Hashira. Though nakuha nila yung first round doon, mga kaibigan. I mean, sobrang bilis ng pangyayari. Later on, we're gonna break down what happened dun sa first round doon. Pero pag-usapan naman natin itong second round muna, partner. Hashira getting that first round, they have this slight advantage in terms of economy. Makakabili sila ng Spectre dito. And alam naman natin na kahit save round lang dun sa kabila is kaya pa rin nilang manalo. Dapat talaga sobrang on point lang and talagang dapat sobrang smart ng paggamit natin ng mga utilities dito. It's really up to them kung pagsasabayin ba nila ang Paranoia plus the Clear. I mean, in terms of information, meron talaga ang Pirates because of that Sova and because of that Killjoy as well. And sobrang safe and sobrang comfy picks dito para sa Pirates and Hashira at kung makikita
Definitely
dito.
true, but that's a paranoia mula kay Rabbit. Hindi ko alam kung nag-connect ba, pero nakikita niya na yung dalawang players. That's a double kill para sa kanya. At unti-unti na ngang inuubos ng Hashira. Isa-isa yung mga players ng Pirates and that's a flawless round indeed. Not shocking dahil nga the Spectre is there.
Oo nga, mga kaibigan. I mean, kitang-kita naman natin Hashira with their advantages using all their guns effectively dito. Pero this is the time para makabawi ng 6045 Pirates. They have those guns, they have the economy, and they have the utilities as well. Kung kitang-kita mo, partner, if ever matalo dito ang 6045 Pirates, mahihirapan sila sa next round kasi wala silang pera dito. And this is actually a desperate buy run sa 6045 Pirates. They need to get this round agad-agad. Pero andito si 2766 na may Ares, mga kaibigan, pero is he gonna spot someone dito para lang makapag-wallbang without Ares?
Nope, and that's a nope for him. Pero mukhang nagre-ready siya for a shock dart. There's a wall towards B main right here. Pero Pirates mukhang gusto nilang pumasok towards mid. Farside getting 1 kill already, clearing the site for the team of Pirates. And as of this moment, a 5 or 4 versus 4 situation. Walang lamangan dito dahil trade-offs lang mula sa parehas na teams. And a 3v2 right now, the plant is there. Trailblazer nilabas na nga para sa side ng Hashira and Rabbit to secure the kill. The combination of these two players is just on point.
sobrang on point mga kaibigan na the combination, yung pagiging yung reflex nila sobrang bilis lang, sobrang on point nung mga follow-ups na nangyayari dito. Kitang-kita doon, nung may napatay yung isang player ng Pirates, biglang lumabas yung isang player ng Hashira para mabawian na niya agad yon. At hindi na siya nag-isip, hindi na siya nag-antay ng mga ilang segundo pa. Once na meron siyang opportunity to kill, he's gonna do that for sure. Walang tanong-tanong doon. And nilabas na ni 2766 ang kanyang Odin mga kaibigan. Pero Pirates will push on dito sa side ng A mga kaibigan, just using all the pain shells and every utilities that they have just to block up and just to stop the possible push of Pirates. And look at that, that is a really good kill sa side ng Hashira mga kaibigan. Nawala na si 2GE, which is isa sa pinaka main fragger ng Pirates dito.
Definitely true, no? And if you think about it, the positions right now of Hashira, it just makes sense. So Sova na lang yung naiwan doon. There's a wall, no worries about it. Saka na lang magro-rotate kung sakali man maramdaman ng Sova na merong papasok. But that Trailblazer is just gonna annoy Flash out of his mind. 5 versus 3 na lang agad-agad. Hashira is just doing everything they can just to push off, matanggal yung mga rounds na yan from the side of Pirates. And this is an eco round, of course, for them, but still, they bought sheriffs. They can still manage to pick off some kills at makakuha pa sila o makanakaw pa sila ng Vandal kahit papano kung sakali man. Pero mukhang umiikot na rin o nagkakaroon na rin ng rotations mula sa Hashira, but that's still a pick off. This is the Golden Power mula sa side ng Hashira. 2766 kills off 1, pero he gets killed off on the other side and he pushes over. He gets down on the hands of NB. A 4-0 on the side of Hashira. Pero nakapit na sila ng dalawa, Vil.
Nakapit na sila ng dalawa just to mess up the economy of Hashira dito. Well, apparently, okay lang naman yan na matalo kayo sa save round. Mahaba pa naman ang tatahakin nyo, guys. Umpisa pa lang naman to ng game. So, kahit hindi pa 13 ang Hashira dito, kayang-kaya pa talaga ng Pirates, ladies and gentlemen. Pero look at that. That is the quick reflex pinakita ni Nico, mga kaibigan. Look at that. Nakatingin sa harapan. Tapos bigyan with the flick. That is a 180 rotate. Hindi pala 180. Tama. 90 degrees lang ata. 90 degrees rotation and scene 1 agad-agad.
That's a paranoia. Bulag yung mga players ng ating side dito ng Pirates, but the attacker Killjoy. Pirates wanna push in. Nilapag na nga yung lockdown showstopper ni Jeremy. Nakapatay ng isa, Nico, and everyone in the Pirates just getting off kills one by one. 3 versus 2 situation. Sinarado na nga yung doors na yan and the rotations mula sa Hashira. With that owl drone, it's gonna help them out. See kung meron ba o makakuha man lang ng information towards the team. Pero may nag-aabang sa hell. At on the other hand, meron din silang panglaban or pang-atake na owl drone right there. The shock darts, it's not gonna connect. 2766, that's a good headshot mula kay Hatred. May slow orb pa dito na pwedeng gamitin towards a main. Yun na nga.
It's only Flash who is actually waiting for Pirates right now. The clock is ticking. Wala siyang nades at all. Walang nakalagay doon na nades dito sa side ng Pirates, mga kaibigan. Pero si Hatred, we are seeing him a while ago. 2766 nilabas ang Odin and he will deny that possible kill of our friend, which is Flash. Actually, si Hatred kanina pa siya nagwawala ever since sa laban nila sa GXR at pinapakita nila talaga dito gaano kalakas ang isang battle sage, mga kaibigan. Actually, lagi ako nagsisage, lagi akong battle sage at lagi rin nagagalit sa mga kasama ko kasi hindi ako nag-heal.
Basically, self-healing lang, no? Nag-sage ka para ma-heal mo yung sarili mo. Ganun,
pati nga res, hindi rin eh.
Pati yung revive, no? Hindi mo, natapos na lahat-lahat ng rounds, hindi mo pa rin nagamit kahit isang beses.
Tapos magugulat ako, ay, hindi pala ako nakapag-revive, kaya galit sa akin ng mga kasama ko.
Pasensya ka na, sorry akin.
Sorry, akin indeed, pero going back in this game right now, Jeremy pushing in, he sees one, he sees two, pero that shot will not gonna connect there. That pain shot will not gonna damage anyone though, but that Aldon will spot on one player from Hashira, ladies and gentlemen, pero far side Jin. Nasa mid lang, mga kaibigan, nakakita sa updraft, pero Hatred with that aim, tumingin sa taas habang lumilipad si Far side Jin, pero Jeremy with a 2K! He knows already na meron pang tao sa likod nito.
Isa pa, Bill!
Kaya na mabuhay dito, pero gusto na bomba ang kuya mo. Jeremy, gusto pang umisa, pero Nico with a 2K at 2766, hinampas ng Odin si Nico, mga kaibigan. 0-6, what is happening to 60-45 Pirates right now? It's just Hashira just owning the Pirates? What is happening to Pirates?
God. The thing is, okay, 60-45 Pirates, aggressive. Very aggressive tong mga players na to. The only way to stop the aggressiveness of these players, nasa isip ng Hashira, you know what? Maging aggressive din tayo. And that's how they're playing it out. Aside from that, Jeremy is just killing everyone in this map that we have right here. It's so crazy. And look at that, a clean 6-0, agad-agad. Ang bilis ng mga matches. Kung ano yung tinagal ng matches natin kanina, ganun yung binilis ng final games natin dito.
Oo nga, tama mga kaibigan. What is happening to the Pirates? Actually, siguro kailangan nila mag-usap-usap mo. Probably, which is ito na yung ginagawa nila, kumuha ng isang tactical pause as well. They need to step things up. They need to fix everything. Kasi, hindi ganito maglaro ang 60-45 Pirates. Hindi sila ganito kahapon nung kalaban nila ang kadiliman. Pero pwede nating sabihin na talaga sobrang lakas din talaga na pinapakita ng Hashira dito. Well, it's really up to 60-45 Pirates ngayon kung paano nila mapapuncture ang Great Wall of Hashira. Kailangan nila makakuha rin sa they need to get this opening para lang at least makapasok sa isang site and makapag-plant or anything. Kasi to be honest, round after round, sobrang wala rin talaga magawa yung Pirates eh. Based on stats, actually sinasabi lang namin to, hindi kami nagpapakabias or anything, pero we're just stating facts as well. Based on facts, based sa mga nakikita natin, and hopefully Pirates is makaangat ulit dito sa game na to.
Interestingly din, Vil, kanina, nung sumilip si Jeremy doon sa B-main, nung pinush niya yun, nakita na siya eh, pero walang nakapagbawas o walang nakadamage doon sa player na yun. So, is it just a matter of aim para sa mga players na to? But let's see kung anong kaya nilang gawin. Envy gets a kill onto that, pero nandun din yung refrag. But Hashira, look at this. Hashira, way! Ang nangyayari, dalawang players onto A site. They're going for a plant right now. They have to protect this plant. That's a recon bolt. That's not gonna see anyone out here, but a clean 6-0 going to 7 para sa side ng Hashira.
Oo, ladies and gentlemen. Pero ito, sabihin ko sa inyo guys, keep the chat clean. It's also just love lang tayo.
Love lang.
Mga friends.
love lang.
Oh, love lang.
Pag ganon, walang foods, baka hindi pwedeng manalo sa giveaway.
Oo, love lang.
Love lang. Oo naman, love lang.
Oh, love lang.
Ang daming ang pikit ni Ray Ray kanina eh. Mukhang love na yan. Hi! Yan naman ang gusto ng mga viewers eh. Mas showbiz eh. Mga gano'n.
Mga showbiz issue na yan. Hi!
Chika minute!
Ito kasi kami kasi ni Alay sa mga kaibigan. Matagal na kami magkasama na to. Ilang taon na pero kitang-kita natin. Jeremy! With that double satchel, really aggressive showstopper play coming in from Jeremy.
Isipin mo, Villa, hindi pa nagsisimula talaga yung round. As in, literally, oh my God, the aggressiveness of Hashira is just overwhelming Pirates right now. Okay, gusto ko lang sabihin na hindi pa nagsisimula yung round kanina, nilapag na yung satchel. So, ready na talaga sa play na yon si Jeremy. So, pagkalapag na yung satchel, pagkabukas, diniretso niya na agad, and that showstopper. Hindi na-expect ni Farsight yun. Nakatalikot pa nga siya, hindi niya na nakita lahat-lahat. Pero look at this, Nico na lang ang naiiwan. Hatred just on point with that headshot. Hashira, are you going for a 13-0?
The confidence of Hashira is unreal. Look at that. Nung nawala na yung barrier, dire-diretso na si Jeremy, buhat ang kanyang malaki at mahabang showstopper mga kaibigan. And just owning Pirates now. And in terms of their gameplay, alam mo, hindi natin alam kung sino ba ang attacker dito kasi Hashira is
just keeps on attacking
onto the side of Pirates. Oh no.
Oh God, I hope the 60-45 Pirates can read them out and not be overwhelmed. Have that reset para sa side nila and 766 without even going out of the map, without even going out of the site. Gets a kill on that Hunter's Fury. 5 versus 4.
5 for indeed. Envy finding someone to kill here. Ano kaya magiging solution dito ng Pilots? Pero Jeremy pushing in already with a double satchel play. Far side Jin trying to puncture the great wall of Hashira. Pero alam mo ba ang tawag ng Hashira? Hashira is actually pillar. And let's see kung paano mapapatumba ng Pilots ang isang pillar. Pero 27-66 naghahampasan na po ng Odin dito. Flashes, no. Far side Jin. Let's see if he's gonna kill someone here. But apparently he took down Jeremy. So this is gonna be a 2v2 situation. That is nilabas na si Doggy dito. Pero si Hatred with a kill, with a wallbang. 2v1. Flash, low on HP. Isa sa taas, isa sa baba. 1v1. Hatred with a follow-up. And 9-0.
Wow. Even with that, even if ilagay mo yung Hashira sa ganong sitwasyon, kaya nilang i-take on kung ano man yon, no? But the thing is, kung mapapansin mo, unti-unti na, finally, nakukuha na nila yung site, napipick off na nila yung Hashira. Maybe this time around, sa ating 10th round, ang bilis, Vil. Parang ano lang parang nag-CR lang ako, pagbalik ko 9-0 na, parang ganun yung feeling, no? Pero this time around, probably sana makuha na ng 60-45 Pirates kung anong klase yung synergy na meron ng Hashira right now. Nakapag ano to, men nakapag-warm up to
Oo. Talaga, excuse me. Warm up.
Sige, you're excused.
Pero Jeremy, tingnan mo nasa tuktok ng bundok ng tralala mga kaibigan. Nakakita ng isabi nito pa ng bomba mga kaibigan. Naku po, bato, pideya. Pero Jeremy, look at that. Kills one with that operator. Oh no, he sees one dito sa may up top from top mid mga kaibigan. Oh, lumabas ka! Oh my God, Hashira, you are giving us a really good game. Oh no, so it's all up to Nico with the 1 for an eye. Kitang-kita natin, 49 HP, but Envy taking him down.
Did you see Jeremy? Alam mo yun, may kalaban pa pero nag-satchel in with the operator. Feeling niya ata vandal yung dala niya nun
Oo nga no? Solid! Ay,
solid!
Hashira. Oh no.
Solid!
Grabe! Diyos ko, may lumilipad na teddy bear, bes.
10-0, guys. Oh my God. Overwhelming. And they're literally... Grabe. Ewan ko. Di ko na ma-explain, guys! Gusto ko maging analyst pero di ko na rin maintindihan No, they're just basically overwhelmed with the amount of pressure na binaibigay ng Hashira. Oh, sige. Kwento mo, Vil. Yan.
Mamaya. Pero ito. Pero panoorin muna natin to. Jeremy, tingnan mo yun. No? Alam mo, sobrang ganda. Sobrang off angle talaga yung mga players dito. Kasi kita sa billing, kitang-kita si 2GE dito. I mean, it's gonna be so hard for you para makabaw dito. Kitang-kita mo yung picture frame ng tayong tatlo yun na Ray. Pero kamusta ka Ray? Sana okay ka lang dyan. Pero look at that operator. Pero nice wall off their far side. Jay, lumipad. Pero wala nakita dito. Pero 2GE there with a refrag. Jeremy, pero sabi yung mukha ni Flash. But it's gonna be over. 4v4 situation right here. 27-66. Nilabas ang Odin. Walang matamaan. Pati nga pa tinitira. Hindi ko alam kung anong problema ni 27-66 dito. Pero he will see Kira. Pero far side Jin with a 2K popping up. He will see 3 but Envy there denying the triple kill. Pero mga kaibigan, hindi pa napaplant yung spike. 1 minute 10 seconds left in the clock right now. Just destroying that ultimates of Envy dito. Walang pilas. Walang natamaan yung Agila ni Envy mga kaibigan. Pero si Nico planting the spike already. 1v2. Is this gonna be the first round ng Pirate? That's gonna be a big question though. Oh, Envy sees 1v1 with the great one. 2GE versus Envy.
May Trailblazer, Vil, pero hindi ko alam kung gagamitin si Doggy, Tingnan na lang natin kung magagamit pa niya dito yung Trailblazer niya, pero mukhang hindi na siya magde-decide gamitin yun, Hashira still takes this game! What? Clutch. Pati, oh my God!
Oh my God!
Last round in the half.
Oh my God. Okay. Last round in this first half. It's completely one-sided for the side of Hashira. And I think Pirates yung pumili ng mapa na to because they are on the attacking side. Am I right?
Oo. Oh my God, I mean, solid man. I I can't even say a word sa ginagawa ng Hashira. Are they gonna be the first one who are gonna pull off a 13-0? What do you think?
Possible, but that's gonna be a first ever dito sa VCT. Nakita pa nga yung ulo ni Fireside Jin. And the thing is, right now, Envy, even with that support Sky, lumalaban pumapalag. Si Nico na lang with the 1 for an eye yung natitira dito. And this is gonna be a secured kill for Jeremy. 12-0 for Hashira right at this moment. This is unbelievable, guys. The first ever in case na makuha ulit nila itong round na to and walang, this is a pistol round. So anything is possible na ma-12-1 and then makabawi ulit yung Pirates and a complete comeback. Pwedeng mangyari yan.
God, 0-12.
Oh. Ano kayang ulam ng mga to? Pakipadala na lang, guys.
Pero mas masarap pa rin yung pinadala mo, Taylor.
Oo naman. Kamusta naman? Ay, naku, nag-tactical pause na. Ito na.
Masarap. Gusto mo padalan din kita bukas? Anong gusto mo?
Sige. Gusto ko burger.
Sige, padalan kita bukas. Hindi na talaga nag-usap eh. And syempre, sana masaya kayo dyan, yung mga nanonood. Enjoy lang kayo dyan.
Sana masaya
enjoy
kayo.
Lang kami dito.
Kasi kami, chill lang kami dito eh. Relax lang, ganun. Happy birthday pala sa may mga birthday ngayon. Wala pa tayo dyan. Binabati rin pala natin yung yung mga viewers natin from around the world. Mr. Worldwide tayo ngayon eh.
Mr. Worldwide!
Mr. Pitbull, sino ba mga babatiin natin dyan worldwide?
Dale.
Ano?
Big shoutout nga pala sa Italy. Sa Italy.
Sa Italy.
Magsimula mo tayo sa Italy. Sa pinakamagandang grill, mga kaibigan, na kay Meika. Ayan. Sunod naman sa Germany. Germany, si Yulia.
Ayan.
Sa Russia.
Sino?
Si Vladimir.
Yan natin pag-usapan yan. Okay, next. Baka mamaya, magulat ka na lang. Nakaka-checkmark pa lang ng page ng PPGL. Mawawala na.
Baka maging ex.
Wag ganon. O, ito na. Balik muna tayo sa laro. Kanina, sobrang init. Ngayon naman, medyo relax lang tayo. Ganon. Relax lang.
Relax lang tayo. Kasi relax lang din kami. Chill lang kayo kasi chill lang naman kami. Pero malay mo, hindi pa tapos. Pero is it actually still possible na makakuha pa ng comeback ang players ng Pirates here. Parang look at that! Farside Jin with a 3K! And their first score, their first round dito sa game number 1 natin, mga kaibigan.
Palong-palo, guys! Palong-palo yung mga players natin dito. And this is actually so hype to watch, no? Kung mapapansin nyo lang naman, sobrang saya namin ni parang no?
Masaya
the dream of the casters.
Masaya ba?
Naman, happy naman. Ikaw, masaya ka ba, Bill?
Masaya.
Ayos. Siyempre, sino ba naman di sasaya? Kami mga kapartner mo ni Ray Ray.
Diba? Siyempre. Pero look at that. Nagkaambahan na sila dito sa e-main. Nilabas na yung Eagle, mga kaibigan. Pero siya rin yung na blind dito para Farside Jin. Taking down 1, pero at least andito pa lahat ng players ng Hashira, mga kaibigan. Nico with the kill, they're in Ooh, missing that kill onto Farside Jin. So let's see what's gonna happen on to the next few seconds of the round. Farside Jin will be down for 3v2. This is the last chance of Pirates, mga kaibigan. Once na matalo pa sila dito, it's gonna be over for them for sure. Pero Jeremy, lumipad lang. Pero nakita ka ni Flash, 2-12 is the score.
So, sobrang intense, no? Si Jeremy, talagang J-Remy mo na tinawag, no? Pero grabe, nakita mo yung play ni Envy doon? Yung sky niya, no? Yung blinding light, diba? Syempre, Ibon, papalipa rin yung ganon. Diba? Tapos sigaw ng blinding. Pag pinalipad mong ganon, syempre, kailangan mo pang i-cast para mag-blind talaga. Nataranta si Nico. Syempre, tumalikod siya doon sa blinding light, pero hindi kinas ni Envy. Ang ginawa niya, pinasok niya habang nakatalikod.
Tama, mga kaibigan. At actually, the pinaka-favorite kong line talaga dito ni Sky, healing over here.
Good on ya!
Share ko lang.
Ayos lang. Share lang. Pero 12-2 na tayo, Baka ito na ang pagbawi ng api, guys.
ang
Hindi
pagbawi
natuloy yung
ng
ano,
api.
hindi natuloy yung 13-0 na una sanang mangyayari dito sa VCT.
Oo nga pero aayaw mangyari ng mga pirata mga kaibigan. Let's see kung kaya ba nilang agawin ang trono sa Hashira at kitang-kita man natin si Jeremy dito nalulusaw dahil doon sa swarm grenade na ginagawa ni Flash, pero that is our friends from Hashira trying to puncture into the side of Pirates, and it's all up to Nico with a 1 for Anay. Nakakita pa ng isa mga kaibigan. Jeremy
Siya na lang
nag-ADS lang
lagi.
para sure ball, pero tumama.
Grabe.
13. What a game by our friends from Hashira. 27-66. Nauhaw ang kuya mo.
Napainom na lang ng tubig, guys.
Oh, Jeremy, kitang-kita natin ang mahiwagang noo ni Jeremy mga
Yan,
kaibigan.
Kumikinang no? Oo, talaga naman. Pakita pa ng muscles. Pero what a game. Very
Face
close.
reveal naman siya.
Baka siya si Omen, no? Yeah. Close game, Bill. Close game. Hindi, pero grabe talaga. Ito, totoo legit na usapan na muna tayo, Bill. No? Hashira is just very overwhelming for the side of 60-45 Pirates as of this moment. This is a map pick of the 60-45 Pirates at nakita natin kung ano yung capabilities ng Hashira. Lahat sila online. NV with the blind, with the sky, and also yung synergy nila as a team, buong buo. Talagang solid kung solid.
Buong buo talaga. I mean, the composure of Hashira is really not overwhelming. Upon checking the score, upon checking the stats, we can say that Hashira is just too much for 60-45 Pirates without a doubt. Nakita natin yon, yung match na yon, and let's see if that will change. Kasi ang next map natin is Icebox mga kaibigan.
Ooh, magpapalamig muna tayo sa Icebox maya-maya lang, no? And it's very interesting to see now 60-45 Pirates, when it comes to Icebox, they're very good at the defensive side and also taking on to sides, especially pag nagplant na yung attackers natin, no? And also, aside from that, I have seen the Pirates being very, very aggressive, but this time around, yung aggression na yan, it didn't work out with Hashira, with their capabilities of being online lang talaga, especially doon sa mga duelists ng Hashira on that time. It was just a crazy game, and it was definitely one-sided for Hashira, taking on kills after kills. Lahat kinuha nila. Pati yung operator, isipin mo, hawak na yung operator, pero grabe yung pagra-rush ni Jeremy doon.
I mean, Jeremy, they are really popping off. And in terms for 60-45 Pirates, it's not yet done. Mahaba pa ang oras natin mga kaibigan.
Best of 3 to.
This is a best of 3 at hanggat hindi pa 2-0 itong game na to, pupusuan niya ng 60-45 Pirates.
For sure.
Nanalo sila kahapon and they're gonna do it again ngayon. Mga kaibigan, this is the Valorant Challengers Philippines Stage number 2 presented by PPGL. We are your casters. My name is Phil. Alongside with me is Taylor right here. See you after the break.
Want to show some love to your fave streamer in Facebook gaming? Show your support by giving them stars and virtual gifts so they can continue their passion for gaming and streaming. Purchase stars to give your streamers on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Tap Get Stars to purchase additional stars. Select the pack of stars you would like to buy. Pay through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Now, you can start sending not just stars, but also virtual gifts as you watch different streamers of various games. Purchase stars on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Also available in TM.
Kala mo artista, no? Kami lang to. This is the Valorant Challengers Philippines Stage 2 presented by PPGL. We are your casters. My name is Phil at kasama ko si Tater right here. Nandito pala. And we're gonna cast the game number 2 of 6045 Pirates versus Hashira. First game mga kaibigan, that is really explosive. 13-2. Pero the question is, Taylor, can they do it again or babawi ba ang mga pirata?
Feeling ko, nagpapainit yung mga pirata natin eh. Siyempre, yung mga pirates kasi, ano lang yan, chill-chill lang muna. Alam mo yung namamangka sa gilid ng malaking barko talaga. Diba? Tapos, biglang aatake yung mga yan eh. Feeling ko, this time around, ayan si Jeremy, face reveal na. And the side of pirates naman, 6045 pirates. Kita naman natin sa inyong mga screens, guys. Anong sana all?
I mean, everything is really going good for Hashira right now. Pero apparently, dito naman sa 6045 Pirate, this is actually a heart-breaking match galing sa kanila. If ever lang na makakabawi ang 6045 Pirates, wag na kayo mag-isip-isip pa, just do it now. And if ever lang naman nanalo kayo dito, isa lang pupuntahan nyo all the way to the grand finals for you to be matched sa Bren Esports for the grand finals tomorrow, best of 5 mga kaibigan, and I really can't wait for that. That is the best thing na pwede mangyari sa isang tournament mga kaibigan. You're gonna be up against the best here in the Philippines. You are one of the best teams dito rin sa bansa natin, and syempre after that, represent your country sa Southeast Asia, and lahat ng mga tao dito, lahat ng mga teams dito, they really want that for sure, and they are aiming for that.
Also, aside from that, no, if we actually can see maya-maya yung lineup ng Hashira, sa tingin mo ba, ilalabas na naman nila si Amix this time around? And also, yung map number 2 natin o yung second map natin na pinili ng Hashira. So, Hashira pick to and Icebox yung magiging mapa natin. How are they gonna play it out? Paano nila lalaroin? Yun ang katanungan. And also on the side of 6045 Pirates. And this time around, you can see that the 6045 Pirates, Nico, gusto niyang mag-sky dito. Si Flash on that Killjoy, si 2GE or 2G is using the Sage right here. And we're gonna see a Viper pick on their side, and Farsighten, nilabas na yung kanyang Raze.
Farsighten mga kaibigan, and probably this is gonna be an aggressive race. We've seen him play yesterday, and that is really explosive. And tignan natin kung mababawi ba ng mga pirata ang kanilang trono dito sa pillar ng Hashira. Actually, parang tinranslate ko lang yun, pillar ng Hashira. Pero this is it. This is the game number 2 here in Icebox. Are we gonna see a 2-0, or are we gonna head on to a third game mga kaibigan? This is it. And ikaw Taylor, I'm gonna ask you, what is your predictions for this map?
Alam mo, sa paniniwala ko, sa lahat ng kinakas ko dito sa PPGL, pag ako yung casterville, nagiging 3 games eh. So, parang babase ko yung prediction ko doon eh. So, feeling ko magwa 1-1 to, makakabawi yung Pirates, but at the same time, with how Hashira, objectively speaking, no, kung paano sila maglaro, this is gonna be an amazing match for them. And also, I would see or definitely expect for them to again have this kind of a strong start agad-agad and a very aggressive start.
Strong start indeed. Yan ang kailangan nilang gawin agad-agad mga kaibigan. They need to get this early leads para makabawi agad sa pagkatalo nila kanina for the side of Pirates dito. And kung meron silang tinatagong strategy, ilabas nila ngayon. This is their last chance. Last chance na to para makabawi and para makapunta sa grand finals again. Actually, dalawang chance. Pero if ever matalo ang Pirates dito, it's over. Pero makikita pa naman natin sila next week. Sa week it's not next week though. Pero sa week number 2 ng Valorant Challengers Tour, and sino-sino ba yun nandun? Sila pa rin. Actually, it's SV Empire, Bren Esports, Hashira, at saka meron ba nakalimutan? 6045 Pirates. Sila nga. Oh, sila nga,
magkakasama nga sila. And
Oo nga,
also,
sila nga.
kung hindi man nila makuha yung mga matches ngayon sa araw na ito, top 4 naman eh. Makakapasok towards or seeded towards our week 2. Kaso nga lang, syempre, prize money pa rin to. Sayang yung prize money na yan kung hindi ikaw yung magcha-champion, di ba?
Oo, tama. Pero sana talaga, let's see, gusto kong makakita ng game number 3. Gusto kong mabawi ng mga pirata ang kanilang mga throne, and this is the time na pwede nilang gawin yon. So, without further ado, here in game number 2, Taylor,
let's go.
Let's go.
It's finally time for our game number 2, guys. Sa mga kaka-tune in lang, this is a best of 3 match between Pirates and Hashira. 1-0 na nga ang score pabor sa Hashira sa isang one-sided match. But this time around, can 60-45 Pirates turn it around on their side? Pero looking at it, naging aggressive ulit si Jeremy pero wala siyang napitas during that peak onto the defender or attacker side spawn rather. And this is actually a 4 versus 4 situation right now, Farside Jin. Tagging 2 players ng ganun lang kadali. Nakatingin sa kanan or actually sa kaliwa tapos isang mabilisang headshot lang.
Mga kaibigan, lagi din tatandaan kung may FPJ, may FSJ, at yon si Farside Jin with a 3K already. Pero Hatred says no, trying to go in with a 4K. Let's see if kaya pa na to. And the more flashes are now coming in para sa side ng Hashira. Pirates rather. Pero this is gonna be hard for him for sure. Nico waiting at the corner and will get that post plant done. 1-0 ang pagbawi at ang pagbago ng api. Pirates nakakuha na first round.
And also we know na usually ngayon sa recent matches na nakita natin dito is it's a clear 2-0 agad-agad most of the time when it comes to the pistol round na nakuha na agad yung unang round. And this time they're gonna buy, of course, that's an anti-eco mula sa Hashira. They're actually buying off a Bucky and also a Marshall on their end. Let's see how this goes.
And so this is gonna be... Oh, look at that aim!
No way!
That aim! Taking Farside Jin down. And yun ang magandang opening na ginawa ni Amix dito, mga kaibigan. Actually, ang tawag natin kay Amix back then, bata siya.
Ano yun?
Child prodigy. Tumanda na si Amix ngayon eh.
Ano na nga siya ngayon?
Matanda. Hindi, tropa yan si Amix, mga kaibigan. Pero going back here, Pirates, wala na si FSJ. Let's see if kaya pang mabawi ito ng Hashira, mga kaibigan. Medyo nag-buy ang Hashira dito sa side nila. Well, they need to make this work if ever. Kasi if ever matalo sila dito, wala silang pera at all sa next game. Pero look at that, Hatred taking 2GE down, going in for the second kill, pero yun nga, hindi nagkoconnect yung mga Bucky niya. And Pirates is pushing A side already. They're really being that aggressive. Rabbit with that shell, not gonna connect. Flash with a kill, Killer with a second kill as well. Pero 3v2 nabawi pa nga ng Hashira to. Push it to a 2v1 situation here in the last man standing with that Marshall. Can he clutch this?
1 versus 2 situation nga, dalawa. Double pick mula dito sa side ng Pirates at nakuha na nga si Envy rather. If you think about it, naubos nila kahit papano yung mga members or mga members ng Pirates dito. So, medyo malaking kawalan din yon sa side. Also, a quick clarification lang para sa ating mga viewers dyan na Pirates actually pick Icebox. So, Ascent pick ang ating Team Hashira for that first map.
Mga kaibigan, pero at least they're really doing a good job here, better than before. This is the 60-45 Palace that I know. Kailangan talaga nila mabawi ito. Hashira, wala silang pera at all. Amix again and Envy with that Marshall. Let's see if every shot that they will make is gonna connect here. Envy all the way from B long, pero medyo lilipat. Uy, sumilip si Farside Jin. Nakita ni Envy yung tuhod ni Farside Jin dito, mga kaibigan, pero not gonna commit. Nico just checking all the sides here in B long. He's gonna use his teleport para lang at least to deny the possible kill na pwedeng gawin ng Pirates, mga kaibigan. Pero Hashira just pushing in already. Ultimates are now coming in para sa side ng Pirates too. Pero that is the wall And this is gonna be a 5v5 retake para sa side ng Hashira, mga kaibigan.
Lumalaban pa si Envy with that Marshall. Sinusubukan niya kung meron siyang mapipitas. But Jeremy with the Sheriff, meron kaya siyang mapipick off dito? Kahit isang head lang, kahit isang ulo lang. The dash in, pero the cancel out sa satchel play na yan. And they're gonna get Hashira right now 1-1. And Hatred just picking off 2 players with a headshot. A Rabbit on the other hand, 11 HP na lang. 2 versus 2 situation. The post plant for Pirates is going well so far. But Envy, nakukuha yung mga players ng Hashira dito. Isa-isa, hindi na sila makakapag-defuse at gusto pa rin ni Flash na patayin yung player mula sa Hashira. Pero lahat sila dito, pareha sila namatay to end that round.
Oh man, I mean 3-0 ang score natin dito. Binabawi na ng Pirates yung lahat ng nakuha ng Hashira kaninang last round. Pero apparently, look at this replay though, really on point kills by Farside in here together with Nico as well. I mean, dun sa break natin, that is the time na nakapag-isip-isip na what is the best strategy that we can do in order for us to win this game. And everything is really doing good for Pirates. All they have to do here is just continue. I-continue lang nila to. Huwag na sila mag-isip-isip pa na pa-iba-iba ng strat or anything. As long as that strategy is working, just do it. Pero, once nababasa yun ng Hashira, kailangan magpalit agad ang Pirates.
If you think about it, yung sayang hindi natin nakita yung highlights ni Hatred kanina, no? Even with that Sheriff kills, yung double kill niya doon sa towards yellow. That's an amazing kill. But anyway, gaya nga ng sabi mo, Vil, no? Pag nakita talaga ng Hashira, and I think they are all moving too slow. Kanina, kung gaano kabilis yung match natin, ganun naman tinitake time ng players natin for both teams right here. Kung ano yung gagawin nila. That Omen blind mula kay Envy will actually tag the players of Pirates. Nakakuha siya ng isa at nakapitas siya ng isa. And the heal mula kay 2GE, nabigay niya na rin 3 versus 4 situation. The wall coming up mula sa kanilang Sage. And they have the spike to be planted off dito kay 2GE. Nakaset up na rin lahat ng possible na traps ng Killjoy para lang maiwasan, ma-defuse itong spike natin.
Pero ang problema dito ng Hashira mga kaibigan, dalawa na ang wala sa kanila. Pero Jeremy trying to be that aggressive though. Pero 2G just trying to destroy all the players of Hashira dito. So it's all up to Rabbit. Nico with the flank with a 2K. 4-0. Everything is really at favor of the Pirates right now. I mean, hindi sila, nananalo sila sa A, nananalo sila sa B. What is the best thing na pwedeng gawin dito ng Hashira, Taylor?
Right now, at this point, yung ano kasi, 60-45 Pirates right now, they have a very strong take on to the sides. And aside from that, may bulag naman yung side ng Hashira So nandiyan si Amix to flash them off. That's 3 flashes. Isama mo pa si Envy. And aside from that, nakikita natin si Jeremy trying to be aggressive no? Kaso nga lang pag nagda-dash in siya with the jet, yung paglipat doon sa barrel, doon siya napipick off Yung time na yun, yung split second na yun, na ilalabas niya yung barrel niya after the dash, doon siya nahuhuli nung team ng 60-45 Pirates. So, ine-expect na nila, kung ano yung nakita nila sa previous match kanina, ine-expect nila na itong si Jeremy, ganun ulit yung gagawin niya. So, hindi na mako-caught off guard, siguro, yung 60-45 Pirates. Nakapag-adjust na sila dito kahit paano.
Look at Jeremy, mga kaibigan. He is really being that aggressive, taking Farside down. Nawala na rin yung main fragger ng Pirates dito, and all they have to do is just capitalize this advantage na ginagawa ng Hashira ngayon. Pero 2GE, we're just gonna revive Farside. Happy Easter sa mga nanonood dyan. And the 40 seconds left in the clock right now. Oh, look at that showstopper!
Oh my God!
Oh my God!
Grabe naman yung reflex na yun!
Malaninjang galawan, mga kaibigan. Ito mga tropa ni Naruto, nakatatlo sa pag-udapan. Pero flash! Killing him! Nico with the 2K! Rabbit from up top! Nilabas ang Sheriff! Sheriff, pati ang Hunter's Fury. Galit na galit si Rabbit. Hindi dapat to Rabbit. Dapat ang pangalan niya galit. Pero 2v2. Amix, low on HP. Flash, taking him down. Trying to get with a second one. 5-0. Pirates. Off the...
Interesting.
Pirates, wala lang.
Oo, sige. Interesting lang, no? Yung Hunter's Fury ni Rabbit. On towards, nag-Hunter's Fury siya doon sa second floor, no? And second floor kasi tatawag ko doon talaga eh. Pero,
Ako rin.
if you think about it, hindi niya na ginalaw yung Hunter's Fury na yun to detect anybody. So, he's probably expecting na pupush si Amix. Yun naman yung ginawa ni Amix eh. Kasi usually on the control side of the post plant, nakaabang na yung players left and right. Pagdating doon sa backside o sa likod o malapit sa T-spawn natin or attacker spawn rather. Pero, ako po! Kala ko, mapipitas na ni Jeremy the dash out pero the heal with hatred, he's gonna get back into the game. Yung sinasabi ko nga kanina, hindi ko lang alam kung ano yung nangyari doon sa Hunter's Fury na yun if it was really planned like that.
Pero at least far side Jen, getting one head, hatred is now down. Wala nang wall, wala nang slow, wala nang heal. In terms of sustainability, nawala yung isa sa Hashira mga kaibigan. Pero si Jeremy dito kailangan niyang kabahan. Wala na siyang armor at all, 57 HP, low HP na rin yan partner. Pero 2GE, kompleto sa Ricardo's pa, parang pinakbit. Pero going back, Nico, with that ultimate, gonna use that to know the information kung nasan ba yung mga players ng Hashira dito. Rabbit na galit, nandito lang sa baba. Gonna use the recon bolt though. Is he gonna spot the players of Hashira? And yes, he does.
Daming
Tatlo
detector
ang
na.
nakita ang tatlo. Andiyan ang
Rolling
Pidea,
Thunder!
Rolling Thunder! Diyos ko, yumanig ang banig ng Pirates mga kaibigan. Amix, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, look at that flick. Taking one down. It's all up to Flash. 1v1.
Ito na naman, ito na naman.
Sinong mananalo dito?
Yung
Sova
galit.
for his killjoy. Flash! With a headshot.
4-0. Nagalit yung mga pirata or actually 6-0. Nagre-refresh lang yung ating overlay guys, no? So baka mamaya magtaka kayo biglang naging ganun. Nagre-refresh lang yung overlay natin. Anyway, Rabbit, siya na lang lagi yung natitira on the side of Hashira. And during every single time na naiiwan si Rabbit, no, there's still clutch potential on his side. Eh. Nakikita naman natin with the kills that he has, siya yung so far pinakamaraming kills na nakukuha dito sa side ng Hashira. And looking at this quick replay, yung pagkapatay kanina, yung pagkasilip kay Rabbit, mahirap din naman talaga, especially on a post-plant situation onto A site, na maghuntingan eh. Maghuntingan doon sa A-site dahil paikot-ikot lang, Bill. Kahit sa B eh, pag naka-plant na talaga, kung malakas yung post-plant nyo as a team, it's gonna be a huge problem on the side of the defenders.
Oo nga mga kaibigan. I mean, in terms of hunting, the thirst of Pirates is real. Ganun naman talaga ang Pirates, nang-hunting din talaga yan eh. So, pinapatikim lang ng mga pirata ang ginawa sa kanila ng Hashira kanina.
No? Kung ano yung ginawa ng Hashira kanina, yun din gagawin ng Pirates. Sabi ko naman sa iyo, Bill, pag ako nagka-cast 3 games eh. Pero wag tayo magsalita ng tapos. Dahil sumilip si Jeremy para makakuha sana ng kill tapos dash out. Kaso si Hatred na iwan doon. Farside Jin getting really aggressive on that race. He sees one, he gets one. Envy on the other hand, nasilip na rin si Farside Jin. This is a 4 versus 2 situation. This is actually an eco round on the side of Hashira. And Envy losing that duel para kay 2GE. Ina-expect niya na merong tao doon sa ating smoke. Rabbit na naman ang naiwan. Do you think he should just get a gun and save?
Oh, actually, or 800 lang naman yung 800 lang naman yung sheriff though. Most likely half armor din, another 400 quick mats. Pero actually ang pwede niyang gawin, kumuha na lang siya ng barrel or just find some exit frags or anything. Pero partner,
wala eh, ayaw pa daanin.
Oo, 7-0. Parang deja vu eh, no?
Totoo.
Diba?
Parang literal na pinalitan lang yung yung team name, ganun. Yung kung ano yung laro ng Hashira kanina, yung aggressiveness nila. Although, at the same time, if you think about it, our coach doon sa Hashira actually corrected us, no? Na this is a pick of Pirates. This map is a pick of Pirates. So, nasa map pick ba? Depende. Komportable ba yung 45 Pirates? Of course, komportable sila dito. Pero Hashira, kulang pa sa practice sa mapa na to. Parang ganun yung storyline natin.
Oh, I mean, this matchup is sobrang ganda ng story, mga kaibigan. Hindi naman ngayon makascore ang Hashira dito sa Icebox. Pero as long as hindi pa naman tapos to, tulad ng sinasabi ko rin kanina dun sa last game natin, hanggat hindi pa tapos to, kakayanin, pupusuin, at hindi pa rin sila titigil in order for them to win. 2GE, binuhay agad si FSJ. Pero Kira taking one down, 5v3. NV, Rabbit, and Amix na lang dito. Can they clutch this or not?
That's the real question. Blinding Light ginagamit ni Nico so far and so deep into the map na baka sakali merong makuhang impormasyon, no? And now, a 5 versus 3 situation. This is now a buy round for the side of Hashira. They have to get this unless nakita natin yung flick na yun. Hindi ko alam kung sino yung namatay pero mukhang sa side ng Hashira ang nawala. Si Envy pa nga ang nahuli. At Rabbit goes down in the hands of the Sage of the Pirates. He's healing himself right now. Parang ikaw to, Bill. Self-heal eh.
Oh.
Self-love, no?
Self-love, self-heal.
Oh.
Pero A-Mix, Flash! Mas mabilis pa sa fast.
Ano yan? Katsaw! Speed lang. Speed lang.
Makakatsaw ka talaga. Speed lang.
8-0 in favor of 60-45 Pirates right now. Mapapasabi ka na lang talaga ng maayong gabi sa ating lahat, no? Quick replay. Ito yung kill kanina na nag-flick sana si Envy, no? Kaso hindi nga lang niya naabutan. Caught off guard. And also the trade mula sa ano. Uy, Vil tayo yun ah. Penguin.
Oo nga eh. Kasi alam mo naman Penguin hindi naghihiwala yan.
Sige na lang.
Sorry na ubo.
Sorry akin.
Sorry akin. Baka ano pa masabi ko.
Bawas na si Rabbit dito. Hindi ko alam kung paano nangyari. Nahulog ba siya?
Na-fall?
Na-fall? Siya lang ang makakasagot niyan. But Fireside Jin right now, online yung showstopper natin, Bill. Nakakita kaya tayong malupit na showstopper dito?
Tignan natin kung sino ang sasabog dyan sa showstopper
si
na yan.
Doggy.
Nico, nilabas na si Doggy pero walang nakita dito sa bilong. I'm just gonna use that. They're gonna use all those skills para to get more information. Pero eto na ang totoong lockdown, mga kaibigan. Pero are they gonna spot the players of Hashira? I mean, sobrang safe play nila.
Ito na yung setup mula sa side ng 60-45 Pirates, guys. The wall is there. Yung Viper wall nandyan na rin. Isama mo pa yung Viper Spit. All in, kumbaga.
Viper Spit is now done. Pero look at that, Jeremy with a 2K. 3v2. Oh God, Foresight didn't flash doing the job one. Oh, Diyos ko po. Sumabog yung pader, mga kaibigan. Nakapatay pa ng isa. 1v2 with a great one. FSJ. Envy taking him down. And this is the first round of Hashira dito sa match na to. This is a really great round na ginagawa ng mga Pirates. Umpisa pa lang, nakakuha na sila ng sobrang habang lead dito, mga kaibigan. This is what they need.
Pero Villa, kung iisipin mo, ang ganda sana nung pagkuha o pag-take ng site ng Pirates. All in eh. Nilapag lahat eh. Kaso nga lang, na-pick off si Kira, nahuli yung Viper. So, obviously, mawawala yung Viper Spit na yan. And malaking factor yon into having that post-plant. Kasi nakaka-bad trip kaya yung Viper Spit.
Oo.
Papasok ka lang, wala pang ilang seconds.
Wala ka ng
1 HP na lang.
Oo, wala ka ng buhay, di ba? Pero yeah, nakaka-bad trip up talaga mga pit na yan. Pero this is the time, at least nakakuha na rin ang Hashira dito ng masasandalan. Meron na rin silang 1 point, mga kaibigan. They're gonna use this 1 point para lang at least ma-push to sa 4-8 pala. Sa 4-8. Pero mahaba-habang putukan pa ang pwede mangyari dito, ladies and gentlemen. Rabbit, tamang scout lang nung kanyang drone. He knows already there's someone there in their NT site. Pero sobrang safe play talaga ng Pirates. Hindi sila katulad ng ginawa ng Hashira kanina. Hashira nakakuha sila ng lead, they're really pushing. Pero Pirates, they have the lead, pero they're not pushing at all. They're trying to be safe kasi kahit anong, maraming pwedeng mangyari dito dito sa match na to. So andun sila sa safe side and they're just capitalizing their advantage and it's really working for them na sobrang flawlessly.
Ito na, yung turret, nakikita pa yung mga dumadaan dun sa spawn, no? And Rabbit with the Hunter's Fury. Nag-connect yung iba, pero hindi enough yun eh. Ito yung HP, 70 HP pa si Nico dito. He's getting the heal or the sustainability mula doon sa Sage. Tapos yung ibang mga kakampi, yung global heal, yung kaya niyang ibigay. Jeremy Doe gustong kumuha ng 2 kill and he gets it. Kira on the other hand gets the trade on that. Envy, he wants to defuse pero hindi siya makabuelo dahil this is a 1v1 situation at nakahanda na yung Viper para doon sa mga lineup na meron siya. Nandyan pa yung wall. Alam ni Envy dito na nasa long lang. Kaso nasa kaliwa niya lang. Ay, naunang gasa na si Envy!
Salisigang mga kaibig. Huli ka! 4K ka ngayon! 8-1 ang score. Grabe, salisigang ang nangyari dito. Diyos ko. Yun yung ano alam mo yun, parang pinagtagpo pero di tinadhana.
Oh, man! Grabe.
There.
Sayang.
Oh, God.
But that is a really great round. 8-1. So, Pirates is doing it. This is our friends from the South. Much love sa tropa natin sa South. Actually, miss ko na pumunta dyan sa South. Sana pag pumunta ako dyan, sana i-tour nyo ako kasi I really miss going there. And, pero dito muna tayo sa Icebox.
Dito muna sa Icebox. Mamaya na tayo dyan, Will.
Oo.
God, okay. 2GE, wala na siya dito, no? Sayang, meron siya sanang revive na pwedeng magamit for the team and that's gonna be big for the side of Pirates sana. But looking at how the Pirates play right now, that one player deficit for the team wouldn't be that much of a problem. But it's still a problem dahil walang pwedeng mag-wall dito sa site. Kulang.
Tama. Kulang yung fundamentals na meron sila dito. Kulang yung skill. Pero they need to make this work. Envy, binaril sa likod. Without wallbang pa. Nalulusaw si Envy dito mga kaibigan. Pero nasa ibang players na Pirates. And Nico is now done. It's all up to Flash. Flash with a 2K. Flash from afar. C1. 1v2 with a great one. Pero dinidefuse ni Omen. Sobrang sayang lang kasi actually dun sa area na yun, partner, hindi mawawallbang si Omen. Sobrang sayang lang. And hindi pa nanalo ang Pirates doon. Pero at least ang score is 9-2. Maganda ang lead ng Pirates dito sa first half if ever.
Definitely true. 9-2 na nga, no? And just one round away to get that double-digit score. Malaking bagay sa Pirates ngayon if they actually get off in getting those rounds more and more. Parang pag higanti ng up ito kanina sa ginawa ng Hashira dun sa unang mapa natin eh. If you check the scoreboard though, Flash is going crazy on that kill, death, and assist or yung KDA niya. He's our top fragger right now at this point. And as you can see guys, hindi pa tapos ang first half natin dito. May mga natitira pang rounds and kung tuloy-tuloy lang yung ganito mula sa side ng Pirates, they have the biggest chance to win the round. I mean, there's a possibility of a comeback kasi kayang-kaya tapatan ng Hashira. Obviously, itong Pirates, and when it comes especially sa firepower, no? But the setups na pinapakita ng Pirates is just really crazy. 2GE with the revive and Viper split time na para sa mga players ng Pirates dito. Kanya-kanyang barilan portion muna tayo with the wall of the Sage. Even a 5 versus 5 still situation para sa kanila. Wala pa rin napipick off dito. Nahuli nga lang at na-detained si Envy. But it's still a 5v5. Anything can happen and Hatred just goes down with Amix getting that frag back to them. And right now at this point, hindi makapasok ng Viper's pit itong Hashira. But Envy getting that Viper will make a big difference. But Pirates just secures the round all in all and takes that 10 or that double-digit lead towards Hashira. Actually, not a double-digit lead, but a double-digit score for them.
Oh no, this is gonna be hard for Hashira. Ang score is 2-10. May...
Right here.
Sige nga, sige isa pa. Oh.
Ano? 10 to 2. Tama naman.
Kaya nga.
naman ah.
Ito yung sinasabi ko, Bilo. 16-3-2. KDA. Flash.
Diba?
Killjoy
Pero yung
yan.
score,
10-2.
10-2. 2-10.
Revealing area.
Malupit
Uy,
na
grabe
lang,
naman.
Recon.
Napakalupit naman nun. Jumong ng Pinas, mga kaibigan. Pero going back here, it's just the friends from Hashira na kailangan nilang bumawi dito. Pero Pirates, at least sobrang ganda ng kanilang first half. And tatlo na lang ang kailangan nila in order for them to win this. So, ang Hashira, all they need to do is go all out every round.
So, dahan-dahan mukha yung Hashira on their side, no? And they wanna take this first round sa second half. This is very essential into gaining those points back. Hindi na sila pwedeng magkamali sa mga plays nila, sa mga gagawin nila dito sa mga susunod na rounds dahil double-digit score na nga ang ating Pirates as of this moment.
Indeed, but Hadrian plant the spike already. Jeremy pushing in, but not gonna see anyone here. Pero binabakapan lang siya ni Amix dito, pero si Amix pa yung namatay. Far side Jin taking one down, pero nagkakaskas na ng yellow ang mga pirata, mga kaibigan. Gusto na gumawa ng halo-halo, gagawa muna ng scramble, mag-halo-halo muna, pero sobrang sakit naman Jeremy. Natutunaw sa mga skills ni Viper, pero 2GE mala ninja ang galawan, Diyos ko, dito sa loob ng Ecoms, mga kaibigan, pero safe yan. Rabbit with a 3K. Muntik na, Diyos ko.
Grabe. Muntikan pa nga doon yung Hashira, no? And even yung split second na, yung split doon sa wall, yung kaunting awang na yun, nagawan pa nila ng paraan para barilin yung nagde-defuse.
sobrang daming tao sa loob ng Ecoms, mga kaibigan.
Ano yung Ecoms?
Smoke.
Safe yan. Safe.
Safe yan. Nagsisession doon. Pero going back, Envy trying to be that aggressive, pero Hatred will see the head of Kira dito. Well, kung nakikita mo nag-full buy na talaga ang Hashira dito. Wala na silang choice dito. Kailangan na nila talaga mag-all out every round. And that is the exact thing na ginagawa nila, mga kaibigan. And look at that, NVC's one as well. 5v3. So it's all up to Flash 2GE. That Shorty at saka Frenzy ni Flash at 2GE. Can they make this work? Tsaka tamang ikot lang. And tamang rotation lang. Pero wala pang rotations at all na nakikita natin dito sa side ng Hashira dito. Iniwan nila ang A-site, mga kaibigan. So it's all up to them kung paano ba nila mapupuntahan to.
Surprisingly, no, ina-expect ko na mag-force buy yung mga Pirates dito. But they decided to still have that pistols onto them at dito na lang sila magsistick. Hindi yung kagaya kanina na merong anti-eco yung Hashira na nag-marshal sila doon sa match natin kanina o sa first half natin.
Indeed, pero at least Jeremy is right there. Taking one down, so it's all up to Flash with that Frenzy. Medyo mahirap to. 5v1 situation. The clock is ticking already. Nininjahin ata ni Flash, mga kaibigan. Trigger discipline lang. Ayaw pang bakayan. Naghahanap pa ng pwede mapatay dito. Pero wag kang titingin sa likod. Pero tamang exit strike lang. Pero not gonna whip because he will kill Rabbit out of the map. Pero kailangan niyang mamatay dito kasi wala siya pero next round if isa-save na tong Frenzy, mga kaibigan. What a really good decision sa side din ng Pirates.
Now, slowly, Hashira is getting their way, getting that momentum on their side, especially winning those 2 rounds. Very essential for the team. And as we can see, this is finally the bye round kung hindi ako nagkakamali. And for the players of the Pirates, no? So dito na magkakaalaman kung kaya pa rin palaga ng team ng Hashira itong mga pirata natin all the way from the south na alam mo yun, 10 na yung score eh. Bawal na talaga magkamali. So wala na silang choice kundi kuhanin yung mga ano na to, yung mga rounds na tong susunod.
Jeremy leading the way from our friends from Hashira, mga kaibigan. Kasama yung owl drone ni Rabbit dito. But look at that, Jeremy rushing in with that ecoms. Pero nasan ba yung spike, mga kaibigan? They need to plant this, pero Rabbit sees 1-2G with a follow-up here. Hatred just blocking the side of this map para lang at least medyo save yung pagpa-plant nila ng bomba, mga kaibigan. 3 versus 4. 3 men are trying to retake A side. 2G getting that high ground here, pero can they see the other players of Hashira?
Ito na yung post-plant situation, Bill, no? Yung post-plant na kailangan makuha ng Hashira the perfect way, the Hashira way para sa mga players na to. Si Amix, meron pa siyang isang blind na natitira and just the perfect plant, yung perfect execution nila dito, yun ang pinaka-importante. Now, I'm not quite sure, meron bang nag-lurk towards doon sa spawn o isi-save na lang talaga nila ni Flash, ni 2GE, tsaka ni Kira itong baril nila and it looks like they're just gonna save it out. The thing is with Pirates right now, usually nakikita natin, Bill, no? Kapag ganito kalaki yung lead mo sa meron ka sa kabilang team, usually pag ganito kalaki yung need mo, force ka lang ng force. Sige lang, laban lang kung laban. Bahala na si Batman, kung baga, no? Bahala na kung ano yung mangyari. Pag nakuha mo yung kill, edi nakuha mo yung kill. Pag hindi, hindi. Pero, that big of a
Just
difference.
chances.
Yung disiplina ng Pirates na wag nang sumilip. Kahit 3 pa sila, na wag nang puntahan dahil nga alam natin kung gaano kahirap yung post-plan situation pagdating sa A-side.
Mahirap ang post-plan, pero at least this is the time na rin na baka makabawi na rin ng Pirates dito kasi at least full buy na rin sila, pantay na ang laban dito, mga kaibigan. Pero that is, look at that, the Hunter's Fury galing kay Rabbit na galit. Makakita ba siya nandito isa? Pero sobrang sayang lang kasi wala siyang nabawasan dito sa side ng mga Pirates. Pero that player will spot on the abilities of that Sky, pero at least alam na rin ng Pirates ngayon na nandito ang Hashira dito sa A. That Aljo will spot on one player from Rafters, Jeremy from up top. Tamang ino-off angle lang din nga yung mga players ng Pirates dito, pero mukhang nag-aambahan lang sila eh, no? Hindi talaga nila alam at all if ever papasok pa sila. Nag-aantayin lang sila ng magandang opener and isang magandang entry frag lang kasi hindi naman yan papasok kung wala pa silang napapatay na isa. That is actually, parang sobrang suicide yun if ever bigla kang papasok dire-diretso, wala kang kalaban ng kalaban mo.
Bilis.
That's a big suicide.
Bilis ni Jeremy pumasok doon at mag-check ng corners. Ready na agad sila para mag-plant dito para sa side ng Hashira. Pero napakasakit ng smoke na yan, Kuya Eddie. Kailangan mo maka-atras. At yun na nga yung self-heal, self-love muna para kay Hatred at this point. The post-plant situation again. Execution mula sa Hashira. Paano nila hindi mapapapasok o hindi mapapadefuse itong spike nila. Amix gets a kill, gets a double kill onto this round, and Hatred as well fires Hyjin para saluhin. But the only player remaining right now para sa side ng Pirates ay si Nico at wala na nga siya dito. The post plant was successful and very well executed.
Oh no, mga kaibigan. Is this gonna be a big comeback from Hashira? What do you think? Kasi isipin mo, ang score nila kanina nung nagsimula yung second half is actually 2-10. Pero nakabawi na ang Hashira dito with 4 straight rounds. And it's really doing great for Hashira right now. Pirates, kailangan nilang makuha yung formula para makabawi sila dito sa side ng Hashira. Kasi kahit by round, kahit pareho na sila ng baril, hindi pa rin talaga makabawi ang Hashira dito. I mean, what do you think is a problem of the Pirates?
It's just that they're playing too safe at this point. Nakita naman natin, obvious naman kanina eh. They're playing too safe. And knowing na ganun sana kalaki yung advantage nila sa Hashira kanina, they could have really forced it out. Alam mo yun? Yung patayan kung patayan. Malay mo. Kasi kaya naman nila eh. The firepower is there. Kaya nilang kumuha ng mga kills na yan. It's just a matter of time eh. Kaso nga lang, nabigyan ng opportunity yung Hashira na reset tayo, guys. Reset. Nawala yung overwhelming feeling nila onto the side of Hashira at this point. And also, aside from that, yung switch, pagka-switch nung ating sides, doon na unti-unti nakabawi yung Hashira eh. So, onto the side of the defenders, nahihirapan talaga sila. And probably, one of the reasons why is dahil sa mapa na to ng Icebox.
Oo, tama yun. Pero that is Jeremy with that Blade Storm, mga kaibigan. One-way smoke. One-way smoke lang para lang at least makakuha sila ng konting advantage dito sa side ng Pirates. Nung nakita nila yung one-way smoke na yun, medyo nag-back out na sila eh. Okay, wag na nating i-push to. Wag na nating i-commit to. Kahit meron tayong pera dito. Kasi, I mean, kahit full buy tayo, it will, parang, it's gonna be a big toll pa rin for Hashira for sure kasi in terms of economy, medyo hindi naman ganun talaga sobrang kataas yung pera ng Hashira dito. They can still save for another round pero they're just actually waiting for that perfect opportunity. Jeremy is right there. Oh, easy one. Nakita yung balakang ni Kira, mga kaibigan. Dalawang smoke lang, pero that wall, winolan, mga kaibigan. Pero Jeremy pushing in. Nakakita lang isa mo that right click. Pero ang problema dito, ang 2GE. He sees one. Hindi tumama yung mga tinidor, pero dalawa ang kalaban niya. 2GE. Second down Jeremy. 3v4 situation right here. Flash. Merong Bucky. Nico. Merong Stinger. 2GE. Nakakuha pa ng Spectre dito. Winnable.
Counter wall, Vin. May counter wall. May counter wall. Ito na, nagsisilabaso na nga yung mga gagamba. Yung mga players dito ng Hashira. 3v1 situation. Nasa likod lang. Rabbit securing the kill. A 4K on this round. Hashira gets another round on their side. Ito na ang nangyayari. Wala yung pera nila, sakto lang for this round for them to buy off their rifles, no? Kapag natalo sila dito sa round na to, 8 and 10 yung score natin, kailangan nila mag-eco.
Oo,
siyempre, mahirap yun. What?
Mahirap
yun. Oo, mahirap yun. Tapos, siyempre, pag nag-eco ka, parang malaki yung chance na sila manalo kasi, ano yun eh, may kalaban mo, Vandal eh. Tapos, mapupuntang 8, di ba?
Oo.
So, mapupunta na 9, didikit na. Oo, di ba? Analysis.
Pero Loki, Jeremy dito.
Ayun, namatay si Far Sergeant pero
si
Nico.
Far Sergeant dito, muntik lang makatakas dito, mga kaibigan, pero hindi lang umabot dun sa dalawang satchel niya. Pero Rabbit with a kill here. 3v4. What is happening to the lead of Pirates from 210 na habol na to 710? And Spike is now planted by Rabbit. Nico slowly pushing in. Pwede na makita si Jeremy dito. Pero yun nga lang, 2GE. Binuhay si Flash, pero Rabbit with the Hunter's Fury.
Masakit.
Ang dami na nabawasan dito. Jeremy nakaisa pa. Tatlong natitira. 4v3. Nabulag si Jeremy. Rabbit with a kill onto
Naku,
that.
na-defuse! Oh my God!
Ninja!
Oh my God!
Ninja! Nani mo! Pero yun nga lang, oh no!
Na-defuse? Hindi
na-defuse! Diyos ko!
Oh no, walang pera.
Kala ko magiging ninja na ang kuya mo. Kakanta na sana ako ng
Ano yan? Ano kakantayin mo?
Nani mo. Yung kay Naruto.
Paano yung takbo?
Mamaya.
Ay!
Nani mo.
10-8. The comeback mula sa Hashira is on its way. That slow is gonna get Jeremy, but the updraft naman para sa kanya at yung Ome nag-TP out na rin, or TP upwards actually, getting or seeing one of the Pirates at this point. Pero ginulat ni Hatred, masyadong busy tumingin sa taas.
Oh no, nahabol, mga kaibigan. 10-8 is the score. Jeremy nakakita pa ng isa. Trying to go to the second one, but Nico says no. 1v4. Medyo mahaba-habang nadik. 1v3. Marami pang buhay dito. Meron dalawang flash dito si Nico though. Winnable. Actually, let's see if ever kaya ba na mangyari yun. Dun sa yellow, nakapatay naman ng isa. Pero may lumilipad na CCTV, mga kaibigan. Nakakita na sa anong ginagawa mo dyan. Huli ka sa akto. Pero Rabbit, meron pang Recon Bolt and Amex taking Nico down. 10-9 from 2-10, 9-10 na po ang score. That is actually a really sad thing for the Pirates right now. And for Hashira, talagang tinutuloy lang nila yung momentum nila.
Sipin mo, Vil, no? Kung mapatay man nila ng mga Pirates, itong Hashira, daming pera eh. Hanggang aabot hanggang 12 round eh. Alam mo yun? Di ba? So, kahit papano, pag tinignan natin yung economic side ng Pirates, parang bawal na mamatay. Wala na talaga eh. Naghirap na talaga eh.
Sakit, bawal na mamatay.
Alas 10 na!
Alas 10 na! 10 o'clock na, 10:70 na, ano oras dyan sa Pinas?
Anong oras dyan sa Manila? Taga-ano kasi ako eh.
Taga-QC ka, taga-Marikina ako.
Uy, nagplant na.
Diyos ko naman, sobrang ganda nung plant ng Hashira, mga kaibigan. Kitang-kita ka nun for sure. Pero Hatred, taking down FSJ. What is happening to our race? Pero Kira, nakita niya na merong wall dito and just gonna remove that wall. Sa totoo lang, ang sobrang hirap nito man, hindi ka kasya dyan, Bes. Sobrang hirap nito para makuha mo
Thunder pa.
Defuse na to, pero Rolling Thunder, meron pang tinidor, mga kaibigan. Oh, nakita ni Jeremy with that right click. 1v3, Jeremy, kaliwa, kanan, nasan ka, Nico?
Oh, piyaman ni Popcorn. Ay, hindi tumama yung tinidor. Hindi natuhog.
Oh no.
10 mga kaibigan, comeback is definitely real for the side of Hashira. At ito, medyo taghirap. Force ata yung Pirates ngayon na bumili si Kira ng Spectre. Tingnan natin kung totohanin niya ba. Uy, mukhang magpo-force nga sila.
Oh, mag-force. They have no choice, partner.
Naku, mahirap to para sa Pirates.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Sa buong second half, guys.
Ano yun, guys? Ano yun?
Hindi pa nakaka-score ang Pirates dito. Oh no, what is happening? Ano ba? Eliza, ano ba to? 9 rounds straight? Or
Sino si Eliza?
8 rounds straight? I mean, sorry. Terror.
Yeah.
Ano ba?
Actually,
8 rounds straight or 9
malalaman
rounds straight?
Kasi ano ba yung score kanina eh? Parang nasa 10 round na yun, first half pa lang eh. Hindi na gumalaw yung score nila eh, simula nun eh. So talagang tuloy-tuloy. Uy, grabe si Jeremy, umakit ng ropes habang bumabaril ah. Eto na.
Oh no.
Naka-set up na yung wall, nandyan yung smoke, pero hindi pa nagpa-plant. Ano ang balak ng Hashira dito? Wala na si Farsigen, wala nang ano dito, yung ating duelist, and the counter wall is there. Salitan lang, trade-off lang, pero this is a 4 versus 3 situation. One-man advantage para sa side ng Hashira. Isama mo pa yung revive na yan. Pang-debate lang para sumilip yung Pirates. Pero unti-unti na, debated eh.
Debated. Oh no! Kira is the only one remaining here, mga kaibigan. Pero
wala nang nagawa.
Tumingin na lang sa langit.
Oo. Nagdasal na lang ng kaunti eh.
Nagdasal na lang. Tumingin sa langit. Sana dito ako mapunta.
Oh, grabe ka naman. Parang nilito lapid. Buhay pa naman.
Right here.
Oo nga.
Do you think... okay. By round, of course, may bonus yung Pirates, no? All through the rounds na nawala sa kanila. They have the bonus rounds that they have, and they are actually gonna buy on this round. Kasi wala naman silang choice, no? Kundi bumili talaga ng kanilang mga rifles. They have to reset.
They really have the reason. Indeed, Jeremy, lumipad na ang kuya mo. Nakakita pa ng isa pero flash. Uy, nagpapakiramdam. Alam ni Jeremy, mga kaibigan. Pero flash sisilip pa. Una kapatay pa ng isa. The second one, flash with the 2K. But Amex with the trade-off. Farsigen, sumapi na sa kanya ang spirito ni FPJ. And ito na, ang bawi ng Pirates. Ladies and gentlemen, 3v1. It's all up to Envy. Alam na ng Pirates kung nasan ba si Envy. Sumabog ang bungo. Nilabas pa si Doggy, but far side Jin completing that round 11 all. Make a wish.
Make a wish indeed. Finally, Pirates getting back to their game. Kung ano yung pinapakita nila kanina. Malay mo, ito na yung mag-shift ng momentum onto the side of Pirates, no? And this is an 11-11 score. Make a wish nga, and I wish that both of the teams right now will have those, yung utilities lahat magamit nila na maayos, because this is gonna be one hell of a match.
One hell of a match. Totoo yun. The wish of Pirates is to push this to a third game. The wish of Hashira is to finish this with a 2-0. Pero malalaman lang natin yun kung sino bang... Oh no! Look at that! Hatred taking one down! Mid-air! Pero at least A-Mix nakakita pa na isa. Dalawa na lang natitira dito sa Pirates, mga kaibigan. It's all up to Flash. It's all up to Kira. This is gonna be so hard for them para mabawi ito. Pero believe lang. Believe.
Dream, believe, survive.
Dream, believe, survive.
Starstruck.
Oo, Starstruck.
Ito na yung lumilipad na CCTV, Bill. Naghahanap na ng pwedeng makita at matag yung Sova natin dahil wala naman siyang Hunter's Fury. Pero for that information, si Flash, umaabante na konti-konti. Pero ang daming members dito from the side of Hashira, kailangan nilang i-trade. Kaya tatakbo na lang si Flash. Meron pa siyang lockdown na pwedeng gamitin para sa post-plant natin. Importante yan. 3 versus 2 situation. The wall is there. Mukhang this is a setup from Hashira. Binasag agad yung wall na yan at nakita pa nga agad si Flash with that wide peak. Nahuli pa nga with the recon bolt. This is finally a round again for Hashira, taking that match point with them. May pambili pa yung side ng Pirates. Meron pang pera kahit papaano. Kaya pa.
Ito, kaya pa. Tama yun. Parang lahat ng meron sa kanila is gagamitin na nila. Ipipiga nila ang kaya pang mapiga dito. Hashira, this is their last chance, mga kaibigan. Let's see if Hashira, this is like one of the biggest comeback, mga kaibigan, sa Valorant Challengers Tour.
From a one-sided match, all the way from that 10 what? 10-2?
10-2, oh, 2-10, oh.
10-2.
Parang lang naman, di ba?
Oo nga. Mas maganda lang pakinggan yung 10-2, no? Anyway, moving forward, Nico!
Ito ang kailangan. I really want to see an overtime here. Pero Jeremy with a 2K. O Diyos ko po, binuhay ang patay. Happy isa ng mga kaibigan. Pero ang problema dito is the bomb is actually planted. Pero that is the lockdown of Flash, ladies and gentlemen. Nagkakaskas lang ng yellow. Jeremy has the perfect one tap to the head. Nakaisa pa. Pero look at that. Nilabas ang tinidor. Pero napatay pa ni Flash.
Hindi nakita ni Ethan! Hindi nakita ni Ethan!
Apex nakaisa. It's all up to Kira. 1v3. Ano kaya gagawin ni Kira dito? Pero, oh my God, this is the last chance of Pirates. And what the big comeback of Hashira.
Oh my God, look at the players.
A-Mix, kitang-kita natin na sobrang pressured niya.
The stress. The stress is
Oh
real.
my
Grabe,
God.
mapapakamot ka na lang talaga ng bangs. What a game!
Oh my God. Alam mo, yung pagkatapos ng game, sabi ni A-Mix, what just happened?
Hindi niya na rin
Anong
alam.
nangyari?
Nagulat na rin siya.
Anong nangyari? Oh my God.
First things first,
Oh my
yung
God.
yung foundation na meron ng Hashira throughout the games that they had, yung firepower na yan, aside from that, yung willpower pa nila, yung willpower nila, and nandoon din para sa team na to. And when it comes to the map of Icebox, attacker-sided yung mapa but still, you had so many chances for the side of Pirates. So many chances na makabawi man lang kahit paano and get that 3 rounds. Pero hindi, it didn't happen. Hashira took it all the way from a 2 score. Yung dalawang round na yon from the attacker side or the defender side kanina, nabawi nila na tuloy-tuloy.
We really thought Taylor makakita ng game number 3.
Kala ko din.
Noong nananalo, pinatikim lang, parang we're gonna give you the taste of your own medicine. Tama ba yun?
Tama.
Tama
Galing,
yun,
galing,
tama
galing.
yun. Speed ako ng konti.
Ayos.
Pero, we really thought na ganun nga. 8-2 ang score, naging 10-2, pero, oh my God, naging 10-11 pa nga. How many rounds were that? More than 9 rounds? Yo! One of the biggest comebacks dito sa VCT Challengers. I mean, Valorant Challengers Tour.
VCT Challengers. Sa Valorant Challengers Tour, yung nakita natin. Totoo yan, no? And one of the craziest way to end the day para dito. Pero gusto ko lang ipaalala na top 4 pa rin makakapasok para sa ating week 2, seeded para sa ating week 2. At kasama pa rin dyan yung 60-45 Pirates. So makikita pa rin natin sila. But yun nga lang, hindi nila makakalaban o mas malaki yung prize money na makukuha, of course, ng mga players na magpo-proceed papunta sa grand finals natin. So again, kudos pa rin sa Pirates. Grabe yung pinakita nila onto that second map that we had and also the first map. Kahit medyo nahirapan, still fighting for them. And also, maraming salamat sa lahat ng sumuporta, pero kami, ang inyong mga naging shoutcasters. In behalf of Ray as well, maraming salamat sa inyo. Nakakatuwa yung chats natin ngayon, ha? Maraming salamat. We are your casters for today, Taylor at Vil. Vil, any last words bago tayo mamaalam? Hindi naman tayo mamamatay, pero magbababay lang tayo. Kumakain, baka mamaya mag-chat na si St. Peter's.
Ayoko pang mamaalam.
Hi! Pakita mo muna yung takbo.
So all the people just tuned in, thank you very much. Congratulations sa lahat ng nanalo dito. I mean, to be honest, from the bottom of our hearts, on behalf of the panel, English casters, lahat ng casters, Filipino casters, lahat ng organizers ng PPGL, salamat, mahal namin kayo, tandaan niyo yan. And tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, it's gonna be the grand finals of the Valorant Challengers Philippines Stage 2. And it's gonna be Hashira versus Bren Esports, mga kaibigan. We really can't wait for that best of 5 partner. Best of 5.
Best of 5. I'll be there. Ray will be there. At ikaw din. But right now, kailangan na natin mamaalam or magpaalam sa viewers natin. Baka mag-chat na si St. Peter nga sa comments. May pideya na. Meron po St. Peter's. Kompleto na. Buy one, take one lang, no? Then maraming salamat, guys. At magkikita-kita tayo bukas. We were your casters, Taylor at Vil. See you guys tomorrow.
The Hashira way paving their path towards the grand finals, and for the first time we get to see Team Hashira go up and facing off against the best of the best, Bren. We've never seen this before, but tomorrow we'll get a taste of what it's actually like when two of these teams will go head to head. But before we do that, we just want to talk about what exactly happened on that match before we get into the interview. An amazing set of games here, and also a really great start right here a great second game rather for the team on the 6045 Pirates side. The comeback was so strong though, however, from Hashira to take that victory, bringing us from what was a 10-2 scoreline and ending it up in the 13-11 final victory. What a game. Only winning one round on that side on 6045 Pirates for their defensive half. Just knowing exactly what to do. So again, congratulations to these guys. We'll take a little bit of a pick into their brain right now, because we do have fortunately, on the other end, on the line here, the brains, the big brain, and the big fragger on that second map. Rabbit's on the other line. Is he here right now? Rabbit? Okay, first of all, hi, love you. Great
Hello.
game. And GG, what a game. You look tired, man. It's been a long day. How are you feeling?
Super draining. Ano pa, may game ba kanina, tapos ngayon, dikit pa yung last game. Nakakapag.
Yeah.
Tapos nag-dream
Yeah,
ups
must
pa
be-
kanina.
Well, definitely, it looks like the endurance of Hashira improving a little bit, man. So great. So great to see that. I mean, we'll be expecting more, especially from you guys tomorrow. Now, I'm gonna ask you a question right here. First of all, how do you do it? The shot calling and the top fragging. What the hell was that? You're on form lately. Like every game, you're getting multi kills. Even earlier today, 4 kills, 3 kills, almost every single time while doing the shot calls. How is this? Why is this such a big improvement? How are you able to do this now? Does it have to do with the boot camp, or
Yeah, bootcamp effect. FPS wins games.
Yeah.
Like, kasi before, kami lahat, like, slow spec PC and naka 60 Hz pa yung C2766. Then, yun, ping issues, blackout, and all. Then, yun, kaya, yung tatlo sa amin from Mindanao, nag-sacrifice talaga to go here. Yeah, but worth it.
Yeah. How does it feel though to finally be in the grand finals? You're going up against Bren tomorrow, and yeah, we definitely have a lot to prepare. But fortunately today we saw Bren a little bit shaky. They're not in their boot camp. Do you think this is gonna give you a bigger chance to get that title and win the first week of VCT?
Hopefully, but we won't be confident talaga. Like, pa rin, we will try to play our A game kalaban ng Bren.
Yeah.
And yeah, GG sa Pirates. My gosh. That last map.
That was a really good last map. Of course, GGUL played to Fire Cyanogen as well, and to the rest of the Pirates. And let's not forget, man, they had a lot of great rounds that time. It wasn't just Fire Cyanogen, but the rest of the squad as well. Any before I let you go, Rabbit, real quick. Anyone you want to give a shout out to? Anyone you want to give thanks to? And yeah, of course, it's your time now.
Thank you to my parents na pinayagan ako. At sa parents din ng teammates ko na pinayagan kami na pupunta kahit yun COVID. And to our sponsors, Stream Raiders, Philips Monitor, Blacktop PH, and Inline Asia. So yun guys, thank you sa mga sponsors and sa mga fans namin na continuous ng support. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much. That was it for Rabbit. Congratulations. See you tomorrow in the grand finals and good luck, man.
See you. Bye.
All right, you just heard from Rabbit here, the in-game leader, the shot caller, and in that last game, the top fragger. What an absolutely brilliant player. So much hope for this squad. It's just a whole new face of Hashira that we're starting to see here today, and I can't wait to see what they bring to the table tomorrow. It's going to be a tight game, probably one of the tight. I definitely, especially since Bren have been looking a little bit shaky, but I'm not going to be solo talking about this. I want to bring it back and talk about this with the rest of my panel. So to welcome them back, Viminal, Trix, and Ling here. Break it down. What did we just see? Trix, I'll start with you.
Honestly, it just felt like there wasn't as much map control as they should have had. Although, to be fair, as I mentioned, Pirates have a great attacker side in Icebox, and they proved that, but their defenders seeming a little too shaky.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it during the break, and it was really the lack of map control during Game 2 that allowed Hashira to be able to come back in that fashion. Perhaps a lack of utility usage and confidence, it seems. From the side of Pirates, they didn't show the same confidence that they showed during the first half, during the latter part of the game, which was quite surprising. Don't you think so, Ling?
Well, yes, and to add on to that, I definitely see that how much Hashira just fully understood the repetitive sequence in terms of utility usage. It's not in terms of them lacking in utility usage. It's more on towards the fact is that they didn't really offer much variety on how they are going to be playing out per round, and this is where Hashira got them figured out that they use basically the same plays, and this is where we actually see them having a good read and proving themselves to be a better team overall.
Yeah, and honestly, let's take a look at some of the players. Did anyone in particular stand out to you guys here? Let's go in reverse here. Ling, Viminal, and Trix. Who do you think were your standout performances on both teams?
Man, if we give our hats down to Jeremy once and for all, because that player in itself is insane with the fragging potential. He knows the best way he can that along the lines of creating frags for the team, he should be securing those frags, and this is where we actually see him shine once again and eliminating the problems there is inside the map, and this is where we actually see him just basically sweeping his way on towards the server and not really dropping a sweat while he's at it. You see a lot of highlight plays coming out from this team, or rather this player in particular, and probably a lot more to come.
Yeah, as for me, guys, it's really easy to shine limelight on players like Jeremy, who, again, is a clear standout player consistently across the board. But really, I got to give it to Rabbit, the IGL of Hashira. Now, you guys got to take into consideration that Hashira is made up of a mix of veteran players and some young guns. And while these guys have a lot of raw talent, like, for example, Jeremy, Hatred, a lot of raw talent, but they need the guidance, they need that direction in which Rabbit provides. Now, I don't know if Rabbit is a young gun in himself, or maybe he's just, a baby-faced fragger. but that's just my 2 cents, guys.
Yeah, I think that 2G from Pirates, he performed very well just in general, but I also felt like it's unfortunate. I just felt that Fire Cyanogen's team could have done more. Pirates could have done a little more for the map control. I really like Hatred though. The way he plays, it's just very smart, and the aim, it's just there for Hashira.
Honestly, Flash for me. The way that he played in that second game, my God, was it a thing of beauty. I wish we saw it more on the first game, but definitely Flash, somebody we should be looking out for. Not just Fire Saiyajin. You've got someone like Flash who's able to get multi kills on rounds. Someone we're just so excited to see more of, and really, what a way to end the day here. The start of the day was the start of the series rather was. Not close at all. 13-2 in favor of Hashira. Such a dominant performance there, styling on Pirates in the first game, but the second one becoming a little bit closer. But what does this mean for Hashira now? Do you feel like they deserve this spot in the grand finals, would you say? I'll go to you first, Viminal.
Yeah, I definitely do think that they deserve. They proved it, given their strong performance, especially on the first game, which we were sort of expecting Hashira to have an edge over Pirates, but not in that manner. They were literally styling, as you said, over Pirates on that first map. And then, coming into the second game, perhaps they were a bit complacent during the earlier stages of the game, but they were able to bounce back in such a convincing way. So I really believe that Hashira deserves the spot they are in right now. They've definitely proven that they are a cut above the rest.
Let's talk about Pirates now for a second. They had a great game in the second one. They had a good run in the first series. 25 kills onto Flash. They're definitely improving and solidifying themselves as legitimate contenders here. Sure, they had the easier way to get in with their qualifier. It wasn't the most difficult of qualifiers to get in. But after what we've seen from them recently, they're a legitimate threat in the local scene right now. Wouldn't you agree, guys?
Definitely would agree.
Yes. Definitely agree. But in terms of like the decision making overall, it does go to show that this team just lacks on experience, and this is where we actually want to see them more. I want to see how much this team could be once they are gonna be like putting up for another show on towards the next week, or rather would make the right choices this time or for the next time around.
Yeah, well, let's hope that those choices can manifest in the later stages. It's not over. They made it to the semi, so once again, we will be seeing the Pirates in the next stage next week of VCT. Definitely we'll see more from your favorite booty snatchers here, or loot snatchers, excuse me. That doesn't sound too right. But you guys know what I mean. So let's take a look, see which of these MVPs will it truly be. There's so many to pick here. Let's see. Jeremy, yet again, no surprises here. Look, love the guy. But I feel like this is a shared victory here. If I were to pick one, I can't deny Jeremy, but I'd say I'd put them par even with Rabbit and the shot calling. That just seemed like their series on this one. Would you agree with this, Ling?
Well, yes, hard, yes. We all know how hard it is to actually be able to focus on your own game, and let alone think about your teammates as well. You know how much value they put into players like this. Is we actually see Hashira fully understanding that they basically made the job as the IGL for Rabbit a lot easier, given everyone was basically there to perform out of their minds, and this is them just not having any problems at all, and this is where Rabbit finally gets to shine.
Yeah, well, tomorrow is another time to shine, because we do have the bracket. Let's see where we're going to end up. It is the journey of how far we've come, and how far where we will end, excuse me, at the very end of this all. So we started out with Bren, Atlas, Empire, Walkore, Kadaliman, Pirates, Hashira, GXR. Almost all of them are gone. Only two names remain, Bren versus Hashira. But let's keep this quick, real quick, guys. What are your impressions on the matchup tomorrow? Trix, Vim, and Ling. Let's keep it quick on this one.
Not a matchup we've seen before, so exciting to see how they actually fare against Bren, and also think that we should really consider the bootcamp buff at this point.
Yeah, 100% agree with you there. That synergy and that bond that comes with being in a boot camp definitely going to be used to their advantage. And at this point in time, when you're facing a raid boss like Bren, you're going to need every bit of an edge that you can get your hands on. So Hashira, as they mentioned earlier when we interviewed the team captain Rabbit, they got to bring their A game, but of course they got to respect their opponents full well.
Huge respect indeed, especially when you're gonna be up against a team like Bren. And I do hope for the side of Team Hashira, they would evolve a lot more. We've got a glimpse on what they can do, but this time around, imagine what they can offer as well on that series for tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow another tale will be told here. The giveaway, though, is coming up next because I know you guys have been waiting for it all day long. So we have the winners right now, primed and ready. We're going to pull it up for you. So congratulations to you guys, whoever just won: Ron Raimundo, Miguel Gregory Redula, Mark B. Vivar, Mark Jonathan Abitria, Meg Catayas, Ched Castillo, Colleen Cruz, Ched Melendres, Jico, and Kenji Chavez. Kenji Chavez, excuse me. Congratulations. You just won 1,500 plus worth of Valorant points. Amazing, amazing stuff. Go get that new Battle Pass. Go get that new Mage Punk skin. We know you're dying to get it. I am too. But it's unfortunately time for us to wrap up at the end of the day. But before we go, let me get your final thoughts, Trix, Viminal, and Ling.
A lot of unexpected matchups and a lot of unexpected, results. But other than that, I think Hashira has come a long way. Pirates as well. It's great to see them back, and I hope to see them again if ever. And I'm excited to see Hashira's game tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah.
And as for me, today, not exactly the smoothest of days, but we still had some great matches. And in the end, Pirates versus Hashira was a sight to see. And Hashira versus Bren, definitely something I'm looking forward to. Hashira has improved so much. They worked so hard to get to where they are right now. And I think they're ready to take on someone like Bren.
Definitely. Ling, last thoughts.
Well, for me, I just hope that Bren would overcome this slump that they're gonna be they have been going through as of the moment, because so far on toward today's run, they weren't looking so good, and I want to see them back in their best form, especially for fraggers like Dubstep to definitely step it up. Today was a really close call for them to be eliminated in this series, but then again, they have every chance to prove themselves for this finals.
Yeah, well, that has been it. But before we let you guys go, have to give a quick thank you to all of our sponsors. Thanks to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the Philippines, organized by Mineski and Mineski Philippines and Globe Telecom. Hashtag reinvent exciting victories in Valorant with the new Mage Punk bundle. Get yours now on Coda Shop with Globe. As well to Predator, thank you for being our official gaming PC and laptop partner. Predator, hashtag summon your strength. And Globe Virtual Hangouts. Globe Virtual Hangouts will reinvent esports and bring it to a whole new level. Let's get hashtag OL together now as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Download the Globe One app and click on Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. And of course, like us and follow us on our social pages, PPGL GG on Facebook, PPGL GG on YouTube, and PPGL_VCTPH on Twitch. Now, like us, of course, and follow as well on the TikTok. It has been an amazing time for us today, but we got to let you guys go now because we have grand finals tomorrow. Unfortunately for me, I'm going to be gone for the rest of the series. It's going to be Mika Fab's going to be filling in for me at the very end of it. So she's going to be taking care of you for the panel session. I'm going to be gone. But now, on behalf of the panel, of all the casters, and everyone here at PPGLGG, thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow. This has been a wild ride, so good game and good night. See you tomorrow.